Well, hey everybody. Hey, we're live, I think. I'm doing a little different format than usual. I'm doing some different settings in my OBS. I'm using a mixing board. So I need people in the outside chat to actually give me a sound check to let me know the quality. I've actually got it at about 7 dB gain across the board for mic and the internal desktop feed. So let me know how that sounds. But we're going to do a mic check in here first before we kind of get going on this topic, if that's okay. Let's see here. Xbox, can you give me a mic check, and then we'll see if they can hear you.
Yep, mic check. 1, 2, 3, 4. Mic check. Mic check.
Okay. So let me see if the outside feed can actually hear you. It's not too loud. It's not overbearing. Okay, the sound is awesome, Tom says. Cool. Like I said, I'm using a little bit different way of doing this. I've worked out a few new audio settings, and I am using my headset mic rather than my main mic because I'm waiting for a part to come in today that broke. So once I get that, I can go back to my normal mic so it sounds a little bit more studio quality than before. The people are asking for a link to get in. The link is actually in the Great Debate Community Forum. You can find it right as you go into the Great Debate Community. It's right there. If not, then if you can actually message myself directly or message Xbox or Gary or Lightened, they can also get you the link as well. But anyways, so what we're going to talk about today is a topic that comes around a lot in the Great Debate community, and I know that people get tired of it, and there are a few people that wonder why we keep talking about this. And I have to tell you, if you want to come in and talk about it, great. If you just want to bitch that we're talking about again, then I really don't want to bother, right? We bring these subjects up because they are important in the Great Debate community, and they need to be discussed because they are very relevant. So we're going to discuss today, what is the burden of justification, how it relates to the burden of proof, how it relates to what an epistemic justification is, and what exactly is atheism as far as very varied definitions, and which one is sufficient compared to the other definitions, because there are multiple definitions out there. So, like I said, if you're asking for the link, just go to the Great Debate community. I've posted it right there. You can find it as soon as you go on the Great Debate community. So anyways, let's start this off. Actually, I'm going to start off with Scott because Scott hasn't joined us in a very long time and we missed him. You can say ah. Say ah, Scott.
Aww.
I know. Look at that smile. So you kind of been following this thing for a while. Do you want to give a quick rundown of what you think a burden of justification is as far as a doxastic position? Not so much argumentation theory, not like, I have a claim that aliens exist and I have knowledge of this. That's a different type of a burden of justification to give evidence for my claim as a scientific position. So can you tell me what an epistemic position or claim is for justification? Oh wait, can you hear him? Oh, I can't hear him. Oh, nope. That is, I don't think that's on my end. Well,
I can't hear him either.
Yeah, okay. I can hear you, Xbox. So, yeah, it's on your end, Mr. Scott. Hey, you know what? I know a little sign language. Okay. Just the alphabet.
Okay.
How
about
we
now?
Go. Yes, there we go.
Beautiful.
Magic, the wonder of technology. Okay.
Yeah, right. So I don't know that I can give like a really I don't have the vocabulary, I think, to really give a formal explanation, but generally my understanding of burden of justification is it's not like the reason I shy away from the term burden of proof is because proof implies like something like a philosophical argument, a syllogism. A burden of justification doesn't have to be anything incredibly complicated. The absence of evidence where one expects evidence to be is a fine burden, a fine dispensing of that burden. I mean, it boils down to if someone makes a claim and you just say, I don't believe it, and they say, well, why? You have to give a reason.
Okay, so first, you're absolutely right. So the first thing to take away is we tend to confuse terms like burden of proof and burden of justification because they mean the exact same thing in this regard. They are interchangeable. However, burden of proof does have baggage with it, right? Because of that word proof. And people do get confused because they hear that word proof and they think that it means you have to prove something. And proofs only exist basically in logic, mathematics, and maybe if you want to get, pedantic law and alcohol, spirits, right? So But the reality is when you have a burden of justification, you're not proving to somebody that you claim is true. That's not what it is. It's why do you have the position you have. Okay. Now there is a burden of justification for a claim, for a scientific claim, and in a argumentation theory. For example, Scott, if I say, I have found a way to falsify evolutionary theory, you would come back to say, show me the evidence for that, right?
Right. I mean, yeah, that just making that statement implies that you have a lot to back that up with.
Correct. So that's a burden upon myself to demonstrate my claim. However, if I say, I believe. Let me see. I'm a good. Well, like I said, a good one is like I said, I believe in aliens. Okay, and the reason why I believe in aliens is because I believe the Drake equation properly gives us a probability of what types of civilizations can have existing in the Milky Way. Right? It's like 300 civilizations, I believe, with the lowest bounds. Right? So if you have the most constraints, it's about 300. Now, if I just use that as a justification, all that means is I've justified why I believe aliens exist. But have I demonstrated to you that aliens do exist?
No, certainly not at all.
Exactly. So that's one thing that I like to get cleared up right away. That the burden of proof does not mean you have to prove something. Xbox, you want to weigh in that real quick, or you can just sit there quiet.
Yeah, can I add something in there too?
Yeah, absolutely.
This always overlooked, and me and you have talked about this before, of things like when we're talking about the great debate question and things like that. That this burden of proof is, some people set this bar so high that you need to prove beyond a shadow of a doubt your claim. Well, depending on your claim, sure. If I claim pixies exist in reality, my burden of proof is going to be extremely high. I'm going to have to show you that they're not just good reason. I'm going to have to show you that pixies exist in reality.
Correct. So you're saying that evidence is proportional to the extremeness of the claim, right?
Right.
Sure enough.
And most claims made in this community are, or should be, I believe pixies exist in this reality. And this belief claim, it is not the same burden of proof as they do exist in reality. The belief claim is more, the burden I have to meet is that there is good reason to believe that this is the case. So if I say I'm an atheist, I just need good reasons to believe that a God doesn't exist. I don't have to prove that a God doesn't exist. And the same thing on the theist side, right, or any other side.
Right, correct. Okay, so let me ask you. I mean,
I just want to make that
you're
very clear for people.
Absolutely right. And before we went on air, I told you guys I was expecting a camera today in the mail, right? Remember that, Xbox?
Right.
That's a claim I made. Okay. Now, do you think that I have a high burden of justification to convince you that I have a camera coming in the mail? Is that something you kind of accept because you know me well enough to know that, you trust me, as a friend, somebody you know for a long time, and you probably wouldn't ask me for a lot of evidence to support that, right? You also realize that eventually I'm going to be on camera, right?
I know cameras come in the mail.
Yeah, exactly.
I trust
precedent.
You. Things like that, right. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, exactly. Bingo. You know, mail. They come in the mail. If you see, and I've had a camera before, so there's precedent for that, right, Scott?
Right. It's exactly where we run into this blurry line is that it's almost moving from like a formal conversation to an informal conversation. When you say, "Yeah, I think a camera is coming in," like I've got a camera coming in.
Excuse me.
Yes.
Excuse me.
Yes. Would you like to interject? Or do you want to? Can we wait for Scott to finish his train of thought first, and then I'll get back to you?
I wanted to. I was here for a specific reason, and I want to discuss that reason that I'm here. I will let Scott finish, but I do want to get to that.
Mighty nice of you. So okay, go ahead, Scott. Then we're okay. Okay.
So it's the difference between an informal conversation and a formal conversation. If I say I believe that people are generally good, like that they mean well. No one unless they are a tremendous asshole is gonna come at me and say, well, what evidence do you have to back up that statement? It's more expressing an outlook than really saying like I have hard facts. But if I say, if I start throwing out, like, 75% of the time people will always do X or will always do what I think is the right thing, and then you're going to start to ask me to back that up. And it's the difference between really making a substantive claim versus expressing, an outlook, a view.
But let me ask you. I mean, if you demonstrate that you just have sufficient warrant for your belief, that's meeting your burden of justification. Let's say I say, hey, look, Scott, are you a moral relativist? Are you a moral anti-relativist? And you give me one or the other, and you give me reasons why you believe the one. Then you give me justification of why you believe those things. If I say, do you accept objective morals exist? You can say yes or no. Then I can ask you, why do you think that way, right? Those are justifications of why you hold those beliefs. There is no right or wrong answer in those things either, by the way, right? We can't demonstrate whether moral realism is true or not, right?
Right, you can have bad or good reasons as long as there's reasons.
Well, no, I don't.
Right.
I agree. I disagree with that.
Oh yeah, I mean,
I think bad reasons are an improper discharge of a justificatory burden. If you have improper reasons, you are improperly discharging that burden. But it's better than no reason, I guess, right?
I agree. I'm just saying he could answer with good or bad reasons, and then you can examine.
Yeah, that's
right.
true.
Yeah,
okay, there you go. Sure. What's that, Scott?
And there is always worth remembering that as much as we're always trying to argue about like objective facts, subjective this, when it comes to things like dispensing a burden of justification, it's hugely subjective at what point you have sufficiently dispensed that burden. I have talked to, fundamentalist Christians who there's no way I would ever sufficiently have dispensed the burden to them. And that's just how that conversation is going to go. And I mean, there are, of course, even that. You can make arguments for what is sufficient, what is insufficient. But it all boils down to what you're going to accept.
Sure.
Okay, well, can I ask Scott a question?
Yeah, well, hang on.
Me?
Yeah, let me...
sorry.
Let me go to Bernie real quick, because Bernie... Well, Bernie, can Gary ask a really quick question, and I'll give you the balance of the time, Bernie?
Okay.
If Bernie wants to come in first, because he is the person...
Okay, yeah, Bernie, go ahead.
No, that's fine if he goes ahead. That's okay with me. That's perfectly okay with me. All right? So go ahead.
Gary, do you have a question?
Yeah, it was just to Scott, because I'm a religious person. Again, the thing is that, like, when it comes to a discussion like this, it's like, do you at some point, like, accept that justification, or do you think it's more like they're deluding themselves in some sort of way? Because the thing is that that's usually where it gets to, is that you usually see when somebody gives the justification, well, then you're having cognitive dissonance, or you're having irrational thought, or you're having this. It's like, what in the fuck?
Well, I hear what you're saying, too.
There's a rabbit hole you can dive down, for sure.
I totally hear what you're saying on that. Again, people give okay, if they say they have a particular belief, and they at least have some kind of rational reasoning for it, right? It doesn't have to be that you really accept their reasoning, but it seems to be rational. I would accept that as a proper justificatory burden discharge, okay? Because I mean, I don't think that theists are inherently crazy, or they're mental, or they have mental deficiency, or it's a disease. That's ridiculous, right? That's the what's his name? What's the name of that forbidden fruit type position, right? But if somebody says, "Hey, I Jesus visited me," and we sat down and had tea and crumpets, I'm going to pretty a little skeptical on that, right? Right?
Oh, sure.
Okay, so there's a difference there, right? But if somebody says, "Hey, I believed in Jesus," yeah, and I ask them why, they say, "Well, I've had these experiences. I feel comforted. I read the Bible. This, I'm okay with that. That's a reasonable. It may not be what convinces me, but it's something that it seems to convince them, right?" But anyways, people are still asking for the link. All you got to do is go to the Great Debate Community. It's right there in the first thing. But I can send it to some people through Facebook if you hold on a sec. The people are asking. But anyways, while I'm doing that, go ahead, Bernie, because Bernie seems to have some conflicts in the Great Debate Community about some of these terminologies. So go ahead,
Okay.
Bernie, ask a question.
So, since atheist comes from the term atheos, meaning without God, that means that all you have to do to qualify for being an atheist is to not believe in a God or gods. Okay? It does not mean that you have to claim that there are no gods, that there are no God or gods.
Bernie, let me just pose a question to you. Would you affirm the position that there is a God, God or gods that exists?
No.
Would you equally not affirm the position that a God or gods does not exist?
Would I equally? No.
Would you also reject that claim?
It's unknowable. It's absolutely unknowable. We can't know something like that because it's like saying, well, there's a pink invisible unicorn somewhere. Okay, what's going to happen is, well, okay, there's no proof of that. But hold on. But they can say, well, you can't prove that it doesn't exist. Yeah, I can't prove that it doesn't exist, but there's no reason for me to believe. There's no reason for me to believe that it does, and therefore, I do not believe it until it is proven to me. Okay. There is no reason for me whatsoever to believe that.
Right. Here's the thing. Wait, let me one sec, real quick. There's a couple of different things going on here. First of all, we haven't even got the point of atheism yet. We're actually talking about justification, but you want to skip ahead a little bit. But you're confusing a lot of things here. But go ahead, Scott. We are skipping quite a bit ahead.
Right. Like it's we're kind of. Do you weight the two claims I put forward, that gods do exist or gods don't exist? Do you weigh those two as being equally unknowable?
Yes, I would say so.
That's not really atheism then, at least not how it's used these days.
In academia that's or philosophy. Yeah,
that's typically when people use the word.
That is what 99% of atheists say. They believe
that's not
what
true.
They
back that claim up.
Yeah, that's something you have to
online maybe.
Yeah,
online. But if you look into the literature on theology, philosophy, science, if you look into all these, that claim is not used as that way. And if it were, thousands of hundreds of years of argumentation would have to be rewritten.
Way
Bernie,
a word can be defined in any way.
I'm not saying you have to define a word in any specific. You can define atheism to mean a red round fruit that grows in tropical temperatures.
And what usually happens, hold on.
But if you define it this way and then try to apply it to a philosophical argument that's been around for hundreds of years, you're going to run into a problem.
The meaning.
No, I was in the middle of a sentence.
Hang on. First of all, Bernie, hang on. Time out. Bernie is on an Android or a phone, and he cuts out if people are talking.
That's the commonly used.
Yeah, I'm not getting
and he's not listening. Bernie, you can't talk. You can't talk when other people are talking, and they can't talk when you're talking because nobody can hear you. You're on an Android device.
He was interrupting me.
Well, actually, he wasn't finished.
Absolutely interrupting me.
I was actually mid-sentence whenever you started talking.
Yeah, he was literally.
It might be because you can't hear me. There might be a small lag.
So I will control the flow, and I will control the flow. That way we don't overtalk you because nobody can hear you on your phone when somebody's talking. Xbox, finish your thing, and then we'll get back to Bernie because Bernie is actually just basically parroting YouTube atheism rather than what's actually out there in academia and actually what actual philosophers recognize as atheism. His position is a very minority, but it's very vocal on YouTube, and that's why they think it's a popular position. But go ahead, Xbox.
And Bernie, I promise I'll try to take the lag and the phone thing into consideration when we're talking. I'm not by any means saying you can't define a word any way you want. You can define atheism to mean a red round tropical fruit that grows in tropical regions, but this all of a sudden, if you use it this way, changes hundreds of years of philosophical thought and argumentation. But in philosophy, in most philosophers, in theology, they use this term atheism to mean a belief that no meaningful God or gods exist. The term that it comes down to is the great debate question being, do you believe a God or gods exist in reality? And the question it's binary, right? It's logic. It's either you're atheist, which means you believe in a God, or you're not a theist, which means, and this term's been around for 100 years, it means that you're not a theist. Now, these are two umbrellas that fit this. Under the umbrella theist, you would be a Christian or a Muslim. You're still a theist. You would just be a theist that is a Christian. And the same goes for the non-theist side. You would be a non-theist that is an atheist, or a non-theist that is an agnostic, or a non-theist that is a theological non-cognitivist. Meaning, yes, of course I lack a belief in a God, and for atheism, it would be, of course I lack a belief in a God, but I also go further to say that no meaningful God or gods exist. And this is about belief. An agnostic would say the same thing. I lack a belief in a God, but I also believe that a God or gods can't be known or isn't known.
Well, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Bernie.
Are you over? Oh,
Yeah.
all
Yeah,
right.
go ahead, Bernie.
Well, that last point is particularly I don't know how to put it, unrefined maybe. It's because what you're doing is you're saying, well, an agnostic is the same thing as an atheist, which they're not.
I'm not.
They are absolutely in different categories.
They are in different categories, yes.
Because atheism asks the question, do you believe in a God? Agnosticism, well, it's an answer, actually, not asking. It's an answer to the question, do you believe that there's a God? Agnosticism answers the question, do you know that there is a God?
That's not true, Bernie.
Knowledge is a subset of belief.
That's not true. But let me explain this, Bernie, real quick, because you've gone through so many different things. You've kind of gished up all over the place. You went from the etymology of the word, which we didn't even get a chance to address. Which, by the way, the original word for atheism was atheos, without Greek gods. It was attributed to Christians, right? So the Christians were the atheists. So the word has changed over periods of time. That's the original meaning, was actually atheos, without theos or the Greek gods. But anyways. I am agnostic. I'm a temporal agnostic, so is Xbox. So we can kind of speak on this. You're right that atheism and agnosticism are two different positions, but not for the reasons you think. You're the one, if you accept this lack of belief, right? This lack of belief for position, you're the one that's actually making agnosticism and atheism the same. Because that's the political agenda of people like Aaron Ra, who I love to death. Aaron's been here many times. I've discussed this with him many times. I adore Aaron. I really do. But I disagree with him vehemently on this particular issue. But I understand his reasoning for it. He wants to make it for political demographics to have more people listed under atheism by including agnostics, skeptics, and other things. I get that. But it's not a knowledge claim. Agnosticism doesn't have anything to do with a knowledge claim. What it's saying is that I don't know how to answer the question. So you talk about the knowledge. The knowledge is I don't know how to answer the proposition, does God exist? So what I do is I suspend judgment on it. Now there's other versions like Xbox here, who's a Huxleyan agnostic, that he'll actually say, I don't think there's a way we can ever know if God exists or not. In fact, he asserts there's no way to know. That's his claim, right? And he has a very high burden of justification for that claim, but he's willing to take up upon him. So
one is a knowledge claim, and the other is a belief claim.
No.
Knowledge and belief are not the same.
Well, knowledge is a subset
Knowledge
of
is
belief.
a subset of belief.
Belief claim about the knowledge that you have.
Exactly.
They're all
Knowledge implies belief.
Whoa, that's loud, Frank. Damn, good mic. What do you want, a Blue Yeti turned up to Ronnie levels? I mean, you got that the maximum true empiricism scale?
It's louder or low?
It's loud.
loud.
I don't know why it is.
You have a boom
I don't know.
any voice? I don't know.
Is there a way to reduce my volume?
Yeah.
Can
Can I step you through it real quick on the side? I'll step you through it on the side there, Frank, so they can keep talking.
Okay. If you look on the screen here, for, Bernie, who has this up right now? Is this Xbox? Okay.
Yeah.
Xbox has a little, well, it's not really a Venn diagram, but you can kind of see where it's going with it. there's the main category of theism. Would you agree that anybody who believes in God falls under theism? Would you agree with that?
Yeah,
Okay.
I
Good.
would.
Good. So anybody who's not a theist would automatically fall into the not theist category. Would you agree with that? Simple dichotomy. What's
I
the
suppose so.
what's the logical negation of theism? Not theism, right? That's the antithesis, correct? Okay, so in the non-theistic position, right?
Well, hold on.
Okay.
Here, let me stop real quick.
Sure.
Atheism, in the etymology, never meant, and a has not always. It does not always mean not
Right.
or without. Right. So atheism is not the same thing as non-theism.
Correct. So where's this disjunction failing from theism and not theism? It's a direct logical negation. Theism, not theism. Car, not car. Chair, not chair. That's what a negation is. Okay. So not theism would be a direct logical negation of theism. So in not theism, you have subcategories. Would you agree that under not theism, every one of those categories, including atheism, agnostic, Huxley agnostic, theological and cognitivist, atheism, skepticism, all would lack a belief because they're all non-theist? Would you agree with that?
I guess I have to.
Okay. Well, they all lack a belief because they're not a theist, right? If you had a belief, you'd be a theist. So they categorically all have a non-belief. So if I ask you the question, do you believe in God, and you answer me, well, I just lack a belief in it, can you point to which one of those things in the circle there, which that applies with? It applies to all of them. How do I know which you are? If you just say you lack a belief, you could be agnostic, you could be an atheist, you could be an atheist. How do I know? You're not telling me what your belief is. You're telling me what you lack a belief, and that doesn't answer the question. It's like me asking you, what sport do you like, and you telling me you don't like baseball. Great, I know you don't like baseball, but it doesn't tell me anything about what you do like.
The definition of atheism is not that you lack a belief in. It's like saying, well, because it doesn't tell us much. It's exactly like saying because it doesn't tell us much, it can't be the definition. It can't possibly be this way. What that is an appeal to consequence. No, if the definition.
What?
That's not what appeal to consequence is, but that's okay. Let him go. That's not what appeal to
Follow it the
consequence
other
is.
way around. If you ask, say I'm a Christian, and you came across and you said, "What are you?" and I said, "I'm a theist." What information have I given you besides told you I am in a category of people who believe in a God?
It's still an appeal to consequence. You're saying that because this consequence, this would lead to this consequence, this can't be true.
That's not
Well,
my.
yeah,
That's not my
it is
argument.
true.
That's not the argument at all.
That's exactly
And I'll
Also,
show you
can wait.
that.
I have
And I
I
don't
have
think
one
you answered my
request from
question.
this. Can he stop yelling?
Yeah, you don't need to yell. We can hear you just fine, Bernie. It's not an appeal to consequence. This is actually what's called sufficient and insufficient reasons. Okay, it has nothing to do with consequentialism. Okay, absolutely nothing. It's showing you what's a better definition. Again, if you just lack a belief, all you're doing is it's telling you you're a non-theist. That's it. Okay? It's if I say, what religion are you? And you say you're a theist. Does that tell me what religion you are? No. And
It
so...
doesn't even tell me what kind of God you believe in.
Yeah, exactly. And so it's not incorrect to say you lack... Well, let me finish. It's not incorrect to say you lack a belief, but that's the very broad definition because all atheists do lack a belief. That is true. But the narrow definition is, okay, you lack a belief, but you also assert that God does not exist. That's your belief, right? You assert that you believe that God does not exist, that you don't accept any theistic positions. That's what the narrow definition is. Now, by that definition, right, it also includes the broad one, right? It also includes that you lack a belief, but it also tells us what your actual theological position actually is as well. Now, do you see the difference?
the definition of atheism, according to most dictionaries and according to most atheists, is lacking in a God or God.
Well, that's not
It's
true
too broad.
actually. Well, first of all, no. Only colloquial.
Don't dictate words.
Only dictionaries, only colloquial dictionaries will tell you that it's just lack of belief. If you go to any philosophical textbook, 90% of them will tell you it's an assertion.
Yeah, I promise you, if you add lack
Oxford,
of belief
Stanford.
I promise you, if you add lack of a belief to a God to any well-founded philosophical arguments or stances, you're going to have a huge problem and lose every one of those arguments.
And let me demonstrate why what your position that most atheists feel this way. We probably have. I mean, could somebody get a guess real quick of how many atheists we probably have in the Great Debate community? I would say the majority. Would you say that? Maybe 75%? I'm making up a number, but I mean, just help me out here.
I have no idea. I don't know everyone.
Well, Scott and Xbox have been around for a while. Would you say that the majority are atheists?
The 75% sounds like a reasonable ratio.
Okay, and I would say out of that, I still have about 4 or 5 people that just won't accept this argument. Right, heretic is one of them. Nestlig is another one. But for the vast majority, atheists. Well, Xbox is atheist, but who's here? Frank, you're an atheist, aren't you? So you accept. Scott, you're an.
I am.
Yeah. Oh,
I am.
Max,
And
you are.
the way these
So-
terms, especially in philosophy, get used is how people use the word, what they mean by the word, not just the words coming out of their mouth. But if you were to walk up to someone and ask them, do you believe in a God or are you an atheist? They're going to mean something more than just lack of a belief in a God. They may say, I just lack a belief in a God, which is fine under some circumstances, right? So if a Christian come up to you and say, what do you believe? And you say, well, do you believe in my God? You're going to say, well, I lack a belief in your God. And then you're going to give reasons why. But these are about specific gods, so these have places. But if you're talking about, if someone comes up and asks you, what do you believe? Are you a theist? Just saying, I lack a belief, just saying I'm not a theist. You just put yourself in this category, but they're not sure. You haven't answered really the question further.
Yeah, and
Like no specificity to what you're asking.
I'm gonna hang on a
Just
second.
like if they came and said, "Are you a theist?"
Hang on a second, Bernie. We're gonna get Scotsman and Matt and deflating. Hang on, Bernie. You're on an Android, so again, if you talk when someone else is talking, nobody's gonna hear you. But we're gonna get.
And I'll keep trying to mute when I'm not
we're
talking.
gonna get Scotsman, Matt, and deflating atheism here in a second. But let me real quick kind of add more to that, Bernie. That if an atheist just wants to say they lack a belief, that is no different than a theist saying I lack a belief in the non-existence of God. It's exactly the same thing, only to the contrary, right? It's the exact same type of trying to get out of a justificatory burden, which is really strange. Which is really strange because atheists have a very low justificatory burden. It's not that hard to discharge. I could give you multiple ways of properly discharging it, and why they don't want to accept it and run with it is really still surprising to me, because most theists wanted that justificatory burden. Matter of fact, they're commanded. Christians are commanded to spread the word of the gospel and to preach about God. They have to have that burden of justification, and they're willing to accept it. Props to them for that. But anyways, real quick, hey, Deflating Atheism, welcome to our hangout. I will get back to you in 1 second if you don't mind, but I wanted to welcome you.
Holy crap. I didn't expect him to actually come along.
Oh, I've invited him before. He's like, yeah, I'm here, baby. Okay, but Scotsman Matt, hey, it's been a while since you've been around, dude. You said in the live chat, I was interested. You said you had a way to demonstrate that even lacking belief has a burden, and I agree with you, but maybe not for the same reasons. I'm not sure, so I want to hear what you had to say on that real quick.
Yeah, it doesn't matter whether someone defines himself as a lacteist or atheism is just having a lack of belief in God, and I'm such an atheist. And then you say, okay, so is your atheism rational? If they want their atheism to be rational, there needs to be a reason why they lack a belief in God. If they say they don't have a reason, they're declaring their atheism, in inverted commas, to be irrational. And if they give a reason or try to give reasons for their lack of belief, such as there's insufficient evidence or no evidence for God, or all the evidence I've been presented with so far has not been persuasive, then that carries with it a burden of evidence. You can say, well, okay, so you say there's insufficient evidence, that's your reason. What evidences have you considered? Then they have to say, well, I've looked at this, and this, and here's the reasons, and right away they're having to give, they've got a justificatory burden to demonstrate why the proposed lines of evidence aren't persuasive or don't constitute evidence, or don't present them with reasons to believe in God. So it doesn't matter how you define it. You can get a justificatory rebuttal from even those who claim to be atheists, but define that as having a lack of belief.
Okay, I think we're on the same page on that then. Yeah, I agree with you wholeheartedly that, any doxastic position requires a burden. And again, we've already explained that the burden of justification does not mean that you actually have to give evidence for your claim that proves your claim. It just means you have to give evidence as why you believe that. There are different types of burden of justifications in play here, obviously. But yeah, if you deny somebody's claim, if you reject it, you need to give reasons as to why. And an atheist is rejecting the proposition of God exists. It's rejecting theism. Would you not
Only
agree,
if you
Scott?
want to be rational.
Yeah,
Only if
okay,
you want to be
fair
rational.
enough, right? Yeah, no, I admit there could be a rational theist, there could be a rational atheist. Rationalism, to have a rational position, you'd be able to justify it. Doesn't mean your conclusion is right. It just means that you're rationally justified in accepting your conclusion to yourself. Would you agree, Scott?
Yeah, it means you're prepared to give reasons for what you believe. And as soon as you start to give those reasons can be questions, can be challenged,
Sure.
and you have to justify your reasonings, and lack theism is just a way it's just a stepping stone away from the burden of evidence is still going to come upon them.
Right. Okay, thanks, Matt.
Hey, Steve.
Yes, Max.
Atheist is more open and honest.
Yes, Max.
Steve, I don't know if you already went over it, but from what I'm hearing, what the guy you're trying to convince said is pretty much what I used to believe, but somehow you convinced me because, I asked because you said something, and then, it's actually pretty easy, so...
Yeah, I've persuaded a few people on this, to say the least. I mean, if I can get people out of younger creationism, this is cakewalk to really convince people if they actually listen to the arguments. The problem we had earlier is that Bernie here was not listening to what anybody was actually telling him. He was doing the same, or somebody else was doing the same thing the other day with myself and Sock Account. They were not really listening to the argument and not addressing the points being made. That's not how you really do a dialectic, right? You can't have two interlocutors that are talking about something where one is making arguments and the other one's just throwing shit against the wall and seeing what sticks, right? It doesn't work too well. But anyways, okay, go ahead real quick before I get DA in here. What?
And I have to tell you, I consider myself pretty smart and catch on to things pretty quickly. Ozzy and I, this is where I've learned how, and finally putting in a diagram. Ozzy and I probably took 4 or 5 times of him explaining this to me and how it works and the ins and outs and where the burden lies, even if you're claiming just this category of non-theism or non-theist. And so I give a little leeway to people that don't grasp it the first time.
I do too. Dude, I will spend a lot of time trying to explain it to them. I think the best thing people can do is go watch Ozzy's video with Aaron Ra on this particular topic on what's called The Place, or the New Covenant group with Dr. Jones, who, by the way, should be joining us sometime next month, hopefully. So brilliant discussion they had with each other. And as much as I love Aaron, this is the one thing that I do disagree with him on, and of course I accept what Ozzy is arguing. But anyways, deflating atheism as the there's a lot of theists in the room, but as one of the more vocal theists next to Matt Bell, do you believe that atheists have a burden of justification?
See, I think the question is poorly formed, and I think it's poorly formed in a way that causes no end of confusion in these sorts of debates.
How would you word it?
Well, because, and it's something that causes a lot of, I think it's something atheists use to kind of trip up theists. But I always make this point again and again and again. No one has a burden of proof or a burden of justification by virtue of what they believe. They have that burden by virtue of what they claim to be true.
What?
I think that's a very important distinction.
So by virtue of assertion.
Yes.
I disagree. I disagree.
Nonsense.
I think
I do disagree as well.
I don't think anybody here that's going to agree with that.
Yeah,
That seems awfully odd.
I should have reasons, good or bad, for anything I believe.
Yeah, the whole thing for a burden of justification is not that it has to comport with reality, not that it has to be true, but why do you hold that doxastic position? Would everybody agree with
Wait
that?
a minute.
Can I throw in a follow-up
you
question?
believe something,
Yes.
if you say I have a belief, you're saying that's a truth claim. I believe
it is.
this is the case.
Well, it's a truth claim
hold
to your
on,
belief.
but even
yes.
if you-
Yes.
Hold on,
Hold on, but
please.
even
I
if you
could just
don't...
ask- I think I have a clarifying question. Deflating atheism. would you say that you view the burden of proof as a social burden as opposed to an intellectual burden?
Yes.
Okay, so I think we're actually kind of talking about different categories of what we mean. In a conversation, yeah, if you don't assert a position, you don't have a burden to justify it. I agree that that's a social position that makes sense. But from an intellectual position...
Okay, can I just say this? I'm going to say something that's going to sound really silly. But, if you say, Joe Schmo as an atheist or me as a theist, if we have a burden of proof simply by virtue of what we believe, to whom are we supposed to justify ourselves?
Yourself.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, what about justifying it to yourself? Like, you just believe things because you think them to be true, and that's it.
Are you familiar with the gentleman?
Okay, well, I have a much more laissez-faire attitude. Apparently, I think.
Well, this has actually been said around the 2nd and 3rd century. I believe it was Sextus Empiricus that actually kind of formulated more the burden of justification when it came to epistemics, because when he was, if you ever heard of the problem of the criterion about the problem with knowledge? Okay, he wanted to come up with what it means to actually know something. There's different types of theories of knowledge: justified true belief, right? Justified reliable true belief. There's different ways we can think things to be true, right? Would you agree with that? What is knowledge? What do we consider to be knowledge? Right? You're familiar with the Gettier problems?
No.
Okay. A lot of theists that we run into, a lot of them accept what's called justified true belief, meaning that
yes.
Yeah. Okay. So the knowledge is considered to be knowledge if it's true, and that they're justified for holding that, right?
Yes.
Okay. But the Gettier problems actually show weaknesses in the JTB model, that we don't actually know certain things under certain circumstances. So another model that people use is what's called reliable true belief, and that's one I follow. But that has its own separate issues. Don't get me wrong. There's no one perfect system. But what we're talking about is not the knowledge so much, but is why do you hold a particular belief? Why are you a theist? You don't have to prove to me that theism is true. You don't have to prove to me that God exists. You only have to give a reason why you are a theist. And you know what? You only have to give it to yourself. Nobody else can be around. You still have that justificatory burden. To be a rational thinker.
Okay.
To make a quick point, because I think this is kind of salient to where we're going, and it's a question that I've asked people who say they're atheists, but it's because they haven't been given any evidence to prove. And the question I normally follow up is, what's the difference between an agnostic and an atheist in that position?
Well, they would say that atheism means that you're not asserting that God doesn't exist, which is not what agnosticism is. That's not what Thomas Huxley had invented the term for.
Yeah, a lot of people make this huge mistake that atheism is about a belief and agnosticism is about knowledge, which is, they are claims about knowledge and they are claims about belief, but they are not separated. And as agnostic is not saying, I know X, Y, and Z, and an Huxleyan agnostic is not saying, I know X, Y, and any agnostic is not saying, I know X, Y, and Z. It's still a belief claim. They're saying, I believe the knowledge of X, Y, and Z. So like Steve's stance would be, I believe that a god or gods can't be known or isn't known, whether it exists or not, one way or the other.
Huxleyan
agnosticism still belief claim.
Huxleyan agnosticism makes a positive claim to knowledge.
Yeah, that they can't know.
The Huxleyan agnostic would take it further than what Steve says and would say, I believe that it can't be known one way or the other.
And I don't hold to that because I'm not a Huxleyan agnostic. I think it's a little bit higher justification than I want to try to even try to discharge,
it's a
right?
That's a hard position to defend.
Yes, it is.
I don't even know that I completely hate it, but I can defend it pretty well.
Right, but people have asked, why? Real quick, people have asked why, why if you lack a belief do you still have a justificatory burden? Simple. If I say, what sport do you like, and you say you don't like football, then the next follow-up question is, okay, why don't you like football? You justify your answer. Same thing. Why don't you have a belief? I mean, anything you can answer as to why you hold a particular belief, whether it be you don't believe in something, you do believe in something, requires a burden. It's not that complicated. But you got to separate it from what's called argumentation theory. Argumentation theory is when you have two people having a debate, and you both present your arguments, okay? Or you have one person that gets up in stage and they say, "Look, I have falsified general relativity," and they have all the onus on them at that point to demonstrate they have falsified it. Nobody in the audience there has to give a reason why they believe or don't believe, right? That's a type of argumentation theory that exists. That's not what we do in the Great Debate community. That's not what we're talking about when we ask somebody, "Do you believe in God?" When you say to somebody,
That's why it's debate.
well, it's called a debate community, but who here really debates? I've done 2. I think Matt probably likes to debate more than anybody here, but debate means to actually have discussions more than anything else. But formal debates, most of us generally don't do very many. I've done 2, and how many have I won? Oh yes, 2. How many have I decimated my opponent? Oh yes, 2. One of them actually left Young Earth Creationism after my debate with him. Can't beat that, right?
Wayne? Yeah.
Yeah, Wayne. So I think that's a pretty good feather in my cap. But,
I mean, I don't believe in miracles, but Wayne, didn't expect that.
yeah, well,
And to those critics out there that bitch about us having this conversation about the linguistics of it and definitions and things, fuck them, because I think this is something that a lot of new people coming into the community get mistaken, and it starts muddying down the waters, and you get confusing with what arguments you're using. And I don't think bad of them. I just think they're not informed enough, and I think having this over and over to point this, not every day obviously, but to point them to this is a great help to the community.
We probably had 100 people come into the community since last time we've talked about this. That's a significant amount, right? So, we're going to be up to 1,000 by the end of the year, so that's pretty good.
Okay,
but you can avoid the semantic argument by just arguing the point that everyone seems to agree on, that regardless of how you define atheism, lacktheism, or strong atheism, you have a burden of evidence. So just move to the burden of evidence for someone who says, "I lack belief," and they're in shit because they don't have any fucking.
Yeah, no, I agree. But the problem is they've been indoctrinated to think that lack of belief isn't require any justification.
By whom?
Matt Dillahunty,
yes, exactly.
Yeah, and I don't get me wrong. I love the atheist experience. Don't get me wrong. I do watch the show. I'm still going to have Jennifer Peoples on soon. Matt Dillahunty, liked my video that I did on true empiricism. So I mean, I was talking to Phil Session, a couple weeks ago with Aaron Ra. So I mean, I do like them, but I disagree with Matt on this vehemently. He has, how many times has he talked to Ozzy about this? And I think Ozzy encircles him.
Coming around.
I think he is coming around a little bit too. I think Ozzy even said he might be kind of breaking that
the
veneer
null
on him.
hypothesis is valid. I mean, you can say, I don't have any obligation to believe in a supreme being until you provide sufficient evidence for one, and until then, I remain uncommitted.
Well, that actually, though, the problem with that is the definitive argument from ignorance.
Yeah.
No, but again, you can just say
what it means. That is what an argument.
No, it's a null. But you can hypothesis.
No, it's
you can
that
just
is an argument for ignorance.
The null hypothesis is not an argument from ignorance.
I don't think the null hypothesis.
The null hypothesis only holds in the absence of evidence. So anyone who says, "I'm going with the null hypothesis," you just present them with the 40 or 50 arguments for the existence of God, and they have to demonstrate the insufficiency of them.
Yeah, you haven't given any evidential arguments.
Of course I have. I mean, I've got 40,
you haven't.
I've got 40 or 50 on my. I can point you to 40 or 50 of them.
Argument different than evidence.
Guys,
go ahead, Max. Go ahead, Max.
You should have a hangout.
I gave the floor.
Oh my God.
Matt, I gave the floor to Max. I gave the floor to Max because he's on a phone and he's very hard to hear. So if I give the floor to somebody, please relinquish the mic to them. Go ahead, Max.
Yes, please. Yeah.
I hate to interrupt everyone, but I think deflating atheism is here for a reason. We kind of got off topic from the question we asked him. I mean,
have you been in one of my hangouts?
Let's try to rephrase it a bit.
We get off topic all the time, but
I know, but I've been in a lot of your hangouts, but
yeah,
but
here's the thing.
I agree. We should go back to
we
we have him here. And all
I will. I'm going to get back to D in a second. But the argument from ignorance, Brenda, is that you hold X to be true because nobody's proved that X is false. And so if I say I assume atheism is true because you can't prove atheism is false. That's the argument position you're taking. That is definitively an argument from ignorance. So be careful of that. I'm telling you that's what it is.
Atheism isn't true or false.
Well, yeah, it's
course it is.
it's a proposition.
No, it isn't.
Yeah,
No, it's not.
Yeah, you're Brenda.
Atheism is not a proposition.
It is
It's
a
a belief
proposition.
about a proposition.
It's
If the proposition is you believe no God
proposition is-
exists or no meaningful God exists, that sure as shit can be true or false.
yeah, you can turn it into
Yeah, the
a
proposition is
really.
God
That's not
exists.
that's some atheists. That's not all of atheists.
Okay, well,
The proposition
Okay.
They
is
don't have a proposition.
However you
this
like.
is the proposition. This is the proposition. There is a God. The
That's the
theist,
proposition.
the theist affirms that proposition. The atheist denies that proposition. There's a proposition there that makes one either a theist or an atheist.
and the negation
The
is the
theist
proposition.
doesn't.
It's
The
just a negative.
atheist doesn't.
Brenda,
the atheist doesn't-
Brenda, hang on, stop. We're gonna get back to D8 because D8 doesn't come around that often, and Brenda, you're just wrong on this. Just we can explain it to you again
no,
later.
I'm
but
not.
but you are. I guarantee it. Everybody in here. Will
How
explain
about we
to you
just
in
bring
time.
it back later
But,
on and
yeah,
talk
we'll come
with
back
Chris?
to it. Let's just table it for now.
Okay.
But
Okay.
Okay. So, but does everybody understand what argument for ignorance is, Matt? I mean, you're pretty
I
pretty
do.
versed in this. Did Brendan not commit an argument for ignorance right there?
Yeah, but the null hypothesis is something used in science, and
Yeah.
you couldn't say, that basically, I wouldn't refer to the null hypothesis in science as a way of evaluating hypotheses as being an argument from ignorance. But if you use it outside of science, then you are affirming that X hasn't been proven. There's no evidence for X, therefore X is false. There's
Which
no
is an
evidence
argument for
against
ignorance.
X.
Yeah.
That is the argument from ignorance.
Yeah, the null hypothesis
Yeah.
is used in science
Not
only to
the claim
determine.
to make.
I don't like this null hypothesis.
null
that
hypothesis
Simply
is
not the argument. That's simply you're misrepresenting my
The
position.
null hypothesis is simply used in science to determine whether we can accept the claim of the hypothesis. If you can't reject the null hypothesis, then you can't be statistically significant to say that you can accept the claim of the hypothesis. That's all we use the null hypothesis for. If we can reject it or not. Right? Would you all agree? So you can avoid the type 1 and type 2 errors? That's it. But anyways,
Hey, I passed science, so yeah.
yeah, okay. Everybody's had stats. All right, so deflating atheism. So are you kind of understanding?
I want to say something pursuant to the null hypothesis there.
Sure. Okay.
I think it's important because, again, this always gets thrown in. The null hypothesis is a methodological assumption. It is not an ontological assumption,
Yes.
which is
methodological.
especially important because it's not necessarily a rational assumption.
Why
let's
would it
say
be
I
ontological? Why would anybody
let's say
consider it to be ontological? Of course, it's methodological. Why is that a problem? We use it in determining the probability of something being valid.
Well,
or
because-
not.
Yeah, well, because
Again,
people are,
if it's used in
Okay,
if
you
it's
guys
used
can't-
in science,
Max,
then it
you
would
guys
be a
can't talk-
methodological thing.
You can't.
Yeah, and you're dealing with metaphysical high-end, so I'm not sure it would fit right here. But
Yeah, but-
let's get on to that
my
later.
point.
Like,
Can I finish my point?
Yeah. Go ahead, please.
It's because if you're going to it's not, you can't use it to judge the rationality of a claim or how justified a claim is. Let's say I perform an experiment and I find that there's a correlation between the administration of a certain drug and a certain effect. Now, let's say somebody else tries to reproduce my experiment. Now, it would be rational to believe that yes, this drug has this effect, but what is their null hypothesis? Their null hypothesis is still that the drug does not correlate with this particular effect.
No, that's not what. No. The null hypothesis would be that the drug didn't have an effect. That's the null
Yeah, that's
hypothesis.
what I'm saying.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
So
Even though it would be rational,
The null hypothesis.
even though it would be rational to believe it does.
Okay.
The null hypothesis.
It can justify belief, but the null hypothesis is still that the drug does not have X effect.
Right, and if we can reject if whatever your p-value is, usually it's like 0.05, right? So if you can get within less than that, and you have a significant warrant to reject that null hypothesis, then in science we can say we can accept the claim tentatively, right? It's all provisionally, right? But it's reason enough to say there's enough evidence to say this drug actually does something.
The null hypothesis is that there is no necessary causal relation between two correlates.
That's not the null hypothesis.
Yeah, I don't know what the hell you're talking
you
about,
have two
Brenda.
correlate. You have a correlation between two.
That's not the null hypothesis.
The null
The null
hypothesis is the hypothesis
Literally
that's
what it
opposite of
is.
the claim. You
oh,
said,
can we please get back on
Yeah,
topic?
yeah,
and then
Brenda, you're
we
kinda
can come
derailing
back and
this,
readdress
seriously.
all this.
let's get
I'll
back-
take a
yeah.
note so that we don't forget.
And
that.
is not even applicable to the issue of God's existence in any case.
Okay, so but deflating atheism. So, you can't. You're right in one thing. We can't use scientific methodology in philosophical claims. Okay, nobody here accepts scientism. We don't think that the scientific method is the be all end all way to gain knowledge, right? To acquire some kind of epistemological framework. Nobody here, I think, accepts that.
Well, even if you do accept it, the null hypothesis still doesn't do what some atheists seem to want it to do.
The atheism and null hypothesis have nothing to do with each other, and I'm tired. But what happens is, like, Brenda's an atheist, but she's one of those atheists that we actually argue against because she promotes a very poor understanding of atheism and very poor understanding of science.
Yes.
This is why we have these types of hangouts, to show good arguments for both theist and atheist, right?
Which brings us back to the point.
Let me finish. I'm an apatheist when it comes to being online. I don't really give a shit if God exists or not, so much as I want to have better argumentation. I want people to argue better.
Right.
I have seen
Do you believe in God?
I've seen
Right, we want to elevate the arguments.
I've seen
Do you
Either
believe in God?
side.
Do you believe in God?
I've seen shitty arguments from both sides, right? Atheists have really, really bad arguments. So do theists in some cases, right? So this is to explain to people how to have better argumentation. An atheist who just says they lack a belief is a poor way to have an argument. That's what it really boils down to.
Do you believe in
Right,
God?
we can elevate these arguments from both sides. We stop muddying the water, and we can actually get to a truth if there's a truth there.
Yeah. So
If the answer to the question is,
Okay,
do you
wait.
believe in God, is no, then you're an atheist.
not necessarily. I don't.
Not necessarily.
I don't. No, it's not. I lack a belief in God, but I'm not an atheist.
That's what it is.
Well, Brenda, you're wrong. You're just simply wrong.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. I mean, I lack a belief in God because I'm in the non-theist category. Anybody who's not a theist is a non-theist. Right? We've already been
I lack
over
a belief in God, and I don't believe in a God. So there's
Agnostics
a
lack a
difference.
belief in God. They're not atheists. Skeptics, or skepticism, true skepticism. No.
Well, a lot of them go by the kind of false etymology that an atheist is simply an atheist.
Right.
It's like,
We've explained that. Yeah, we just went over that before you came in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's kind of what we're here for.
The is the Greek is it not?
That's the etymological fallacy.
That's
Is
it.
it- isn't
It is. It's the etymological fallacy.
And we have no good reason to think that the etymology meant not or without.
Yeah.
There's,
But we do know what
we
the
don't
original-
have enough of that
No.
context for that
Pretty
knowledge.
sure we have good reasons to believe it means not.
No.
Speak to a linguist.
Okay.
They'll
Wait a
give
minute.
you
Even
Not
if-
and
reason
without.
that that's not the case.
Yeah, you guys can't
Even
talk
I
if
over
think the
in-
history. I think the history
minute.
pretty well shows it is.
Even if in
atheism
the
is a
wait a minute.
formation that was
Even
coined.
if
All right,
Even
Brenda and
if-
Matt, you guys
Wow.
are talking over each other. Let's try to maintain some
Even-
decorum here. Wait a second. I'm not
even-
done yet, Matt. I'm
Oh
not
my
done
God.
yet. Brenda, you can't just interrupt people, and you have to wait for your turn because you're just kind of asserting things, and you're just blatantly throwing them out there, not getting a person a chance to respond to why your argument it may be invalid. Wait, right? So Matt, go ahead. I mean, I know what the word atheism comes from. The etymological root of it is atheos, meaning without gods. It was attributed to Christians, not people that didn't believe in God. But go ahead, Scott. Matt.
Even if the original Greek understanding of the word atheism, and even if the semantic history of the word meant that, it doesn't follow that that's current usage. That's the etymological fallacy.
Correct,
It's
correct.
saying
Genetic fallacy.
that's
Correct.
the etymological fallacy.
Yeah, it's not
because-
genetic fallacy is saying that something's wrong because of the source. Etymological fallacy is the source is the root of a word. That's the etymological
Right.
fallacy. So
Right. So I think it follows both. Yeah.
yeah.
Okay, can we just ask the basic question again?
Which is Max?
Okay, it was to deflating atheism. Deflating atheism. So you agree, yes or no, that an atheist has a burden of proof?
I still don't like that, quite honestly.
Does a theist have a burden of proof?
It seems like we're talking about two different things. I said, who to whom do we have to justify our beliefs? And you told me to yourself.
Okay.
Right.
And that seemed like an ethic.
Yeah, let's say.
That seemed like an ethic of belief.
Well, to yourself,
Okay, but there was something that led up to that.
or to the
There was
place,
something that
or
led
to
up
the,
to that.
or
Okay.
to your interlocutor that you're claiming that the case.
or to other rational human beings if you're claiming your belief or lack of belief is rational.
Yeah, I mean, don't you ever have arguments to yourself to determine whether your thoughts are rational or not, whether your beliefs are rational? If you say that you
Yeah, it's called taking a shower.
if you have a particular doxastic position of deflating atheism, and you think about it and you're like, why do I have this position? You're trying to reason You're trying to be
Yes.
a rational thinker. So if you're a theist, you need to justify to yourself why you're a theist, to be rational. Same thing with an atheist.
Please don't try
Okay,
to
but let's ask. Hold on.
please don't try to present my position like I'm saying that's a bad thing, because that's not what I'm saying. But we're talking
we're not,
about
hold on.
different things. I'm talking about the very practical, the burden of proof as a practical principle, where if I want my debate opponent to believe X, I simply can't declare X to be the case. I have to present them.
We're not talking about that. That's a different burden.
That's not.
Yeah, hang on, Max. Hang on. But deflating atheism, that's a different burden. We're not talking about the burden of justification for the validity of the claim. We're talking about the burden of justification for your doxastic position. Big difference.
Right, how you came to this belief.
Things.
It doesn't matter whether it's true or not.
It doesn't matter whether it's true or not. Your claim could be complete bullshit, but are you reasoned to rationally to why you believe that claim? If you have a reasonable belief, then you are rational.
With anything I said.
Okay, so you do believe that to hold a belief, you have to justify it to yourself.
I think it's ideally yes.
Okay. Well, that's the question. I mean,
All right, then.
That's what a burden of justification is. Are you rationally
possible
taking
not
that
to.
position?
It's possible not to, but
Sure, but
ideally,
then you're irrational.
Well, yeah, you can hold it for irrational reasons.
Sure. Yeah, agreed. And by the way, welcome Onyx2K, my friend. Mithridates, I saw you drop in too, by the way. I'm not ignoring you. Dash, hello. So.
And again, let me clear. People can define words any way they wish.
I'm listening.
Just realize what's entailed with it. I'm currently editing that chart that I had it up a minute ago. But whenever you use terms like in this chart, you gain a lot of specificity with just one word. Instead of having to say, well, I'm an atheist, and then I'm this type of atheist, and I'm this type of atheist that believes this certain thing. It can all be summed up with one word. And these words have been around for a long time and are understood through philosophical talk, theological talk, all kinds of talk. And when you start changing these, which is your right, you also have to go through, some arguments are going to fail because of this definition. Some are going to have to be reworded for hundreds of years of deep thought and in philosophy. And are just going to have to be discarded or completely reworded. They're going to become a lot weaker. None are going to come stronger. Like
And that's a good point. It doesn't. These words in philosophy have a meaning behind them. The reasons why we choose the particular meanings. So
let me add real quick. The reason we choose these meanings, these words, these meanings, are because these are what people, like I said, no matter how they define them. If you come to a common man in the street and talk to them, no matter how they define them, if you actually examine what they're saying, they are saying things more like this chart. This is more of a common, this lack of a belief, whether if you use it to dodge, obviously, then it's just you burden shifting and running away. But some people use it out of ignorance and just don't realize the implications of it. But they can mean it however they want. But when you listen to them talk, they mean it a certain way. And most people mean it a certain way, no matter how they think they're defining it and things like that.
Right.
That's the way philosophy works. They take what you mean by what you're saying and then put it into their argumentation and their talk.
So Brenda thinks that all of us who actually think this way, which is pretty much every philosopher I've ever met, everybody that has a PhD that I know, everybody in the great debate community that knows about philosophy, and I'd say the vast majority of atheists that are in the great debate community think this way, but that she thinks that we're all idiots for thinking this way, and that's fine. I mean, anybody can think what they want. But so far, Brenda has never, in any time she's ever been in here on this topic, has ever addressed our actual arguments and actually addressed what we've been saying to her. She merely just asserts that atheism is a specific thing without understanding the consequences. And it's not consequentialism, but the consequences of changing words to, as you said, Xbox, water them down and make them less potent. What's that, Frank?
You ambiguate them.
Yeah, you're ambiguating them. You really are, because there's a reason why in philosophy atheism is defined the way it is, as a positive assertion, because it gets rid of any ambiguity of what your position is on the theological proposition of God's existence.
A positive assertion
right?
of what?
just to correct that, it was philosophers who came up with lack of belief. It was not people outside of.
That is true. That is,
came
no,
up with that.
Matt is correct. The lack of belief thing was more of a
Well,
but yeah.
If atheism is a positive assertion, then you can state that, can't you?
Well, atheism
you should be able to state it.
Atheism in philosophy is regarded unanimously as a positive assertion. In philosophy, that's what you want to do in the great debate.
Yes, I understand.
Well,
I understand. So it's a positive assertion.
Yes.
So quote unquote, please place within quotes what that positive.
God does not exist.
God does not exist. I believe God
It
does
is
not
not
exist.
that God exists.
That's an atheist. I believe
that
God
is
does not
that's
exist.
that's not atheism.
According to the philosophical view.
No,
It's like saying schizophrenia means multiple personality disorders.
You're mixing up non-theism.
Not how it is in the FCP. That's not it.
The proposition is
not it.
Atheism is a cognitivist view, so you believe that the word God makes sense. It's when you deny that God, which makes sense, exists.
Yeah, exactly, Frank. And Brandon, you just acknowledged that philosophically speaking, that's what the word atheist means.
Yeah, so it's like acknowledging schizophrenia means having a certain tendency to have these, whatever the psychological definition of schizophrenia is. But then in common usage, well, schizophrenia really means multiple personality disorder, when you have two personalities beating out in your head, when that's not the clinical definition, right? Like, yeah, sure enough, you can use the word atheism in common parlance to mean lack theist. You can use the word schizophrenia in common parlance to mean multiple personality disorder, but that's not "quote unquote" the proper usage of the term. It's at least when it comes to these kinds of conversations that we're having, but even more generally, I would argue, because you should seek to use words as more intellectual.
Yeah, it's very similar to like when a creationist tries to use the word theory, and they use some kind of definition in the Merriam-Webster about it being conjecture or whatever like that. It's the exact same thing because they don't understand what a scientific theory is. This is the same thing only in philosophy. And I've noticed a lot of people, instead of actually learning the term properly by actually going and reading about it in philosophical books, would rather just take a colloquial definition and go, oh, look, it means this. And I see that tactic used with militant atheists exactly like a creationist would do. And they don't see the parallel there, which is weird.
So I have a question then. Where would I go to get the proper definition of atheism?
An encyclopedia of philosophy.
There is no
philosophy,
but I don't like that word.
For philosophy, go look into any
philosophical.
Reword the question.
Do you accept the Stanford? Do you accept the Stanford?
Stanford. Yes. Stanford's encyclopedia of
yes.
It defines atheism as the rejection or the disbelief of theism.
It will make the distinction between negative and positive atheism because there are philosophers who will employ that. But it also uses,
for you, rejection is a positive belief.
Yes, you're asserting that something is not true. Yes. You need to give a justification on why that's not true.
You're rejecting. You're saying the proposition God exists is false.
Right.
Exactly. So no.
Yes, that's exactly what it
God
means.
Exists
it says atheism means
saying that a God exists in reality. And the way you're using atheism would say that a God does not exist in reality. That's a positive claim about reality.
Absolutely.
So I have a proposition. Let's talk proper propositions then. I have the proposition P, God exists. Right?
And the atheist affirms that's false.
And the theist affirms it's true, and the agnostic suspends judgment on the proposition.
So the atheist position is what? The proposition P is what?
God does not exist.
It's false.
It's false.
That's false. That is not atheism.
That is
atheism. Does not assert.
Brenda is right. That is not atheism.
Atheism does not assert that God does
philosophical atheism.
We're talking about philosophy. Hang on, guys. Hang on.
You complain about me not formally working this out, but then everybody talks over me.
That's why I said,
I have the proposition P, God exists. And then you're saying that atheism is the proposition P1.
No.
God does not exist.
The negation of
P1.
P1.
That's incorrect.
That's
not what's being said. You have the proposition. You have the proposition God exists. The theist affirms the theist affirms that as true. The atheist denies that as true, says it's false, and the agnostic says, I can't tell you because there's not sufficient evidence to make that conclusion.
So let me ask Brenda.
No, hold on. Can I make a point real quick?
Well, can I ask Brenda a real quick question, MP, real fast, and then I promise I'll get to you. Okay, Brenda, if I say the proposition is God exists, from your standpoint, do you affirm it or deny, or do you reject it?
I would reject the proposition.
That's an atheist
that
by
God
definition.
exists.
In philosophy,
yes,
that is
that's
what
I'm arguing for.
Then
you argue that God does not exist, or merely that it's not.
I reject the truth of the proposition P.
Right. That's
philosophical atheism.
Reject differently.
That's literally
yes.
That's literally philosophical atheism.
Yes, you don't fucking listen to a thing anybody says because everybody in Steve's fucking rooms talks over everybody else.
Okay.
That's
you need to chill out a little bit. You just agreed with us, and now you're getting upset.
No, I didn't. I
just
agreed with you.
You just said.
Can I maybe interject something?
Proposition is not the negation of a proposition.
I agree with Brenda.
Simple
100%.
logic.
I agree with Brenda 100%. And I think if you take it out of this theological discussion and just place it, and I hate to appeal to an analogy, but if someone asserts that there are space aliens living on TRAPPIST-1, and I say I don't believe that, then I am not then affirming that they don't live on TRAPPIST-1. I'm just saying I don't accept the claim that that there are.
MP, you're
and you guys are saying that I am affirming the claim that there are no aliens there.
Woolly-headed logic. I am the logical person in here. You're woolly-headed thinkers.
This is what Brenda's saying. This is a response to the claim that God exists or aliens exist. This is a fine response from an atheist, agnostic, or a theologian. This is a fine response. But this does not tell me whether her position is an atheist or whether her position is an agnostic.
I might not have one.
This is merely just a response to the person making the claim.
I might be an
agnostic. Right, exactly. That's the whole point.
Exactly.
You're rejecting what it's basically you're saying I don't believe the person.
No. I mean, I don't. I think the root of the problem is a proper understanding of what a proposition is, and a proposition is a statement that can take a true or false value. So if there's a proposition, and the proposition is God exists, and someone is affirming that, then they're taking that position. Yes, that proposition, it takes a truth value. If someone says it doesn't take a truth value, then they're an atheist. They're saying it's false. It does not have a truth value.
That's wrong. I don't have to accept the false truth value. He's wrong. Whoever says speaking is wrong.
How is that wrong?
If someone says something out,
because he's right that it has to have a truth. I don't care what you're saying. If tree is correct, if it has a truth or false value, but that doesn't mean I have to accept your truth value and assert that it's a false. If you say something is true and I say I don't believe you, that doesn't mean I'm asserting that it's false. I'm just saying I don't accept your truth value. Just like in my example, if there are aliens on TRAPPIST-1, that's a truth value. It's either true or false. But just because I say I don't believe it doesn't mean that it's false or doesn't mean that it's true. I don't agree with your truth claim.
Stop. This is why I started out with
totally correct.
I started this at the first of the hangout. There's two claims. There's one is a belief claim that I hold, and then there's one claim about the nature of reality.
Bringing in reality. I don't know anything about the nature of reality. What's happening is Brenda and MP are talking about one thing, and the rest of her are talking about something else.
Right. They're talking. They're
not seeing the differences here. They're literally talking about two different things.
They're not taking a position on the proposition. The proposition is God exists.
Yeah, I can take
propositions by definition have a truth or false value.
Yes, they're dichotomous.
The atheist is a person who takes the false value to the proposition God exists, and the theist is someone who takes the truth value. Everyone else outside of that is not in any of those categories. They're in the non-theist category.
Right.
I reject. I'm not going to make a statement on that.
Right.
For example,
you reject it, that must with the alien assert the contrary.
Which is fine.
With the
a rejection of a proposition is not an assertion of the contrary.
Yes, I don't see how this is not clear.
But MP, hang on.
Because they are emotionally attached. They're emotionally attached to their
Xbox,
irrational
Xbox,
beliefs.
hang on.
Out
Brenda
of,
and
out of
MP,
some
you're
some
not
kind
under-
of previous emotional commitment.
Okay,
Go
Brenda,
the hell out.
Xbox, we can't
I
hear
had
you.
this phone with
Xbox, we can't hear you. Stop.
family that I try to always
Xbox, we
be
can't.
on, you know what I mean?
Okay, Xbox. I don't know what you're saying here. MP and Brenda are talking about something completely different. They're talking about they're talking about something is of look at if I don't accept X, it doesn't mean that I mean Y is true, right? They're talking about something completely different. Yeah, okay, but that's not what we're talking about. This is what you two are both of you are not understanding about.
I'm saying that the rejection of X
will you let me
is
finish? Will you let me finish? Because I'm trying to suss this out because you both of you two are not understanding what we're saying, and then you're saying that we're not understanding what you're saying. I do understand what you're saying. You literally are saying just what I just said, okay? But that's not the topic of what we're saying. A proposition, as Matt points out, is dichotomous to the either being true or false, or you can suspend judgment on it or whatever, but the actual truth values can either be true or false. If you affirm the proposition, you are a theist. If you if you
don't
disaffirm,
disagree
you are
We
a
don't disagree.
atheist.
In
No,
the
well,
spirit of devil's advocacy, can I explain what I think the kind of folk definition of atheism is trying in its own kind of blunt, inarticulate way to get it.
Fuck you.
Hey, Brenda, seriously.
Thank you. That's not the first time I've
Brenda,
gotten that.
if you say that again, I will
So
really like I have before in the past.
I wasn't talking about.
I really
know if-
don't need trolling right now. I know Brenda likes to troll a lot, and I'll put up with a lot. But that was very
I don't think
disrespectful.
Brenda's trolling.
She's a troll.
I
was not
Brenda
the
is a
one
troll.
trolling.
Yeah, Brenda is a confirmed troll. Trust me.
No, I'm not.
Whether or not she does troll is a different question as to whether or not she is trolling.
Good.
I
Okay,
never
that's
troll.
true.
Whether or not
Since
she
she
has the past
has
troll.
trolled many times, I tend to think that she's
I
usually trolling.
never troll.
Okay. Oh, that's
Okay.
a lie. But whatever. Go ahead. Deflate me
You're
if you want.
you're just very poor at logic, Steve.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's fine, and I may not be, but I tell you, I know
You
people
are
that I
trolling.
know people that are actually
They're-
logicians, right? I mean, Uriah Christensen is a logician. Frank knows quite a bit about logic. Ozzy knows quite about logic. Alex Malpass knows a lot about logic. They all agree with me on this. So if I'm shitty at logic, that's fine.
Well-
but they all agree with me, so you're going to have to defend it to them.
Well, hold on.
I would
Steve,
like
Steve,
to
we don't,
have- I would like to have
we don't
that
want to hold on, Brenda.
Understand.
Steve, you don't want to go down that route because we start kicking out the Matt Delahunty's, Christopher Hitchens, all the great atheistic thinkers
Which
of
none
our
of them have a
times
degree in
agree with
logic.
us. So
None of them are
just because people
logicians.
agree with you doesn't mean that you're right.
But
the only thing I'm saying.
hang on, MP,
Hold on.
this is their
Just
field.
let me just say this one thing because because it's hard to get on the mic. I just want to say this one
right.
thing. It is true. What you guys have been saying, it is true. There is a dichotomy here about either it being true or false, but it's very similar to also like in court, how it is true that a defendant is guilty or innocent. He cannot be both at the same time. But we don't ask people to judge their innocence. We only ask people to judge guilt. So if I say, is the person guilty? If you say the person is not guilty, you are not affirming that you believe the person is innocent.
I agree.
You are just affirming that you don't believe guilt has been proven. In the
agree.
same way as with atheism, I am not affirming that God does not exist. I am just saying that I am not convinced in your position
That's
that
where you
you're
get-
saying
that's
that
where you
God
get
does exist.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
But that's where you get confused, MP. That's where you lose the thread. You're right up to that last point. You're very much right.
Yeah.
Right?
Atheism is a
Proportion-
position that God is not guilty of existing.
I posted in the side chat.
Exactly.
I posted-
Correct. He is not guilty of existing.
No,
I
that,
posted in the side.
that would be a
What
different
what
position.
we're saying is
altogether.
that that's not the proper usage of the word atheist.
Right.
Right there,
I
there is.
posted
Which-
I
which
posted in the
SCP
side chat a
SCP
very clear, a very clear explication by philosopher Theodore Drange on atheism, theism, non-cognitivism, and agnosticism. So you read there. First of all, does the sentence "God exists" express a proposition? If you say yes to that, and all theists and atheists say yes to that, then you're a cognitivist to that. Then the second question is the proposition that God exists true or false? You are a theist if and only if you say the proposition is true or probably true. You're an atheist if and only if you say that it is false or probably false. And you're agnostic if you withhold judgment.
Well, that's the thing because actually phrased that way, atheism is not a proposition about God. Atheism is a proposition about theism. About
Atheism
Exactly.
isn't even a proposition.
Well, no, that's not
Exactly.
necessarily. Hang on, that's not necessarily.
Exactly.
Okay, that's not necessarily
Atheism isn't a
true.
proposition.
and that proposition.
Atheism deals with the ontological nature of God. That's what it deals with. just like theism does. So it does deal directly with the nature of God's existence in reality. Okay, but
Hey, Steve, can I ask you something?
hang on, yeah, one second. But the propositions of God's existence is an ontological question. But go ahead, Mithridates.
Steve, you keep saying this is what atheist means, and then Brenda will say this is what it means. But putting the label aside, where is the logic that she and MP are using? Where is that wrong?
Sure, I'm talking about philosophical atheism, right? This is where we need to clarify. In philosophical atheism, how atheism is defined, what we're saying is true. And anybody can go validate that. That's not that difficult to go.
Yeah, but the question is, why aren't we use the philosophical usage?
Well,
over
that's
the,
a different question.
No, that wasn't my question.
That wasn't his question.
I'm saying muddying the water of a definition. I understand your argument about muddying the water with the definitions and the utility of one definition over the other. Putting that aside for a second, okay? If we all accept the words of usages, right? If we put the label definition aside and not say, oh, it means this, no, it means that. Where is Brenda and MP wrong about the approach? Where are they logically wrong?
In logic, right? We're not talking about legal. We're not talking about science. We're talking about logic. The proposition can only be evaluated to one of two outcomes: true or false. Okay? If a theist affirms that proposition, then the only other propositional thing that an atheist can have is the denial or the rejection of that. That's the only thing they can have. What other thing could an atheist have? If you're an atheist, regards to that proposition, if you can't be true, what do you have?
Supported or not supported? They're coming at it like a scientific perspective.
Exactly.
Which is the perspective that I come from. That is why they like the analogy of the
null hypothesis.
Null hypothesis.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And when Brenda was talking about the null hypothesis earlier, and y'all were saying, "What the fuck is she saying?" She was exactly right in the way she was saying.
When Brenda raised the null hypothesis earlier,
Matt was off on. Matt is using the analogy perspective, which you can't both hammer her for not using the exact definition, and then when she uses the exact definition, hammer her for that too. We're using it as like a metaphor, an analogy. You see what I'm saying?
What are you talking about?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I get your
when Brenda raised the null hypothesis, my response was the null hypothesis only holds in the absence of evidence. And there are many lines of proposed evidences that God exists. Now,
the null hypothesis.
Wait a minute. Given the many lines of evidence that the proposition God exists is true, the null hypothesis does not hold unless those lines of evidence are falsified. They're then removed from the table.
Matt, no. If you reject the null hypothesis, that's not the same thing as accepting the alternative hypothesis.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I never said that.
That's not. Yeah, that's true. But it does mean if you reject the null hypothesis, you accept the claim of the hypothesis, right, Myth? Does it not?
No.
Yes, that's what that's literally what it means.
I want to respond.
I'll give you.
I would like to.
Well, hang on.
I just want to respond to Steve's point.
We're all talking, and I want to suss this out real quick. Myth, if you have a claim for the hypothesis, right? The whole point of having the null hypothesis is to determine whether you can accept the claim of the hypothesis or not. If you fail to reject the null hypothesis, you can't say your claim is true or probably true.
That's the whole way of coming at it from a scientific perspective versus a philosophical one. If you do an experiment, right, and you use the null hypothesis, and Brenda was exactly right on the definition of it, by the way. If you reject the null, that does not necessarily mean that you're taking your hypothesis, your alternative hypothesis. In fact, the next paragraph, what you would say in your paper would be, so this evidence would support the idea that, or further support the idea that. So it's this kind of tentative inching in that direction.
No, I get it. I understand what you're saying. You're not taking the alternative hypothesis, but you're lending credibility to support your claim, though.
Matt is acting like it's true or false. It's this or that.
Well, no, it's not. It's not.
Hold on. I went out.
Oh my God.
Can I respond?
Hang on. Let me finish my train of thought here real quick. I agree with you, Myth. You're not saying that it's true or false. You're not. Just because you reject the null, you're not saying your proposition is true or your claim is true. You're letting probability that it's more likely the case that your claim is true. The hypothesis is true. You're lending evidence for it by rejecting the null. You're not saying that it's absolutely true. You're just accepting the claim tentatively and provisionally.
Or similar claims.
Or similar claim. Okay, that's fine. Go ahead.
Well, one thing I just want to clear something up, Steve. A couple of minutes ago, you said that it is absolutely for theism. Either God exists or he does not exist, and you said that God exists or he does not exist, and that would be a true dichotomy.
Well, it's a dichotomy, yeah. Mm-hmm.
given the word God.
And by rejecting the fact, if I reject the fact that God exists, there is the only proper position that's left is God does not exist, and I would have to accept that God does not exist as a positive belief claim. Is that not what you said?
Not so many words, but I think I would agree with that.
And that
if God does not if you say God, if it's either God or not God, right? Ontologically speaking, if he exists or not exist, it's a simple thing. You're removing one of the two conditions, right? One or the other. If God doesn't exist, or excuse me, if you say God does not, I'm trying to word this properly. If the position that God exists is wrong, then the only other thing that could be true is that God does not exist. Right? I would say it's pretty similar to a conjunction elimination. Right, Frank? If you have A and B and A is B is true, and you eliminate A B is true and vice versa, it's conjunction elimination.
If I have an argument,
I
think we all go ahead, MP. Go ahead, MP.
Yeah, I'm sorry. What I was trying to say is that I believe Matt and Steve do have a point that it is a true dichotomy that God either exists or he does not exist. But I think the reasoning behind it they're missing, and the reason why I keep saying that is because even in the legal example that I put forth, it is a true dichotomy that the person is guilty or innocent. He cannot be both at the same time, as in the example with theism, that God either exists or does not exist. But when we're asking the question, is the person guilty, and someone says he's not guilty, there is no affirmation of the negative of the dichotomy of that he is innocent.
Yeah,
it is only an evaluation of guilt, and that is what we are saying that atheism is. It is an evaluation of the theistic claim, not an evaluation of innocence.
You're defining reject as simply do not accept. Steve is defining reject as literally eliminate.
Yes.
So if Steve thinks that when you say reject, you're saying eliminate the option that God does exist. Well, if you've eliminated the option that God does exist, there's only one option left. However,
and that's wrong because I'm not saying that.
That's not wrong, MP. That's completely correct. If you have the elimination, right? If you have either God exists or God does not exist, and you eliminate one, the other must be true in philosophy, in logic. Okay. Now we're not talking.
But that's the same thing as saying
you're addressing two questions again.
You're thinking as a lawyer. You're thinking as a lawyer and not
I've been listening to all this. You're addressing two questions: whether it's reasonable to believe a God exists or not, or does a God exist in reality or not.
But MP,
you're addressing an objective
question. I've been meaning to say for a while.
Not that I was done like sentence wise.
Well, you kind of interrupted me, but that's okay.
I think we should. I think we should just move on.
Well, I wanted to address MP because I think MP
I would
can
be
actually...
ready to move on. I would be ready to move on.
Well, good. You can move on.
As finished.
But
as soon as you're finished.
Which we're not. But MP. So see, but you're thinking. See, here's the thing. We're talking about the elimination of the two conditions: guilty or not guilty. Okay. If he's whether not guilty or not guilty, whether he did the crime or he didn't do the crime. That's a better way of turning it. Either he did the crime or he didn't do it. Would you agree with that, MP?
But that wouldn't be guilty or not guilty.
We're not talking about guilty. This is why.
The truth of the problem.
No, but just to be clear, if you're saying he did the crime or did not do the crime, that's guilty or innocent.
No,
it's
not.
Guilty is evaluation whether there's evidence to prove guilt. Guilty or innocent is whether the person did the crime or did not do the crime.
But evaluation of the claim.
You guys are confusing something.
I know.
Either
I'm trying to suss it out with them, but nobody's letting me finish
he is in fact guilty. I mean, if he did do it, he is in fact guilty. If he did not do it, he's in fact innocent.
Okay, MP. The dichotomy is
proclaims him not guilty. When the jury proclaims him not guilty, the question isn't about the proposition whether or not he's innocent. It's about what the jury thinks.
Yes, and I'm trying to get to that, Frank, but everybody keeps interrupting me. MP, what Frank said exactly what I was trying to tell you. Look at. In reality, the ontological nature of the guy doing the crime or not, either he did the crime or he did not do the crime. That is the dichotomy. You eliminate one, the other one must be true. That's what we're comparing to theism and atheism. Now, as a lawyer, for what you're saying from the jury's perspective, just because they acquitted him or said he's not guilty, that is an evaluation, but is not meaning ontologically that he did not commit the crime. See the difference now between what I said and Frank said?
No, I agree. No, I do agree, but what I'm saying is that the evaluation of the claim is different than the actual dichotomy. I think you guys are saying that just because there's an actual dichotomy, that means you have to affirm the negative.
In philosophy,
if you
that's
reject
how
the
it
positive,
works.
but that is not the way it really works.
You don't have
And I
to, you
think
don't
other
have to infer the negative.
situations.
You don't need to
have
affirm. You don't need to affirm the proposition that God exists or God does not exist. But if you don't affirm or deny it, then you're not an atheist. You're an agnostic or a non-theist.
Well,
Yeah, you can be
agnostics are
an
not
agnostic atheist.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can be an agnostic atheist.
Well,
I would say this, just to simplify all this, if I make the claim, I do not believe a God exists.
Atheist,
I think you would be you're an atheist, no matter what you.
No, you wouldn't, MP, because if I say I do not believe God exists, that applies to every non-theist position.
Oh, we're getting on labels again, though. There.
Well, okay, but let's get Brenda's running around thing. Let's move on a little bit because
Brenda's using atheist as non-theist.
I know she is. Yeah, let me say this. What's a better position to take for the definition as far as the broad or narrow, and why? What is a sufficient definition? Okay, and let me explain to you the argument, then you guys can address it. An insufficient definition would be something like I said. I ask you what you want for dinner, and you say you don't like chicken, or I say what you like to eat, and you say I don't like to eat chicken. You're not telling me what you like. It's an insufficient answer. I say, do you believe in God? You say I don't believe in God. That's an insufficient answer because you're telling me what you do not believe in, not what you do believe in. If I say,
what's the question? What's the question?
Okay,
what's the question?
If I ask you, what sport you like, and you say I don't like softball, you're telling me again what you don't like. It's insufficient. So when I say, do you believe in God? And you say, I lack a belief. That's insufficient to answer the question. Now,
it does answer the question.
I said it.
Hold on.
Let me finish,
Steve.
please. Let me finish. I never said it didn't answer the question. I said it's insufficient. A sufficient answer to properly answer the question would be, do you believe in God? I believe God does not exist. Now you're phrasing it and you're saying as a belief claim. You're saying a positive belief. There's a difference.
Can I now respond to that?
Steve, one thing, I have a question with Steve's question because I think he changed the question. If you ask somebody, and I'll explain why. If I ask, if theism is the rejection of all gods, I mean atheism. So if I say, do you believe in gods, and you say, I don't believe in gods, that's one thing. And in your analogy, if you say, do you like sports? And I say, no, I don't like sports. I have answered your question. If you say, do you like basketball? And I say, I don't like sports. I have answered your question. You've changed it to say, what did you say? What was your initial question again? Because the way you framed it.
Dichotomy itself.
Well, do you like, first,
was it,
which one? I mean, what do you want for dinner? And you say, I want chicken, or I don't want chicken. That's not what you do want.
The response of an atheist is, I don't want dinner. If you said, do I want chicken? And I say, I don't want chicken, that's a proper response. Do you want dinner? I don't want dinner. But you've just made a general statement. What do you want for dinner? And I say, I don't like chicken. I don't think we're talking about the same thing.
Well, no, that's, again, we're asking about beliefs, right? And I'm asking you what you believe in. And if I say, do you believe in God? I want to know what your belief is. If I say I believe God exists, I'm a theist.
I think you are asking the wrong question. If you ask, can I finish now?
Sure, why not? I can't get a full thought out. Go ahead, Nestlig.
If you ask me the question, do you believe in God? I have only two options: a yes or a no. And no is a sufficient answer to that question.
No, because agnostics don't believe in God either. They lack a belief.
Is it true dichotomy to say you either do believe or you don't believe?
No, because if the question is, do you believe a meaningful God exists in reality? That's either a yes or a no. That puts you under two categories. If you say yes, then you're a theist. Then, okay, well, what kind of theist are you? Are you a Christian, a Muslim, a Hindu?
Those are subsets.
Right, that's the point.
Better question.
Why? Which one is more
sufficient? Let me finish my sentence. This is just showing you how less specificity it is by just saying, nope, I'm a theist. And the same.
I didn't.
Oh my God,
Nestlig, you got to stop interrupting.
Can you keep your mouth shut just for a minute?
Yeah, Nestlig, you got to stop interrupting people.
Sorry,
if you go on the other side,
there's a delay. Sorry.
And it's okay. And if you go on the other side, and if I ask you, do you believe that God exists in reality? Essentially, I'm asking you, are you a theist? You say, no, I'm not a theist. Well, that lacks specificity too. That just puts you in a category of everybody who doesn't believe in a God. You say I'm an atheist. Well, you've also answered, well, yes, I'm not a theist. Plus, I believe no God exists. Or yes, I'm not a theist, meaning I'm not a theist,
Can
and I believe that the term God and spiritual and all this is meaningless talk.
Can I respond now to that?
Go ahead.
The problem is that I didn't use any labels in my response to Steve.
Right, that's
I
a
didn't.
problem.
That's why it's not very sufficient. It's very ambiguous.
I didn't say you are either a theist or you're an atheist. I said you either do believe in a God or you don't believe in any God.
Someone who believes in a God is a theist. So
I
you're
mean,
essentially asking, are you a theist or are you not a theist?
But that is a true dichotomy to say you either do believe
All
in a God
dichotomies are
or you don't.
true
So,
if you say a
so here's
dichotomy.
one for you. Is the proposition God exists true or false?
That is also true. This is also true dichotomy.
Yeah, and is it true or false? What's your answer to that question? Is it
You can
true
also say,
or
I don't know.
false?
Right.
Is it true or false that space aliens live on TRAPPIST-1? Is it true or false? That answer is true or false. We can't evaluate it, though.
MP, you keep on bringing up these red herrings. You're talking about different things. You're talking about a different type of claim. Yes, it is. It completely is. That's a different type of claim.
A person can answer that question. I don't know. There's insufficient evidence for me to make a decision on that. That's agnosticism. That's agnosticism. I don't know.
Right. But
that's not atheism or theism.
Look.
You don't. If I ask you, hold on. If I ask you, do you believe that this space alien is on TRAPPIST-1? And you say I don't know. You are not saying yes. If you said yes, then you would be a believer. If you say no, you would be an atheist because you're not saying you believe. You're saying you're holding judgment on belief, and that's what atheism is. Atheism is saying I am withholding judgment on belief. I do not believe. I do not believe.
That's not what it means. You're not withholding judgment. Okay, wait. Everybody's talking.
Everyone quiet.
Everybody's
Let Steve
talking.
talk.
Nobody can hear when everybody's talking. First of all, MP, hang on, Max. MP, first of all, withholding judgment is by definition agnosticism. That's what it literally means. To suspend judgment on the claim. Right? Okay, but let me play this little game. Xbox. If I ask you if you believe in God and you tell me you lack a belief, right? Can you look at your diagram and somebody on the outside, can they look at that diagram and tell me what position you actually hold to? By saying you lack a belief.
I know the answer here, but
you can answer. Go ahead.
It just means you're a non-theist. You're not a theist.
So does that tell me what position you have in non-theism?
No.
Okay, so
No,
that's
it
why
just tells you I'm not a theist.
That's why it's less sufficient than the answer. Let me ask the true question. Xbox, give me your exact position. Do you believe in God? What's your theological position on that? What do you believe in God?
Right. I am a non-theist that is actually a Huxleyan agnostic.
There you go. That's a sufficient answer because now I know he's more than just a non-theist, which is a lack of belief that fits all of non-theists. But he's actually told me what his position actually is. That's why if you say, "Do you believe in God?" I'm an atheist, right? An atheist asserts that God does not exist in this particular case because it's more specific than just lacking a belief. It's a better, more sufficient answer. That's it. Now you can just go by either one, but the argument has always been what's a more sufficient way to answer the question, which is more sufficient and definition. And I think ubiquitously across the board, on everybody that I've ever talked to that actually studies philosophy, they always say the positive affirmation. There might be a few out there that don't, but they're very far and few between.
And I hate to have to add again, you can define words any damn well you please. It's just you're not gonna.
Yeah, of course.
That is the point I want to say also.
But there's a couple of things that.
Go ahead.
I wanted to go next.
MP, Nestlig, then Max. That's the order. Go ahead.
My only issue with what you guys are doing is that you guys are taking general claims and then saying we're not answering specific or more narrow questions. For instance, if you ask me, do I believe in all gods, theism? Do I believe in any gods exist? And I say, no, I don't believe in any gods. That has answered your question. Just like if you ask me if I believe in mammals, and I say, I don't believe in mammals, and then you say, well, that obviously means I don't believe in cats, too, because cats are mammals. So if you're asking me a general claim about all gods, and I respond to that claim in the affirmative that I don't believe your claim, that answers your question, and in no way is insufficient for you to go forth and understand my position.
No. It's if I ask you what you believe. That's what I say. Two questions are being addressed here. Are you making a claim about reality? Or are you making a claim about your personal belief?
And that's where I think you're making a mistake, because I am not making a claim. The claim is being made to me that, do I believe that a God exists? And I'm saying I do not believe that claim. Then yes, that's it. I've addressed your claim. I'm not talking about any specific God. I'm not talking about agnosticism. I'm talking about the claim. Do I believe any gods exist? And I have answered that claim. No, I do not believe that claim.
Right, you're
Now,
not.
I don't believe that puts any justification on me to then now prove or provide any evidence that this claim, that the rejection of this claim is true.
That's not
I'm just saying until sufficient evidence is presented, then I will believe it.
MP, you still need justified reasons of why you hold this position.
Yes. You again.
So what justified reasons do you have that aliens aren't on TRAPPIST-1? Because you don't need we tend to not believe a claim until people provide justification.
The absence of evidence is enough for the position to take.
Hold on. If you tell me unicorns exist, and I don't believe you, right? I lack a belief in unicorns, right? I follow under this umbrella of people who lack that unicorns exist. Now, what's my actual belief about why unicorns don't exist?
It doesn't tell me anything.
That's why I say this is the second question. That's why I say two questions are being addressed here. One's about what exists in reality, and one is about what I believe about existence in reality or reality itself.
All right, hang on, Max. Go ahead.
I disagree.
Okay, hold on. But what I was gonna say is kind of that, because the TRAPPIST-1 example is a poor example in this case for the reason that it doesn't explain what you believe about the system. Scientifically, we can't say that there are aliens on there because there's insufficient evidence for it. But if you believe there are aliens on there, that's the positive claim about what exists on the planets. But you can withhold judgment about it, which would make you an agnostic, or you could say, I don't believe there are aliens on there because of this.
This is the problem. I just want to respond to that, because that was to me. Hold on, but let me just respond to that, because hold on, he did address me, and I want to just definitely respond to that. And this is where I think the confusion is. I think it's perfect, is because if I say, do you believe that aliens exist on TRAPPIST-1, and you say no, and then if I ask you again, well, do you believe that aliens do not exist on TRAPPIST-1, and you say no, I think both answers are valid, because you're saying that you don't have enough evidence to evaluate either claim, that they exist or they don't exist. Now, most of you guys are saying that's an agnostic claim. That's agnosticism. Hold on. Most of you guys are saying that's agnosticism. But I disagree with that, because
that's what I said.
Theism is only addressing the positive claim of, do you believe God exists? It is not addressing the negative claim, do you believe God does not exist? And that's where I think the confusion is. Because of my traffic example, I've been very careful to only ask, do you believe aliens exist on TRAPPIST-1? If I said, do you believe that aliens do not exist on TRAPPIST-1, that is another positive claim that needs its own justification. So we can't conflate two different claims. We're only doing one claim.
That's the question you're being asked. You're being asked, do you disbelieve that God exists?
What if you
answer
no? I am not asking. Nobody asked that. Everybody can say, do you believe God exists? If you're asking me, do I believe God exists? God does not exist? I would say, no, I don't believe that. I don't. That's something I don't believe. I can hold both belief claims.
Okay, so do you believe gods don't exist? That's your belief. Gods do not exist.
That's
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
Your belief is that no gods exist.
Do I believe no gods exist? Yeah, I believe that. I do believe that, but I don't believe that's atheism. I believe that, but I don't believe that's atheism. I think that's anti-theism. I don't believe that's atheism.
If someone says, I believe no gods exist, you're saying that would not be atheism.
How is that not atheism?
Can I make a point now?
Yeah, but let me correct one thing. Anti-theism is anti-belief in God. Anti-theism would include like anti-religion. They're against anybody that has a belief in God. They're against the actual belief in God itself. Anti-theism is not the same as atheism. Go ahead.
Now, hold on. I'm sorry. I hate to interrupt. I hate to interrupt again.
And why do it then?
I just wanted the chance, probably after you talked, to clear up what my example.
You don't hate it that much. It didn't stop you doing it.
Let Leslie go, because he was next. Go ahead, Nestle. What?
Well, the only thing we clearly disagree upon is how we use the labels, and I think that is pretty
No, we
pointless.
don't. I don't care how you use the label. It's never been an argument. Use any label you want. That's never been the argument.
Yeah, that needs to be
That needs to
reiterated
be-
every
that
time we
need-
have
that-
these
Every time
conversations.
people say that, it drives me nuts because I have 4, 5, 6 videos on this. It has never been about which label you should use, ever. I don't care what label you use. The question is which one is more sufficient.
Guys, maybe we should stop this argument. It's not going anywhere.
I'm enjoying
Hey,
the
welcome to the great debate.
No,
Come on, we got 70 people watching. We're not going to stop. This is the whole topic of the discussion.
Well, no, we can talk to deflating atheism and whatever it is that.
Oh yeah, I want to get back to
about.
deflating atheism. I do. So I want to finish it up. Good. Because deflating atheism doesn't join us very
Yay!
often. So yay,
Somebody else to beat up. Yay!
I was going to say, I think
repeating up deflating atheism. Go get it, boys!
Kidding.
Go ahead, kick his ass!
This is like a male version of The View. I feel like I'm like
You
Elizabeth
know what's funny?
Hasselbeck or something.
You know what's funny? Deflating atheism is it's like Brenda and MP and Nestle are like, 3 atheists, and that we're actually having the biggest disagreement with them. And Mithra too is an atheist, so we're having the biggest disagreement with them. So people can't say that in my room. It's an atheist circle jerk because my room has been accused of being.
Believe it or not, Steve, I also disagree with the other atheists slightly.
Well, do you see the argument though? Which one's a better, at least a more sufficient answer? We don't
I think
care
you have a
shit
good
which one you
point on
go
that
by.
part.
Thank you.
If we keep saying the argument, we're going to re-enter into the conversation.
Okay, but anyway.
Well, I have a way out of it. I have a way out of it.
Go ahead, DA.
Perfect way to restart.
All right, go ahead, DA. What's
Steve,
your way out of it?
give me 2 seconds because I'm almost done with at least
It's
part
like
of
the
my.
last time we had sex at Xbox. It was lasted 2 seconds. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm almost done with my.
Yeah, he's my little bitch. What do you want to say about it? Go ahead.
At least the Christian side of the chart. I've been sitting here editing it, while we're talking.
Okay.
And tell me what you think of the Christian side of the chart. If I can figure out how to zoom. Well, actually, you can see there. Do you,
You're not sharing
do you believe
all
a
I see is
meaningful
brain
God
in a
that
jar.
exists?
You are a brain in a jar.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna share it. There we go.
And by the way, Ozzy's in the live feed for a few. If anybody wants to ask him some questions, I'm sure he doesn't mind if he's in the live feed. Actually, he's
What's
probably
the
like,
meaning
please
of
don't
life,
ask me
Ozzy?
shit. Yeah, what's the meaning
Yeah,
of life?
Ozzy,
Why
if you're
are we
looking at-
here?
If you're looking at this chart too, Ozzy, would you PM me and tell me you think? I've only done the Christian side so far.
How
I'm
do I
not
get
done
hot
with it,
chicks,
but
Ozzy? That's what I want to know. Yeah. Or even
I've kind of
somebody
edited it a little bit, like the main
I would
questions
take
there
it
that we had before.
distinguishing between
Steve,
never mind.
do you believe a meaningful God exists?
Why do you
I need to
throw
put,
the adjective meaningful?
yes
by the
or
way?
no.
Meaningful is redundant. If
Yeah.
you say you believe a God exists, then that presupposes that the proposition
It's
God
meaningful.
exists.
Yeah, I don't know. I agree. Why would it have to? I don't know why I have meaningful in there.
Say,
So you should ask
say
yourself,
that all,
where
say
does
that
it-
all
It's
again.
assumed
I
in the
missed what you said.
proposition that you're talking about something meaningful. Now, do you mean it to be like non-naturalistic God, like a G-man type thing? Yeah.
Right. I'm gonna put an asterisk by it, and at the bottom, put by meaningful. I mean anything that is meaningful to call a God.
How about do you believe in a
Not like picking up a
God?
coffee cup and calling it God. It needs to have some other quality
Yeah,
beyond
I think that's
the
really
coffee
still
cup.
poorly worded using meaningful, but I don't know.
Can you zoom out on that chart a little bit? I want to see the definitions on the other side of atheism.
Hang on,
agnostic,
screen's
and all
too
that.
small.
Oh,
So
yeah,
what
I haven't
what I'm gonna do
finished
is I'm gonna
editing.
blow this up for Ozzy because Ozzy's old and he has bad eyesight, and he's also Canadian. So I'm gonna make this larger for him.
Yeah, that's the reason.
Yeah. so I'm just
He's
temporarily
Canadian,
gonna blow this up for Ozzy. You know.
And Theo non-cog is theological non-cognitivist. Like I said, this
You're
is
too
rough.
lazy. You're too lazy to actually spell the whole thing
Yeah,
out.
the problem with having Theo non-cog under the previous, I don't know, do you believe a meaningful God exists? Well, theological non-cognitivists would be like, well, I guess you could say they do say no. So yeah,
Right.
that is a.
Right, because the question is binary, it's doxastic, right? Like it's, do you believe a meaningful, take out meaningful, do you believe a God exists in reality, right?
And also, I would
You
hang on.
either do or you don't.
Xbox,
And
I
the
would check-
theological non-cognitivists, just by
This seems like-
definition,
Hang on, real quick.
don't.
Big
Yeah, that's a fair point.
problem.
That is
Big
a- that is
problem. Big
fair
problem
way
with your
of
thing,
putting it.
Xbox. Big problem. Change your. You see your proposition for the top. It says I do not believe. You need to change that to I believe God does not exist, or else you're changing the negator, right? Not theism is I believe a God does not exist. Not I do not believe. I do not believe position is
This one?
Yeah. Wait,
No.
no, you're right. No, I'm sorry. You're right. No, you're right. You're right. Because you're talking about non-theism. You're right. Okay, never mind. You're absolutely right. I misread that.
It kind of reminds
So
me
it seems like
7 different genders, you know?
I want to ask him
There's
about
20 there's
just about this
58 now,
chart.
I think, actually.
It seems like the negation between, well, the difference between theism and non-theism and atheism, or not theism and atheism, is that the negation. You've negated, in the first definition, the belief. I do not believe. And then in theism and atheism, you negated God. And instead of what you said, someone who believes no God exists.
Yes.
So I think this is, and I think this is the point of contention between us. It's weird because I'm negating the belief claim and you guys are negating the God claim, and I think that's where we're.
Yeah, this is where I said two.
Exactly.
Yeah, this is why I said two questions were being.
Getting back into the conversation.
But I think this is the last thing I'll say on it then. This is why I said two questions were being addressed. One is about what I believe and what I can defend about my belief. Exactly. And the other one is this claim about objective reality that a God actually exists out there.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think we can reach that. I think this is going to always be about our belief claim.
Right.
Do I have good reasons to believe no God exists?
Exactly.
And this whole bar raising of I have to prove that a God doesn't actually exist in reality. The bar is ridiculously high, and I don't think we put that on anything.
Yeah, and I think it's unfair for people to ask that. That's one of the things
agree
I
with that
get.
more.
Yeah, that's one of the things I think I criticize both atheists and theists for. An atheist who says to a theist, "Hey, prove to me God exists. Show me God." I think you're being very disingenuous and dishonest in your.
You should also note that agnostic and atheist in this way are contradictory. You cannot be an agnostic atheist under this system.
And Frank, that's
exactly.
a very good point.
Atheist and
People have said you could be
good.
you could be an agnostic atheism, but the problem is that's a different system. That is using an adjective to modify the word atheism. Under this particular system, they are exclusive positions.
Yes.
Yeah, you don't need the modifier.
I don't agree with that.
Well,
this chart is very problematic because number one, we're mixing knowledge claims and belief claims, and the second thing is that theism is a belief claim, not a knowledge claim. And if he's saying, "Do you believe in God?" and if I negate belief, I do not believe. It's not. I believe no God exists. I understand what you guys are trying to do, but
first of all,
we're not even properly negating the verbs here.
First of all,
hey, let's slow down a little bit
and
adjust this.
Yeah,
one
sec. MP, by the way,
correct anything.
Yeah, MP, by the way, this is actually how it's actually laid out. If you go to Wikipedia, this is actually what it actually has under non-theism. This is actually the actual thing that Wikipedia will show you categorically about theism and non-theism. So this is not something we're making up. We're just kind of like refining it. Okay, so this is not something new. This is not like novel.
Yeah, and I'm trying to come up with a chart to just, if people have questions or ignorant to it or not understanding it, to point. Here's how we're using the term.
Yeah, if you go under non-theism, all these things are.
And I'm going to put a caveat: you can use the term any way you want, as long as you understand what you mean.
Yeah, I agree with that too.
I agree too.
Yeah, I'm fine with that as well. But to the agnostic position, agnostics do not say, "I hold agnosticism because I don't know God exists or not." That's not what agnosticism is. Agnosticism is that I don't know how to evaluate the proposition of God's existence. I don't know how to answer that question.
You misspelled pagan.
I misspelled pagan.
Listen to what you just said.
Well, hang on. Almost all atheists, generally speaking, are not asserting knowledge but claims. And most atheists will tell you they believe a God does not exist.
That's
right?
okay.
Most.
Steve, I think that's great. Because Steve, I'm going to ask you about the agnostic position because I think what you said is great. So, agnostic says there's nothing that can be known about God, or
no, that's Xbox position. That's not mine.
So if you ask the person to claim, and it's a yes or no claim, do you believe that God exists? Can your answer positively? I don't know what I believe, or is it yes I believe? Or no, I do not believe at this point. You can't say I don't know what I believe.
No.
Either you do or you don't.
Well, you can't
agnostic
say that.
Under that definition could fit under either umbrella, given any day or second or whatever their belief is at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, oh my God, what the hell?
I really need to work on the definitions over here. I was trying to do the theist side first.
Yeah,
I have a question for Xbox.
Hold on. Let me finish addressing MP. Under this, agnostic would be a person who believes. I need to reword this a little clearer too. A person who believes that nothing is known about God, or nothing known about a God's existence.
It's a person who believes that God's existence, one way or another, cannot be known.
Right.
That's a Huxleyan though. That's not an actual.
No. I was trying to go. I have Huxleyan.
He has can't here and then just is. So there's a difference in modality. The is fair.
But then if I ask the person under this definition who is an agnostic, do you believe in God? They can't tell me I don't know what I believe. It's either going to be yes I believe or no I don't believe.
I don't know
even
what
in
I
this
believe.
definition,
I don't know how to believe. I don't know how
you
to
don't know what you
evaluate
believe.
Yeah, I don't. I can't evaluate the
I
proposition.
don't know.
Put it this way: if you don't know, if you're in any position where you say, "I don't know if God exists or not," then you cannot fall in the theism category. So you automatically fall into the other category.
If I say, hey, MP, like your
Saying I do not believe God exists. Exactly. That's and it's the first thing. Non-theism. I do not believe God exists. That's what we're saying atheism is. And you guys are putting it under agnosticism. But I agree that agnosticism is a claim. You're not saying that you don't know if God exists. You're just saying that I haven't been convinced that God exists. That's all I think the atheist position is.
That's not what it is at all. I don't know why
It's
you
a
keep
belief
changing
claim.
these things.
It is
everything
on here, everything on this chart is a belief claim.
Can I make the point?
Knowledge claims are belief claims.
Knowledge claims are belief claims.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah, all knowledge claims are belief claims.
Knowledge and belief are separate. Knowledge claims are belief claims.
You can't take the belief claim out of a knowledge position. If you say you know something, you're making a belief claim as well.
Well, just
knowledge is a subject of belief.
Excluded. I mean,
if we want to address this, if we want to address this in a logical format, hold on. If we want to address this in a logical format, then it is true that if you have knowledge, you believe. That's no doubt about it. If knowledge, then belief. But it's not true. If belief, then knowledge. So that's what I think. That's what I think is happening here.
Well, I agree with that.
If belief, then knowledge. And
nobody was going to. Nobody asserts that.
But the agnostic is going to say, I believe that it's not known whether a God exists or not.
Can I now make my point?
You're a silly huckster.
You are essentially saying that you don't believe in God. That's exactly what you're saying.
Hey, let me get this in real quick. Following up on MP.
It goes both ways. It's saying I don't believe in a God, and I don't not believe in a God.
Ozzy, I just sent Ozzy the link on Facebook.
We got to keep
Can I now make my
explaining this?
Can I ask you something, Xbox?
Yeah. Please. Sorry for making you wait. Yeah.
Well, I slightly disagree with one thing because according to this definition of agnosticism, that it overlaps with theism as well.
Explain.
Because a theist can believe in a God, but he can also take the position that he doesn't know whether a God exists or not.
Yeah, I don't like that definition for
you're making you're making the separation between belief and knowledge.
Agnosticism is a second order belief about
one at a time.
Knowledge of God. So it's about knowledge of knowledge, and the first order of knowledge.
Is that the KK principle?
God's existence.
You cannot under this. You cannot be an agnostic theist or an agnostic atheist or a gnostic theist or a gnostic atheist.
Because they're mutually.
How can you not be? Hold on. How can you not be a theist and also say I believe that nothing is known about God's existence?
You can, but you still maintain.
Then there's a problem with your definition.
Let me address this so it doesn't get.
I agree with them on that. The definitions I don't like. But
please, I can believe in. Let's pretend I'm that person. I can believe in God, but I can have doubts whether that God actually exists or not. And I would still be a theist because in my heart of hearts, I still believe a God exists. So I would still be a theist.
So
now, flip that around and take me as a person that in my heart of hearts, I don't have a God belief, but I also don't know if he exists or not. That would be an agnostic.
Yeah, but these two are not mutually exclusive.
That would make the person an agnostic theist.
Yeah.
Then agnostic shouldn't be inside the non-theist side. It should be outside of it. It shouldn't be under that category.
It should overlap the two.
Well, no. Agnostic is a non-theist position. Yeah. Well,
hold on. Real quick. This can answer it quickly. Is an agnostic a theist?
No, it's not theist.
It can be, as you've worded it.
It can be, yes.
As you've worded it, right. Yes, as you've worded it, I think they're right. That's why I don't think the wording is very good.
Yeah, the wording needs to be...
A theist can say, I believe in God, and I also believe that there's nothing known about God's existence.
Yes.
That's why
How can you be a theist and not know about God's existence?
You could.
could be a video.
Because and that's the problem.
I'll reword this.
Hold on, but Xbox. The reason why is because knowledge is a subset of belief. And that's why I made the example. Everything that you know, you have belief. You believe, but everything you believe, you do not know. So you could say, "I believe something, but I don't know. I believe something exists, but I do not know. I believe in space aliens, but I don't know."
Exactly. That's why.
And an agnostic is saying, "I don't know if a God exists or not."
Yes,
that's a better way of wording it.
That person can believe, though. That person can believe.
When you have that ambiguity, you can't say you're a theist.
Can I ask a question?
Because theism is not a knowledge claim.
With ambiguity, you can't.
Well, go ahead, deflating atheism. What?
Remember, the first question you asked me is
Schrodinger's cat.
Oh my God, Xbox! I just said deflating atheism. Go, and you're talking. Hang on. You guys have got it. We need to have some kind of like structure here. There's a lot of people in here, so if I say deflating atheism, go ahead. Come on, don't.
Can you draw a distinction between a belief and simply a probabilistic knowledge claim? If you believe something, are you just claiming that it is probably the case?
Yes.
Well, you could if you believe it, you could claim that it's probably or certainly.
You're making a statement about the ontological nature of something that comports with reality. If I believe X, I'm saying X to be true as it relates to reality that I believe it to be. I'm not making it as a certainty, right? That's not a certitude there. It's not a knowledge claim, but I'm just saying that's my belief. Then I have to give reasons why I particularly believe that.
Yes. Like you could arbitrarily.
And I don't believe in this probabilistic knowledge claims where you believe
92.4% certain. So it's probable.
Yeah, it is probable. Right,
or 50.1.
But you could believe that you don't know that. So you're just sort of crazy, and you've decided to give an arbitrary number of probability to the belief
right. That's what I think. That's crazy. Yeah.
But also at the same time believe you don't know that God exists for whatever reason. But it's not mutually exclusive.
Well, I mean, a person could have mutually exclusive beliefs too, and be kind of.
Well, yeah, that too.
But that's a whole thing on doxastic logic, holding weird positions, right? Like for example, what's the paradox? I think it's Moore's paradox.
I believe.
I can say I believe it,
but I don't believe it.
It's raining outside, but I don't believe it.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, that's just a weird position.
And the solution to that is speech act theory.
Okay. Well.
Hey, anybody that wants to help me correct this definition, don't do it in the live chat because that disappears after a while. Leave a comment on this video so that I'll go review them later of how you guys think I should.
Yeah, there you go. Leave a comment on the video about how to do that.
This was a rough draft, and like I said, I was working on the Thea side first, but please, by all means, it's on the screen now. Screenshot it, and then help me correct it.
Can you zoom out so they can see the whole thing?
Yeah.
You know what? Matt has a really good. I just saw Matt's definition. I kind of like that.
And I'll send this picture. I'll make a
person who believes that that doesn't warrant.
That is a good definition.
Yeah, warrants suspension of judgment on it. That is good, actually. Hey, Matt, I think you gave something good for a change.
Can you read it again?
Who done good? Matt done good.
I was going to say, I think there's a way to define atheism that includes both the kind of philosophical definition that I agree with and the kind of a folk definition. In that, what's his face said, it's a second order proposition. It's a proposition about theism, and in order for there to be a disagreement, the atheist has to believe that the theist belief is somehow erroneous. Now, this erroneousness can take one of two forms. It could be either that theism is incorrect, or it could be that theism is simply invalid. I think that that kind of notion of the erroneousness of theism can kind of encompass both the belief that God doesn't exist and kind of lack of belief definition.
What's the difference between invalid and erroneous? What's the difference? How are you using there to be a distinction between the two?
Incorrect.
Incorrect and valid erroneous.
Invalid. Are you talking about like inference?
When you say something is erroneous, it doesn't necessarily mean it's incorrect.
Yeah,
it could
literally what it means.
It depends on what you mean. Like, you might be using the word erroneous different than we use.
Means unknown, right? Poorly formed or something.
I could say, for instance, that theism is simply not well defined. I could say that all the arguments in favor of theism are unsound.
But then you would have a burden of evidence to support that.
Well, yeah, my evidence for the unsoundness of an argument would be an argument against that argument itself, right?
But the problem
so I would need to show that the argument is unsound.
Exactly, that would be a burden of evidence you would have. But not, and then again,
that was Matt's original point against you.
The theist could just say, hey, yeah, you're right, because not all arguments are presented in deductive form, so therefore soundness or unsoundness is irrelevant to whether or not God exists. It could be inductive or abductive.
I agree with that.
Aaron, quickly, if anyone asks in the live chat or in the comments and wants a copy of this picture to edit with, it's just in Microsoft Paint, so I'm sure you'll have it. And then send me a copy back or post me a copy back.
Okay.
Feel free to grab it. I'm going to go make a post with it.
Oz will be joining us here shortly. But see, what I don't understand is that why this militant atheist position is such where they don't want to take up on a burden of justification. It seems really odd to me. If a person actually believes something, regardless of what that belief is, why would they not take upon that burden? And atheists pretty much have a very easy burden to discharge. It's not that hard. Right?
Do the theist side.
Because they don't see how easy it is, because they're just recently converting, because there's all kinds of reasons.
Speaking as a theist is because they're fucking chicken shit.
Steve, on that chicken shit, no, Steve.
Oh my God!
Role play with me for a second.
I will, Xbox. I promise you. I promise you. But let me address this real quick. It could be multiple different things. I think Frank's right. Of people that just come into atheism, they don't know the arguments well enough to really give a reason why they're an atheist. I get that, and I think Matt's right. Some atheists.
And why are they an atheist?
Well, hang on. Well, I mean, they know
because they're inundated into the
yeah. There's a lot of reasons why people have a belief. Right?
Evolution is good.
Yeah, they're just they watch some videos and they say, okay, this makes sense to me. They don't know how to articulate it pretty well.
Right.
But I think Matt's right too. I think there are a lot of atheists that are chicken shit that don't want to make it a positive affirmation. They just want to play this game. Well, I don't have a burden, and it makes them look philosophically naive. And I think that's one of the big arguments people have been levying against atheisms that do that. And I don't get why militant atheists don't want to just say, look, I am asserting God doesn't exist. I don't know why they don't want to do that.
I can explain
intellectually humble.
May I explain to you shortly?
Sure.
Can you wait 2 seconds?
Sorry. Your Venn diagram is horrible. I don't see it. You can't have a belief. You can't have a belief. You can't evaluate.
No, that's something else.
No, hold on. I was trying to bring up something with Steve before he finished. Give me 2 seconds.
That's true. Let me role play. Xbox and I like our role play. Okay, come on, hang on.
Yeah, I just wanted to role play. It'll take just a second.
Do I have to dress up this time, Xbox, or are you wearing the?
No, I've got some.
Because I got the Sailor Moon outfit.
Like, you know how, like, if you were a Christian, you were to ask me, and I said, well, I just lack a belief in God. Well, let's flip that script, because you're good at wording this. I always tongue-tie it. What if I were the atheist and came up to you and said, well, what do you believe? What would your response be?
As a theist, if I was a theist?
Right, the lack response.
I lack a belief in the existence of God. Or the non. I lack a belief in the non-existence of God.
No. Right. Like, what? Right, like that's like. Could you imagine if Christians we came across gave that response Steve just gave?
And what'd be the difference?
And you can see how ridiculous it is, and why they don't give that answer.
Well,
that's the same answer as
they're commanded to actually, put forth the message, right? They actually are commanded.
Right.
Most theists will not say, "Well, I just lack a belief in the non-existence of God," because that's just not something that a theist
chicken shit.
It is chicken shit, right?
And there's also the issue that theism isn't just it's not just a claim about what exists. It's a claim about how the world exists. So it's like you could just say I lack a belief in a world that exists simply by brute force.
Particular belief claim, and then trying to change it to I have a knowledge claim, or this kind of like mismatch. I think it's a misunderstanding, and I think it's. Hold on, I just want to make it very clear. It's not like we just have this. We have this wild belief.
Maybe most. I will say some atheists use a different definition. They use the non-theist definition of atheism.
We get that, right?
And which means. And do non. Wait. My question to you is: do non-theists have a burden of justification?
Yes.
But non-theism is an
not
umbrella,
the same kind. Right? It's a much weaker burden, but it's still a burden.
Yeah, I agree. Right, absolutely,
right.
Sure.
Say agnostics, not non-theists. Well, non-theists do. So wait, I did it wrong. Non-atheists, non-theists do.
Yeah, non-theism is a group. You can't really.
All forms of non-theism have a burden. If you're an atheist, non-cognitivist, huxley, agnostic, or atheist, you have a burden. The weakest burden on that list is the agnostic.
Everybody has
a burden. Hang on, I disagree with that.
At least an agnostic has
I
one
think
of
an
the
agnostic has a
highest
higher.
burdens
Yeah,
of proof you can imagine.
I personally, and I don't know if
No, I said just normal agnostic, not the highly agnostic, the normal agnostic.
I still think agnostic has a pretty
Non-theists have
high
a burden of evidence if they claim that their lack theism is rational, that otherwise it's based on reasons like, I'm a non-theist, I lack belief in God because reason A, B, C, D, and E. Then that reason given is something you can inspect, you can analyse, and if it carries with it a burden of evidence, like there's absolutely no evidence that God exists, you can say, well, wait a minute, let's challenge that there. What about this, 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 and this? And then you present the proposed lines of evidence. They have to show that that's not evidence.
Well, even if you do, even
this is crazy. What belief do I have to show that the Loch Ness monster doesn't exist, that fairies doesn't exist? What reasons do I have to believe that these things don't exist? This is like silly right now.
That's not the statement I made. The statement I made was, if you want to claim that you're
I am going to mute everybody because you guys are all just over talking each other. Deflating atheism would say something. MP jumped in, and the next box decided to jump in. We can't have that. If somebody starts talking, let them continue to talk. Don't jump over them. Because
it wasn't me.
No, I didn't say
it wasn't me.
Okay.
I
so,
know.
anyways,
no, it was me. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Deflating atheism. Finish your train of thought.
Here, Steve. I promise I'll manual it.
I do have.
I'll manually mute.
Okay. I do have some. We do have some questions to ask Ozzy. But deflating atheism. Go ahead and finish your train of thought, please.
No, I actually forgot what I was going to say.
Okay. You know, it happens all the time, actually. But you know, one of the things that get brought up, and what I want to ask Ozzy, because this is more of a logic question, but you know, if the proposition is God exists, let's say that's the proposition, God exists, and you affirm that, I think everybody agrees that's theism. Okay, if you reject that, right? If you say that proposition is false, I think most people would agree that's atheism, right? But the thing that was brought up earlier, like MP was saying, that why is it that if you in a situation like if you accept A, it doesn't mean that you, well, excuse me, if you accept like a person's not guilty, right? If they found not guilty, it doesn't mean they're actually not guilty. So yes, they are either guilty or not guilty in reality. But in a court of law, just because they're found to be not guilty doesn't mean they're actually didn't do the crime. So how does that translate over to like atheism and theism as far as the proposition? Does that make sense? They kind of word that weird.
I think I get it.
Yeah, I'm not really sure I understand it anyway, or whatever.
The perfect
in other words, if I say I don't believe that the person's guilty, right? If they found not guilty, we're not saying that he actually is not guilty, right? But in the proposition for atheism, if you reject the theistic proposition that God exists, you're an atheist, because what else are you going to be?
Just to clarify, it's not guilty; it's innocent. Just if we find a person not guilty, we're not saying the person's innocent.
Yeah, innocent.
Does he have Morse code going on?
No,
he's secretly sending this off to the aliens on Mars.
Yeah. Ozzy has said,
and you can't prove I'm wrong. You can't prove I'm wrong.
Ozzy has said that non-theism doesn't necessarily have a burden of justification, and I agree with him.
Well,
me too. But rational non-theism always has a burden of evidence.
Non-theism is a group.
Wait.
Non-theism
Could I speak to that?
Yeah, we can hear you now. Yeah, of course. Yeah, I was just saying that non-theism is a group. I don't know how that would have a justification, because it's a whole group. You need to be specific of what position in that group. That's how I look at it. But go ahead, Ozzy.
Right. I mean, think of. Can everyone hear me all right? Because I'm still getting an echo like I was last week.
Yes, we can hear you.
Wait, can you say, was I right on that? Can I hear that again?
And I don't hear an echo on you when you go.
Right.
Okay, good. It's just on my end then. All right. All right. The reason I say that non-theism doesn't have a burden of justification is that non-theism isn't the name of any particular position. If you're a non-theist, you might be an atheist. That is, you might be someone who rejects theism, who thinks that theism is false. Like me, I think that I'm an atheist. I think theism is false. I'm a non-theist because I'm an atheist. But an agnostic, someone who also doesn't believe in a God, has a different position than the position that I hold, right? And so to lump us together is kind of odd. But you want to lump us together as, we're both non-theists? Well, we do have that in common. We're both non-theists. Neither one of us believes in God. Then you have the igtheist, who also doesn't believe in a God. The igtheist believes that, the igtheist isn't a believer in God because he thinks the concept of God is incoherent or the entire discourse is so polluted and muddled that one can't get as far as saying what a God is or isn't, and so one can't get as far as saying God exists or doesn't exist. The atheist or the theological non-cognitivist is someone who thinks that both theists and atheists are full of shit. They don't know what they're talking about. They're both affirming and denying, going about affirming and denying the existence of a concept so muddled they don't know what they're talking about. So a theological non-cognitivist or an atheist is someone who's also not a theist. Okay, now to say that all of these positions are non-theism is correct. They are all non-theistic positions. But to say that therefore a non-theist has a burden of justification is kind of weird. This is a suitcase term. It's an umbrella term. There's a lot of things covered under there. These are different positions, and each of those positions carries with it its own burden of justification. So I would say this: non-theism doesn't have a burden of justification, but every non-theist does, except for people perhaps who have never heard of a God, newborn infants, or people who are born in a culture where there are no God concepts in their epistemic communities, so that they have no opinion on the matter, for instance. Okay, those would be arguably the only non-theists who don't have any burden of justification because they don't have an opinion on the matter, right? So if you have no opinion, now when I say no opinion, I want to distinguish having no opinion from indecision or being undecided. An agnostic is not someone who doesn't know if there's a God or not. I don't claim to know there's no God. I'm of the view that there's no God. I think probably, very probably, there are no gods of any sort. Some gods I think are just ridiculous or off the table in my view. Some gods I think are not incoherent. Some gods I think there's just enough reasons against the belief for me to think that it makes more sense to say that they don't exist. But I don't go around claiming that I know or can demonstrate that all gods are impossibilities, right? I mean, if I believe that would be a ridiculous burden of justification that I could never bear up under. So the burden of justification for your position depends entirely on what your position is specifically. Now, if a person doesn't believe in a God, but also doesn't believe the opposite, that there is no God, that's not a person who doesn't know this and doesn't know that. That's a person who lacks a belief in either proposition. That's a person who is undecided. Agnosticism is not a lack of knowledge. It's lacking a belief in both the proposition there is a God and the proposition there is no God. It is the position of a person who is undecided, who can't make up his or her mind. Just like if you ask me how many neutrons are there in a glass of water or something, or how many electrons are there in this mug of tea, I don't know. And then you say, okay, well, look, it has to be a positive. It has to be a positive integer. Is it an even integer or an odd integer? Right? How many electrons are there? Is it even or odd? Just tell me that. Well, it's one or the other. Make up your mind, you might say. Well, I can't make up my mind. Okay, but it has nothing to do with what I know. I have no belief whatsoever about whether or not the number of electrons in this mug of tea is even or odd. And it's not that it's a matter of indifference to me. You could even, reward me if I get it right, and suddenly it might be very consequential to me that I get the answer right. So that it might not be a matter of ambivalence. I don't care, or indifference. It might matter mightily to me. It could be terribly consequential, and still I would not be able to rationally affirm a belief in either of those propositions, even though it's a binary proposition. It's either even or odd, man. Make up your mind, you might say, but I can't make up my mind. And so that's what agnosticism is. And there are different reasons to be agnostics, and therefore different burdens of justification for agnosticism. An agnostic is someone who thinks, I cannot affirm, on the way to the evidence, I cannot affirm that there is a God, and nor can I affirm that there is no God. That's what an agnostic is.
What do you call the person who says you can't know?
I just want to. Okay, that's the other one I was going to get to. Thank you.
Well, hold on. Exactly. Before we move on from this point, can I just ask one question?
Let's just let me. Hold on. Please. Now then, there's another kind of agnostic who is saying, no, it's not just that right now, given the current state of evidence that I have, I can't make up my mind. There's another kind of agnostic, a much stronger kind of agnosticism, that says nobody is ever going to know. It's not that I don't happen to know. It's that the question is unanswerable. It is an unknowable, right? And not only is it not unknowable, it's never going to be even rational to bet on one or the other, because the answer, the evidence, is always going to be inaccessible to us. Perhaps the concept of God is such that evidence will always be blocked. Okay, that's a much stronger claim. That has a higher burden of justification, right? Now, so an agnostic, even an agnostic has a burden of justification. It's fairly weak, though. All they have to do is say, well, look, by my lights, the evidence, pro and the evidence con are completely inconclusive, and so I don't conclude on one side or the other, right? And then there's what's sometimes called the Huxleyan agnostic, although it's ambiguous. It's unclear which version Huxley himself believed in. It depends which mood he was in when he was writing. But the Huxleyan position is much stronger. It's the claim that nobody will ever be in a position to answer this question rationally. And it has nothing to do with knowledge. It's just, even if you say, yeah, it's more likely God exists, the Huxleyan will say, no, even that's saying too much. No one's in a position even to defend that, right? And well, that needs an argument. And I think that's actually a very high burden to bear up under. That's a heavy burden to bear. So anyway, that's my view on the matter. So just to sum up, though, don't think of agnosticism as a person who doesn't know if there's a God or doesn't know if there's no God. It's the person who is simply undecided. It's indecision. It's inconclusiveness. They have simply not come to a conclusion.
Well, there's
and
both,
that's it.
though, Ozzy, right? I mean, hang on a second. I'm an agnostic, but I would say that both of them are true. I mean, I as an agnostic, I can't evaluate it either way, but I still don't know either way. You just said that an agnostic doesn't know whether God exists or not.
No, right? No. It's true. No. They don't know. I mean, but the point is they can't get as far as knowing, because they can't even get as far as believing.
Okay.
They don't believe
right.
the proposition. See, I'm an atheist. I think there's no God of any sort, but I don't claim to know that there's no God of any sort, right? It's not a knowledge claim. You'll know when I'm making a knowledge claim when I preface my belief with the words, I know that, right? And here, though, I mean, so many people are trying to insist that you can only qualify as a theist if you know there's a God. Well, that's ridiculous. There's tons of theists out there, people who believe in God, who don't claim to know there's a God. They just think, yeah, I believe there's a God. I think it's more likely that there's a God. That makes them theists. And if you think more than likely there are no gods, that makes you an atheist, okay? You don't have to know or be able to prove conclusively that there's no gods any more than you have to prove conclusively there is a God.
What verbiage do you use?
Theist, respectively.
What verbiage do you use, Ozzy, to differentiate between a theist who claims to know there's a God and there's not one? Like a Matt Slick who says, Jesus came to me when I was 17, we sat down, we had coffee. Of course I believe, I know for a fact. Versus someone who says, yeah, look at the trees, look at the sky, there must be some sort of God. How do you differentiate those two? What's your verbiage?
And well, I don't have a terminology for that. I mean, we've always had words like strong theist and weak theist, strong theist and strong atheist, positive and negative atheism, positive and negative theism. We've always had words to distinguish the degree of confidence that a person has in the belief, right? So the idea is this. I mean, you'll sometimes hear a lot of atheists like to push this line. There's this matrix, right? That theism and atheism is about what you believe, but Gnosticism and agnosticism is about what you can know, whether or not you can know something. And I think that's ridiculous. Agnosticism is about belief too. It's the person who rejects both theism and atheism. They reject the proposition there is no God, and they reject the proposition there is a God. They cannot affirm or assent to either one of those propositions. And this, you should think about this for a moment. Like,
Can I ask you a question in here too?
Yeah, sure.
Because I think I have a fundamental disagreement with even some of your analogies. You used the analogy before about if there's a jar full of, let's say, gumballs, and it is true that they're going to be odd or even. And an agnostic is someone saying, well, I don't know if they're odd, I don't know if they're even. But the question being asked isn't whether you believe they're odd or even. The question that's being asked from the theist perspective is the jar is filled with an even number. And if you're agnostic and you reject that, then I believe that's similar to rejecting atheism. I'm not asking you about whether they're odd. I'm just asking you, do you believe that they're an even number of gumballs in that jar? And that rejection of that particular claim, the even claim, is what I would be considering in this conversation we're having, atheism. The rejection that, yes, there are no even number of gumballs in that particular jar. Now, if you said, and for the odd number of gumballs, if you said, I believe that God doesn't exist, then you're saying the odd number. And yes, the agnostic can say, yes, I don't believe that claim either. So the person can believe both claims legitimately, but the theist is only asking about an even number. He's not asking about the odd.
Look, it has nothing to do with what the theist is asking, what the atheist is asking. In the great debate, what we're asking is there a God? Does a God exist? Now, when you say, oh, I'm not saying anything, I'm just saying I'm not a theist, you've not answered the question. People want to know, what is your bloody position? I don't want to hear what your position isn't. If I come along and I said to you, if you ask me, what's your position on the great debate? Do you think there's a God or not? And I said, I'm a non-agnostic. You'd look at me like I was an imbecile, right? Rightly so, because I haven't told you if I'm a theist or an atheist or an atheist. I can defy, there's all these positions, right? Going around saying, I'm not one of those, doesn't tell me what you are. It doesn't tell me what you believe. And so I can't determine. Again,
I fundamentally disagree with this, because if you're asking me a claim, do I believe in X? And I say I do not believe in X. I have answered your question, because I'm telling you that I don't believe in what you just presented.
I didn't ask you what you didn't believe.
If someone says, do you believe in God? And I say I do not believe in God, I've answered your question. I think you're wrong with that.
MP, what is your position about God's existence? What do you believe about God?
If you're asking me if I believe God does not exist, I would say yes.
Bingo, you're an atheist. Now, what is your reason for thinking God doesn't exist? If you think God does not exist, that's the view that reality includes no gods. That's a claim about reality.
But you're asking me a different question. If someone asks me, do I believe God exists? That question I reject. I say no, I don't believe God exists. I've answered your question. And I think this is just cold to say, well, you're not answering my question sufficiently. You guys have not made an argument. If I say, do you believe in Bigfoot? And you say no, then I can't say, well, you haven't answered my question. Yes, you have. You don't believe in Bigfoot.
No, wait.
You can take it away from that, and you can put it away from individuals asking questions, and you can put it in the context of the Great Debate. And what the Great Debate is asking is the proposition God exists true or false? Now, what's your answer to that question?
I'm sorry, you're breaking up a little bit. Say that again.
Is the proposition God exists true or false?
Does God exist, true or false? I don't know if God exists. I don't know.
Now you're not.
If you're asking me what I believe, that's different. If you're asking me what I know, that's a whole different question. We know knowledge and belief are the same thing.
I never used the word knowledge there. I said, is the proposition, according to you, is the proposition God exists true or false? What do you?
I don't know. You're not asking me what I believe. You're not asking me a belief claim. If you ask me, do I believe it? That's a different claim. You're saying, is it true? I don't know. You're asking. I'm answering a belief claim.
The Great Debate question is what I just asked.
Yeah, it really is.
Yes, but see now we're shifting questions now.
Stop.
We're shifting the question now.
We got too many people involved right now. I just want to hear Ozzy, and I just want to hear MP, and maybe a little bit from Matt. But MP, he is right. He's asking you what you believe about the proposition. What is your belief in regard to that proposition? Is it true or not?
What I believe? I believe that proposition is not true. But that's not the claim being presented.
You're an atheist.
The claim. Hold on. Yes, I agree. But the claim being presented is by a theist. Do I believe in God? I'm answering that belief question in the negative. Hold on. I'm asking.
I am a theist.
Answering that. Okay, I'm very happy for you, but I'm answering that claim. You've changed the claim now. You've changed the claim.
Oh my God, MP, your mic is just really way off. Reboot, do whatever you gotta do, but it's really loud in my ear right now. So maybe we're gonna refresh. Ozzy, can we get back to you real quick? Because you asked him a question, then he accused you of actually changing the question, and then he didn't. And it was just weird because he tried rejecting a question. It wasn't even a proposition.
Yeah. Matt.
No, I'm saying the change. I was saying the question was changed. I'm sorry. I was saying the question was changed from a belief question to something else.
No. The question was, what do you believe? What is in fact your position on the question of the Great Debate about God's existence? And it's exactly the question that Matt asked. Do you think that that it's true, yes or no. And you answered honestly. You answered, I don't think it's true. I think it's false. I think it's false that there are gods. I think there are no gods. That is your view. Well, that's fine. And but that implies a burden because that's a claim about reality. That doesn't change. Wait. Let me finish. The difficulty here is this: people think that if they say there is no God, even when that's what they actually believe, they're afraid that if they say that somehow puts a burden on them and takes a burden off their opponent. It doesn't. You have your burden and they have theirs. If there's 10 people in a room with 10 different positions, there's 10 different burdens of justification in that room. Yes. There isn't one. There's no such thing as burden tennis. If there's one thing that's wrong in the great debate, and the fault lies here mostly on the side of atheist activists in the atheist community, it's pushing this idea that there's a burden of justification, a burden of proof in an argument, that only one person in a dispute has one. No. The only time there's only one person with a burden of justification is if you and I meet and I were to say, let's say I'm a theist, and I said, I'm a theist, okay? And you say, well, why are you a theist? And I say, well, it's because of this, right? Now, if I make the mistake of saying, well, you seem to doubt it, why do you doubt it? And you can say, well, wait a minute, I didn't say I doubted, I just wanted to know your reasons. I mean, you could be a theist too and still want to know my reasons, right? You don't have to hold the opposite position to inquire into a person's reasons for their position. You can even agree with their conclusion, but still want to know if you share the same reasons or have completely different reasons and evaluate those reasons. So the mistake that people make is that they're used to hearing, say, a theist affirming the existence of God and a bunch of dogmas that they think don't make any sense. And then when they call them into question, the person tries to turn the table and say, well, you have to defend atheism. All you have to do then is say, well, wait, I'm happy to defend my atheism when we're talking about my atheism, but right now we're talking about your theism. So you have a burden proof right now, okay? And until we decide to talk about what I believe, you have the burden and I don't. And that's the only kind of situation where one person has a burden.
Fair. That's completely fair.
But no, I want to ask you. I want to ask you, and I want to use your own example to clarify my point. Someone does bring a jar of gumballs, and they're mixed or whatever, and someone makes a claim that, hey, they're even, and I say, well, I don't believe you. Then what? I don't believe I have to justify me saying that I don't believe you until they provide sufficient justification to tell me why they believe that it is. Hold on, that it is even. That's what I'm saying. Exactly but then, if someone else comes to me and says, I believe they're odd, and I say, well, I don't believe you either. Right. I'm trying to make it very clear that the position of that atheism is just answering the question, does God exist? It has nothing to do with the belief claim that God does not exist, because it's only addressing the belief claim, do you believe that God exists? It's not addressing the claim, do you believe that God does not exist?
You were right in everything you said about the gumball example, except for that last bit, okay? With the gumball example, if a person says, I think that the number is even, and you walk up and you go, really, I'm not convinced that it's even. Why do you think it's even? You have no burden of justification because you haven't said, I think it's odd, right? I think the number is odd, right? You haven't denied that it's even. You're just saying, I'm not convinced that it's even. I want to know. You could be an agnostic on the question. You might think it's neither even nor odd, even though you know it has to be one. You're not prepared. You realize it has to be one or the other, just like there has to be either a God or there isn't a God. They can't both be true, right? They can't both be false. They can't both be true.
Just like in a gumball example, it can't be true that they're both odd and even.
Exactly.
But if I'm only asking you about even, you can deny that.
But the question here is, look, the question is this. Theism is a proposition. What is the proposition of atheism? You're trying to say that atheism isn't a proposition. Let me ask you this question. Supposing a person came up to you and said, which do you think is more likely to be true, theism or atheism? And now I would say, well, I think atheism is more likely to be true. On your position, according to you, atheism isn't a position. It would be impossible. It would be incoherent to say atheism is more likely to be true because atheism isn't a position. It does not describe a state of reality. Look, does the following question make sense to you? Do you think atheism or theism is more likely to be true? Which do you think is more plausible? I know what I'm going to say. I'm going to say I think atheism is more likely to be true. Why? Because atheism.
I believe. Well, hold on. If that was a question to me, go ahead. I'm sorry. Somebody else was speaking.
No, that was a question to you.
Yeah, let's finish their thing before we get too many people in here. I want to hear this. Go ahead, MP. I want you to answer this question.
Well, no, somebody else wanted to speak, and he's been trying to speak for a while. So let him go first, and I'll answer it. But somebody else was speaking, so I wanted to let him go because he's been trying to get in for a while.
The problem here is that Ozzy and MP are using different definitions of atheism. Ozzy uses the definition that atheism means to believe that no gods exist, and MP uses definition of I do not believe that gods exist. That's different.
That's nothing. Yeah, that's
he's
true,
exactly right. He's exactly right.
True,
but what I'm
really
suggesting,
yes, he's right.
Yes, of course he's right.
Right, but what I'm suggesting is that the non-theism definition of atheism is ridiculous, because if you go around calling yourself an atheist and what you mean is I'm a non-theist, that's like going around saying the name of my position is non-agnosticism, and it leaves everybody wondering what the hell is your position.
Right, but I want him to answer the question.
When a person asks you what is your position, MP, and remember, MP,
all right,
the burden of justification.
I want to respond.
Last point I'm going to make. The burden of justification is not dictated, strictly speaking, by the discourse that you're having. It's dictated by what you think is the case. You have an epistemic burden to justify whatever you think is the case. There doesn't need to be a theist in existence. There doesn't need to be a person alive in the world but you. You could be the last survivor. And if you think, yeah, I don't think there's a God, you would need a reason just to be rational in your belief that there's no God. Okay.
You know, I actually agree with that.
Theist in the root, right? So in other words, you have a position. Your position is the same as mine. You think probably there's no God, right?
Let me, because I think I've been explaining my position very poorly. So let me try to slow down and explain exactly why I believe that you're incorrect, and why I try to use your example to prove that you are incorrect. When we are talking about the jar of gumballs again, and we decide, whether it's true that it's either odd or even, and only one can be true, I'm equating that to the question of whether, even is equated to God existing and odd is equated to God not existing. Now, when I say the person who's asking the person with the gumball, in the gumball example, well, if the person makes the claim, well, hey, I believe that they're even, then I would suspect that the person who says, I don't believe that, was just justified in saying, well, hey, I don't believe your claim until there's proper justification. I don't believe that person saying that I don't believe it's even has any justification. That is when I'm equating to atheism. Hold on. I'm equating that to atheism, just like in the God versus not God example, when someone says, do you believe that God exists? Then I reject that claim. It's the same thing as if I rejected the fact that this person said there are only even gumballs. But now someone comes and says, hold on, let me finish. Just let me finish this out. Just let me finish this out, because I made sure I let you finish. But then if someone does also make the claim that they believe that there are odd gumballs in there, just like saying if they believe that if they're making the claim God does not exist, then I believe, yes, you have a justification for that also. But I don't believe the person who rejected the claim that the gumballs in there were even, who when someone said, the gumballs in the gumball machine are even, and the person who asserts that, no, I don't believe that, I don't believe that person who rejects that claim has made any claim about the oddness of that there are odd gumballs in there. I think that they're only speaking to the positive claim, and I think this is what you're conflating when you're making this argument. You're saying that the person who's rejecting the claim made by the theist that there are an even number of gumballs in that machine. If I reject that claim, I in some way have some burden of justification for that belief, and I believe that you're incorrect with that proposition. I just do.
Ozzy,
I am not saying that. I chose that example precisely because I can turn to an evenist or an oddist and I can do the same thing and say, why do you believe it's odd? Why do you believe it's even? And when I ask those questions and I challenge them on their points of view, I might agree with the evenist or the oddist or both or neither. I could be completely, I have a completely stupid view that maybe the number is both even and odd, or it's neither even or odd, or I might be undecided on the matter. It doesn't matter. When you're interrogating another person's views, you don't have a burden of justification. Questions don't bring a burden of justification. That's why I keep saying, what is your position? It's your position on a question, the position you hold, whether you've spoken it or not in that discussion, that determines the burden of justification. So when you are talking to a theist and you are interrogating that person, about his or her views, and they are espousing what their views are, they take on a burden of justification in that discussion because they're expressing their position, and it's perfectly okay for you to say, I don't have to give what my reasons are or what my motives are. We're interrogating your view, right? You can tell the theist, look, you don't need an atheist in the room to defend your theism, right? Your child who believes in God might come to you and say, Daddy, why do you believe in God? Or, why do I believe in God? Why does anyone believe in God? And then you should be able to tell your child what the reasons are if they're capable of understanding it, right? Nobody else has to even be in the room for you to have a burden of justification. Right? I have not been saying, let me be absolutely clear about this. I have not been suggesting for a moment that you take on the burden of an evenist because you challenge an oddist, or that you take on the burden of defending atheism because you challenge a theistic argument or the theistic position. That's not what I've been saying. What I've been saying is, if you are an atheist, and by atheist I mean someone like you and me who thinks there's no God, then you have a burden of justification.
Ozzy, I agree with that. I do agree with that.
Can I
I do agree with that.
Because I think the problem is we're talking about kind of two different things. If somebody makes a claim like Ozzy, you come up to me and you say, "Hey Steve, I have this jar of gumballs, right? And they're even." And I say, "You know what, Ozzy, I like you, man, but I don't believe you." I'm not asserting that they're odd. I'm just saying I don't think you met your burden. I don't believe you, right? But in the proposition where you say, if I say that these gumballs are even, I say, well, you know what, that's false. Now the only other option is that it has to be that they're odd, right? There's a difference between me saying I just don't believe you because you haven't made your claim, and then saying, you know what, I'm saying your proposition is false. The proposition that they're even is false, meaning now it only has left that they're even, right?
Yeah, if I say,
that's perfect. That's actually what Steve said is perfect, because I think Steve just literally outlined my argument for atheism. Because again, I'm just saying, even with the God example, God either exists or he doesn't exist. Just like in the jar of gumballs, they're either even or odd. The atheism is only speaking to the positive claim that God exists. I reject that claim. Just like the evenist would, just like someone, the evenist saying there's even numbers, I'm just rejecting that claim. But actually, what Ozzy said before, I do also agree with, because we're all saying the same things, but we're just coming to two different conclusions. I'm saying that atheism is just a rejection of the positive claim. You guys are saying that atheism is not only the rejection of a positive claim, but also it requires some justification to hold you to an atheistic position, which I disagree with.
I think that's a little bit of a mischaracterization.
Well, he's just basically saying that he's not believing the person. I'm just saying, look, if you reject that they're not even, the only thing left is they're odd. If you reject not theism, right? I mean, assuming you reject theism, you're saying theism is false, right?
No. That doesn't follow. I can like, if I'm talking to a theist and he puts forward an argument for God, and I reject that argument. If I say, I'm still unconvinced,
no,
I'm not saying that the opposite
is true.
Proposition is true.
Right,
I'm not.
I was just going to say
that. And that is what MP is trying to suggest. That look, I'm not embracing some opposite position simply because I am unconvinced. Okay. But I think that is entirely irrelevant, because the question of burden of justification only arises when we say, do you have a position? What is your position? Even the agnostic has a position. Okay.
That's true, but
rejection of one position doesn't mean you accept the antithesis.
That's right. Rejecting theism doesn't entail that you are accepting the opposite. But what I'm saying to you, MP, is that don't say that atheism doesn't have a burden of justification. What you're calling atheism is non-theism. Of course, non-theism doesn't have a burden of justification. It's not the name of a position. Right? If you don't have a position, of course you don't have a burden of justifying that position. So that's a truism. Okay, like if you don't have a position, you don't have a responsibility to justify something that isn't a position. But in the great debate, people are going to ask you reasonably, MP, what is your position? And then when you're going to say, well, I think there's no God. Well, now you're on the hook. Now you've got to justify why you think there's no gods. And I think that is not
exactly. I agree with that.
But now, wait a minute. Why would you want to call atheism this broader umbrella? It's like saying I'm going to go around calling myself a non-agnostic. everyone would just be scratching their heads going, well, yeah, but there's all these other positions. What is your position, Ozzy? Oh, I'm just a non-agnostic. Are you a theist? Are you an atheist? Are you an ichtheist? Do you reject all forms of agnosticism or only some? Like, where do you stand? What is your actual position? I'd like to know, so then I can understand why, and I can then ask you why you believe whatever it is you believe. But if I go around saying I'm a non-agnostic, I haven't specified what my position is. All I've done is given a name. Here, let me play the other way.
Hold on. Just before you get to this, and this is another point of disagreement that I believe we both have, because I believe that there's a clear distinction between knowledge claims and belief claims, and we've said it before. You know, everything that you know, you believe. Everything that you know, you believe. But everything you believe, you don't know. And I think we're not making that distinction here in the sense of, as an agnostic, if they're saying that I don't know something, that tells me nothing about what they believe. If I said you believe in God, you say I can have no knowledge on what God is. You're not telling me anything about your belief claim. And then if I ask you, do you believe a God exists, and you say, well, I don't know. No, then you are actually affirming the fact that you don't believe in a God, because that is a polar opposite. You either believe or you do not believe. It is inappropriate to say I don't know what I believe in that particular sense.
No. An agnostic isn't someone who doesn't know what they believe, right? Okay, we got to be careful here with the I don't know. People get confused with this. Okay, we use the words I don't know all the time when we want to say I believe something, but I'm not so confident that I would affirm that I know it. Right? That's what. People say I don't know all the time, but another time we say I don't know is when we're completely indecisive. So a person says to me, you want to eat at this restaurant or that restaurant? I go, oh, I don't know. What am I saying there? I'm not saying I lack a justified true belief about whether I want to go to this restaurant or that restaurant. That's not what I'm saying. When I say I don't know, I'm simply saying I'm undecided. I can't reach a conclusion. Right? That's
exactly,
all it is.
and I
when
think
an agnostic says I don't know, they're not saying I lack a justified true belief, but I have a belief. What they're saying is I don't believe one, nor do I believe the other.
Let's take it back to your gumball.
I know what they believe.
Let's take it back to your gumball example. Your gumball example, I think, illustrates this perfectly, because an agnostic would say, I don't believe it's even, I don't believe it's odd. But if I just said, well, if I affirm the number in there is even, then the agnostic kid has to say, well, I don't believe you.
Right.
He can't say, I don't know what I believe. And that is why I'm saying, under your definition and what you're telling me right now, agnostics are defined as atheists, because you cannot say, if I'm only asking, do you believe in God? And you say, I don't know, then you don't believe.
We got weird feedback. Did you guys hear that high-pitched noise, or is it just on my end?
I heard it.
Okay, it's very loud in my ears. So,
I really heard it.
But MP, if you say this even, and Ozzy says it's odd, I am saying as agnostic, I don't believe either one of you.
Yeah, and agnostic is not saying I believe no God.
What is that, Scott? Is that? Oh my God, that's Matt. That's you. What is that?
I don't know what that is.
Yeah, somebody's really bad.
Yeah, Matt, you sound like you're out of Star Trek. You sound like that episode where they're all like going through, like super fast speed. Yeah,
chipmunks.
That was oh my God.
Can I just say
space?
Can I just explain something here about non-theism versus atheism, and why I think it's a bad idea to. I mean, I've already alluded to why I think equating atheism with non-theism is a mistake. But consider just these definitions. I'm going to read a few definitions here. Okay, this is from the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy. Okay, atheism means the negation of theism, the denial of the existence of God. That's pretty clear, right? The Merriam-Webster Dictionary gives two definitions, A and B: a disbelief in the existence of a deity, and the doctrine that there is no deity. The compact Oxford English Dictionary says the belief that God does not exist. The Cambridge Advanced Learner's Dictionary says someone who believes that God or gods do not exist. Right? Webster's defines an atheist as one who denies the existence of God. These are all categorical. Now notice what the Oxford Dictionary says about the word non-theistic, okay, or a non-theist. It defines a non-theist as a person who is not a theist. So notice, MP, the word that describes what you're calling an atheist is already in our language. It's been in our language since the 1850s. It's at least as old as the word agnostic. And that word is non-theist. What you're trying to say is atheism is non-theism. And we have a word. That word non-theism has been around. But ask yourself, if the word non-theism has been around for a long time, and it's the big umbrella that carries with it no burden of justification and all of that, why don't people go around calling themselves non-theists? I'll tell you why. There's a reason why the word non-theism is not a very popular word, even within the great debate. It's almost useless. It's like saying, I'm a non-atheist or I'm a non-agnostic. It doesn't tell people what your position is. And in the great debate, people want to debate their various positions. And when you go around saying, I'm an atheist, and by atheist I mean non-theist, you haven't answered the question, what's your position? You're just not answering the question.
Hey,
okay?
Ozzy, I'm kind of confused on one thing, is that I've been talking about this for how long? We go way back on this. And yet I still have one or two people that consistently always tell me that I'm changing my position. And yet my position has been consistent for how long? Have you seen me change my position in any way when it comes to this topic?
Every time I've heard you say something, you've always been not an atheist.
No, because me and you have talked about
yeah,
this.
I mean, Xbox, same thing. Have I wavered in my position on that? I mean, Ozzy, have you seen me, like, change things that I've been saying for, like, my other videos?
No, you've always identified yourself as an agnostic. Actually, can I just say something? There's a political point here. Ask yourself why agnostics don't like being called atheists. And ask yourself why so many theists love to say, oh, you're not an atheist, you're just an agnostic. Why do so many theists, especially of the fundamentalist variety, have so much animosity towards atheists, but not towards agnostics? They're much more amenable and affable towards agnostics. It's for the simple reason that they understand that these aren't the same position. Right. One person is undecided, and the other person rejects theism.
But for political things,
the agnostic doesn't reject
true. For political demographics,
I have a second.
What's Steve saying? They both numbers for political gain. Because the louder and bigger group you are, the more stuff you can get.
And Arn has admitted this. Arn has actually said, I mean, outright, he's very forthright about it, is that for political reasons, for demographics, they want to include agnostics in with atheists, to be one big collective kind of thing. And I understand his reasoning for that. It gives you more political power. I get that.
David Silverman said the same on Hell on
I don't fault him for that. But from a philosophical standpoint, I can't accept that, because that is not my position. If I was an atheist, I would say I was an atheist. I have no problem doing that. I'm certainly not scared of controversy. You know, come on. But I feel like agnosticism is the.
Oh, it's definitely say, Steve, you're not. But one thing, I want to ask Ozzy a question.
I should have been a defense.
If I asked you a belief claim, Ozzy, if I asked you a belief claim, no, if you believed X or Y, or if you believed in X, are you saying that you can then hold the position that I don't know if I believe in X or not, or is the question have to be answered like I believe in X, or I don't believe in X? Is it possible for you to have a I don't know if I believe in X or not? Is it possible for you to hold that position?
Well, I think it is possible, although it's unusual, but it is possible for a person to be so confused that they don't know what they believe, right? I mean, just think about if you've ever been committed to one thing and then had doubts raised about what you believe, and then you're shifting towards another position, and in that shift, very often you're so confused you're not sure. Am I convinced or not? The doubts are mounting. So I'm no longer as committed, but I don't know, do I have any commitment at all? So it is in fact possible to be literally in a state of confusion about what you believe. But that's when I'm talking about agnosticism, I'm not describing people who are confused and don't know what they believe. Right. They know that they don't believe this, and they know they don't believe that. They know that they believe neither. They find neither position convincing. They are convinced of neither position. That's different from you and me.
Yeah,
they have a different position.
Yeah, I'm not confused by my position. I'm not confused on anything about when I formulate my position of agnosticism. Right? But I think there are people that go through that confusion. I mean, as you pointed out, when people leave a religion or they leave like young Earth creationism, I think there is a point of time where they don't know what the hell they believe. Would that not be the case?
Yeah, I certainly went through that. I mean, I started out as a fundamentalist Christian, so unsurprisingly, when I lost my faith, I went through like deep confusion, and for a while there, I didn't know whether I was no longer sure. I mean, literally, I was not sure do I still believe in a God or not? I mean, it would depend on my mood. It would depend what day it was. One day I would think, yeah, probably there's a God. And no, probably there's no God. I mean, I would go back and forth, right? So, I mean, it is actually possible to be confused. But, generally people are not confused about these things. And agnosticism isn't the name of a state of confusion, right? It's a state. It's not a state of sort of ambiguity or even ambivalence, like an atheist who doesn't give a damn, right? It's the state of indecision. I can't decide. Right? Just like I can't decide about even or odd gumballs. I know darn well I have no reason to believe one or the other, so I affirm neither. I don't say that when I say that I don't know that that's true, or I don't have a reason to believe that's true, I'm not saying the other is false, even though I know that if one is true, the other has to be false, right? I'll say that equally about both, right? But my point is this: when it comes to God, MP, you are not in the gumball position. You have a position about the gumball.
Well, I want to disagree with you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Beliefs.
Oh, you broke up there.
Oh,
he's resetting. I think he's rebooting.
Okay, can I
I want to ask Ozzy a question real quick. I have a distractor. But what do you say to the person who says agnostics are just unable to make decisions? Because I find that to be strange, because agnosticism I came to by a decision. I made a decision to be agnostic.
I don't think we decide our beliefs.
Well, okay, that's true. Okay,
so I think that.
But I did go through a decision-making process. I'm not indecisive between theism.
Right. No, you don't. Yeah, exactly. You're not indecisive. You're indecisive about whether or not God exists, but you're not indecisive about your reasons for settling on that position.
Right.
A lot of people.
I want to disagree.
Sorry, go ahead, MP.
I want to disagree with one of your points. I believe the only true knowledge you can have is about what you believe. If you at any point in that process of maybe deconverting or changing beliefs, if I ask you at that particular point, what do you believe? I think it's only appropriate to say you believe in a proposition or you don't believe in a proposition. I don't think it's appropriate to have this kind of I don't know what I believe position, because I believe the only truth thing that you could know. Hold on. Let me finish my point. Only true position I think you can honestly have, only true knowledge you can have is of what you believe. Now, you may say that I don't know if a God exists, or I don't know if I believe in a God, but the fact, as soon as you say I don't, if I ask you if you believe a God exists and you don't say yes, then you are by definition an atheist, because you are rejecting that claim.
No, so here's the thing.
I don't agree with that, because now you've not told me what an atheist is. Yeah. On your view, I have no idea.
I've told you someone who rejects the theistic claim. That's exactly what an atheist is. If you reject the theistic claim.
So what do you call yourself and me? How do you distinguish what you and I believe from a person who's an agnostic or a person who's an atheist?
See, and that's what I believe. I believe you can be an agnostic atheist. I believe that's true. You can, because an agnostic atheist is someone saying, I believe, I don't believe a God exists. I believe agnosticism is not knowing.
Dirty words.
Look, knowing is irrelevant in this. If there were no people on the planet who claimed to know there was a God and no people who claimed to know there was no God, just get rid of those people, okay? You would still have all the same problems of why do you think there's a God? Why do you think there's no God? Why are you on the fence, okay? Knowledge has not, you keep coming back to knowledge. Nobody in this conversation but you has been talking about knowledge. I mean, you keep bringing up knowledge. Matt and I haven't bring up knowledge. I'm not claiming to know that there's no God. Right? A theist doesn't have to claim to know that there is a God to be a theist. You can be a theist if you think probably there's a God. And you're an atheist if you think probably there's no God. And you're an agnostic if you think, you know what? I don't have enough reason one way or the other to think that either one of those guys is right. Okay? So knowledge is simply irrelevant. Okay? What we're talking about is, what do you think is true of reality? Do you think it is, right, true that there's a God, or do you think it's false that there's a God? I don't give a damn if you think you know it or not. We'll establish whether or not you know it based on your arguments after the fact. But right now, let's just find out what you think is the case. Okay, what do you think is true of reality? That's what we're asking. Okay, and an agnostic is someone who says, on this question, it's just like the gumballs. I don't have an opinion on the question of yes, it's true or no, it's not. I mean, my opinion is I can't decide. Or in the version of some stronger agnostics, the question is undecidable in principle by anyone ever, and no one has any business claiming that it's even or odd, or or that there is a God or there isn't a God. Knowledge simply doesn't enter into it. Okay, we don't have to worry about Gnostic atheists. First of all, there's almost none. There's almost nobody who's so stupid, as an atheist, to say all gods are impossibilities. I mean, in my experience, the people who say there cannot be any gods of any flavor under any description are people who've just not looked into the question at all, and
Right.
have in mind certain kinds of gods, and they think that they're incoherent or something like that, and that they can disprove the existence of those. So there's almost no so-called Gnostic atheists. Practically everyone is, as you would call them, an agnostic atheist. But I don't call myself an agnostic atheist. I don't have to call myself an agnostic atheist. Everyone understands that if you're an atheist, you think there's no God. How far along that scale of confidence are you? Well, I'll tell you. First of all, you and I, I'm confident, are provisional atheists. You are provisionally an atheist. If someone hits you with a good enough argument and good enough reasons, you might change your mind, right? I like to think that I would change my mind in the face of good enough arguments and good enough evidence, right? And I think you think that too. You and I are both provisional. Yes. Matt in this room is a theist who thinks he knows that there's a God. Matt thinks he knows there's a God. He thinks he has proofs, many of them, to prove the existence of God. He's still a provisional theist. Despite him thinking that he knows there's a God, Matt is not someone who'll say, I could never change my mind. He just doesn't expect.
I don't know about that.
Let's
Let's ask him. Are you sure about that, Ozzy?
Well,
by the way,
I think he thinks he could be talked out of it if the evidence went the other way. In other words, when you say I know something, you're saying a knowledge claim is like a meta claim. It's like a claim about your belief, right? I believe this proposition. Oh, and I have another belief. I happen to believe something about my belief. I believe that it is so well justified that I will never find evidence that will change my mind. But that doesn't mean that I also believe it's impossible for that to happen, because I've been wrong in the past about what I thought was secure knowledge, right? And I think Matt would agree that in principle, it's possible that he's mistaken, even though he claims to know. So, a knowledge claim is the belief that you're not mistaken, okay, with a high degree of confidence. It's not the belief that it's an impossibility for you to be mistaken, right? That's a different belief. That's a kind of stupid belief. So maybe I'm wrong about Matt's view, but I mean, I believe he subscribes to something like justified true belief as a working definition of knowledge. And so he thinks he knows that there's a God, but that doesn't make him any less of a provisional theist. He's a provisional theist, and I'm a provisional atheist. He claims to know there's a God. I don't claim to know that there's no God, okay? But we can both hold our beliefs provisionally. Knowledge is just orthogonal here. It cuts across everything. It has nothing to do with the burden of justification. When you claim to know something, you're claiming a higher degree of confidence, and so that ups your burden of justification. But you and I are not different kinds of atheists, okay? And the definition of atheism that you're using isn't the name of a position. And for centuries, we have used the word atheist in a way that is in contradistinction to non-theism. I read you about half a dozen definitions from secular sources of what atheism is. And then from one of those same sources, I read the definition of non-theism. And the definition of non-theism is someone who lacks a belief. That's
well, just to be clear, I can. If you just Google the word atheism, the first definition comes up is a lack of belief, and there are many. Hold on. Just so I can be clear, there are many sources that disagree with this position that says atheism is a lack of belief. So I understand.
There's no academic
the cherry picking. Hold on, just the cherry pick. Because everybody says Stanford dictionary, different dictionary, but there is a whole. There is a whole belief system out here that my position is also accurate. Most theists, or most atheists, most theists who actually argue this position.
This is like theory versus scientific.
Well, hold on. Just to be clear, I think people who argue this position really hold my position more than this other position. But again, I don't want to go on a tangent. I do want to speak about the the claim of between belief and knowledge. I do agree that there is a definite beliefs and knowledge are coexistent. You have to have they exist together. You can't have knowledge without belief. I agree with that 100%. But I disagree with this notion that we're not conflating the two, because a lot of times it seems like there is a conflation, and especially when we're talking about agnosticism. Agnosticism, I agree. The person is saying, I do not know either way. Yes, we agree with that definition, but I think the problem that we're having and the issue that we're having is that I'm saying that the claim that is being asked about is just one claim. Do you believe in a God? I believe a rejection of that claim, do you believe in a God, is atheism.
That's not the claim. You're being asked a question, what's your position? And what you're trying to say is, oh, never mind, don't look at my position. I'm only evaluating this position. No, I'm asking you about your position, right?
But again, and that's what I think, and that's what I think that's the problem, is that we're changing the topic, because when we say theism, and I say, well, theism is, do you believe that a God exists, and I reject that claim, then it's like, okay, now what's your position? I have not, hold on, let me finish. If you're asking me what my position is different than if somebody makes the claim, a theistic claim. Do you believe, do you accept the theistic claim? And if I reject that, I am not telling you what my position is, I'm telling you my position is rejection of this particular claim.
Look, all you're talking about.
Can I make a quick point?
Because let's take the question I asked you earlier. Is the proposition God exists true or false? Now, that's not a question that a theist is asking you. That's a question as proposed by philosopher Theodore Drange in his article on Infidels Org, when he's defining what an atheist is, what a theist is, and what an agnostic is. He says, if you answer yes, or if and only if you say yes to that proposition, you are a theist. If and only if you say no, you're an atheist. If you resist giving any answer to that question, you're an agnostic.
You don't care.
That's from an atheist. That's from an atheist, not a theist.
Okay.
Well, I disagree with that. I disagree with that atheist. I don't know what to tell you.
Can I make one spot?
Sorry. I've been with you for a long time now to make a point. First, 2 points. First, I slightly disagree with Matt's question, because Matt's question says, is this either true or false? Means it limits the options to only 2 options, but there is another third.
There's 3 answers to that question. 3 answers to that question.
No,
yes, no, I resist answering.
Matt, your question doesn't make sense, because you're not asking us what we believe. You're asking us about something else.
Wait. First of all, hang on. It's yes, no, and other.
I was finished.
Because other has a whole bunch of other positions, right? You can't just say it's yes, no, but on that other, you have agnosticism, you have apatheism, you have ichtheism. Those are all other categories, right? Why don't you just place it on other? Would it be easier?
I wasn't finished yet, Steve. Well, Matt's question is this position true or false? But there's a third option, which is I don't know. That's only my point.
That's not the third option. There's a whole bunch of... The third option is anything other than the first 2.
Yes.
I don't know. It's just one of those possible.
I agree. There are more than only 2 options.
That's already present in the article I was citing from atheist Theodore Drange. He doesn't just give 2 possible answers he gives 3 answers to it. Is the proposition God exists true or false? If you say yes, you're a theist. If you say no, you're an atheist. If you decline to answer or say yes or no, you're an agnostic. 3 answers to the same question.
In the question it says it's either true or false, which means it's true or false. It means
you can resist,
not like dichotomy.
And you can resist answering yes or no. You can say I don't know.
Sure.
And that is why I have a problem with the question. If you ask the question, is it true or false or another option, then that is better. But that is a better question.
I'm sure you think so.
All right. And also, I have a quick summary of the positions of Ozzy and MP, and I want to ask him.
The question is it true that this so and so exists? It's not
Ozzy,
the question isn't asserting that it is true.
Ozzy and MP, does this represent your position that I'm showing now?
Not like I ask you something or anything. So.
Ozzy says he'll be right back.
Okay. Hey,
I think I'm okay.
Let's get back to this. We'll get back.
Oh, he's back.
Oh, he's back. Okay. Go ahead.
I didn't hear the question. I'm afraid. I'm so sorry.
Can you see what Nestle is presenting? Is this represent? He thinks this will like suss it out between you and MP. You use that one definition. MP uses the other definition.
No, we have two different definitions, but I don't really care how you define atheism. I mean, there's some practical political considerations here, but it doesn't matter how you define something. What I'm concerned about is that people not deny that they have a burden of justification. Right. What happens is this. My concern is this: that when atheists go around defining their position as a non-position, right? They're just sort of lumping it in with all the other non-theists. Okay, they're playing hide the ball with what their position is, and then they go around saying the following: atheism doesn't have a burden of justification. Yes, atheism defined that way doesn't, but your position, your specific position, does have a burden of justification. You incur a burden of justification as soon as you take on a belief. And it doesn't matter if you want to define the name of your belief such that it includes, the potted plants in the room and the agnostics and the atheists, and, that doesn't change anything. So I think just from the standpoint of intellectual honesty, you should at least try to define atheism in a way that isn't obfuscational, right? And that's what this is. This is obfuscational. And there was somebody in the live chat by the name of Kluge, if I can just find out where he said it here. I had it written down here. He says this: calling all non-theists atheists is as useful as saying bisexuals are heterosexual because they aren't homosexual, right? I mean, it's uninformative, right? That kind of definition is uninformative. And so defining atheism, as you are doing, MP, and as many atheists are doing, and you're right, by the way, the view that you're putting forward is very well subscribed. It's a very, very popular definition online. But I think that the reason it's so popular is because it allows atheists to shirk the burden of justifying their positions. Right? Now, no one has a moral duty to get into a conversation and I mean, you can just say, well, I don't want to say what my reasons are or whatever, but everyone's going to see through that. And we need to appreciate that we look silly. We as atheists look silly when we say, my position isn't a position, right? My position is just some larger umbrella, right? We look like we're the ones that are afraid of defending what we take to be true, right? Now, to say that you have an epistemological duty to defend what you take to be true doesn't mean that in every conversation you have to do it then and there, because you might, for instance, be discussing someone else's position, and then you shouldn't let them turn the tables and burden shift, okay? But when you are asked about your position and you decide, yeah, I'm going to say what my position is, then you have a responsibility, a discursive responsibility, to explain what your reasons are, and you can't just keep saying, no, I'm going to turn the tables. I mean, I have been in hangouts where a person was saying gods are bullshit, gods are imaginary, gods are made up, and then a theist said, well, why do you think that? And then right away, turn the table. Oh yeah, why do you think there's a God? Well, wait a minute, we were discussing your atheism, right?
Yeah, but
and then
if
oh no, atheism is not a position. Well,
I want to. It's
okay. You're breaking up.
You're very breaking up.
Ozzy, if somebody said that they don't believe in a flying teapot, and you ask them why, wouldn't they just say, "Well, I don't see any evidence for one"?
yeah, that would be explaining why you don't believe, but that wouldn't be explaining why you think it's false. And what the difficulty I'm having here is that there are people such as MP who thinks that in fact there is no teapot. He thinks that gods don't exist, right? So saying I'm not convinced that there's a flying teapot, that's fine. You're not committed to the non-existence of. But when you do believe that there is no teapot, then you have a problem, right? And the difficulty here is that there's a lot of people going around calling themselves atheists who are in fact agnostics, right?
I have a question for Ozzy. I have a question for Ozzy. About this flying teapot thing. If you say I do believe that there is no such thing as a flying teapot because there is no evidence for it, is that correct?
Yeah, you can say I don't believe that. I'm not convinced, but that doesn't mean that I believe.
I'm saying
you can't state there's not one.
You didn't understand. I said I do believe that there is no flying teapot because there is no evidence for it. Is that correct?
No argument from it.
Well, that gets a little complicated. It depends on if you think that there should be evidence that is not being found. So, strictly speaking, well, I should even say colloquially because it's actually a quite complicated question, but an absence of evidence generally is not evidence of absence, but there are plenty of times when it is. For instance, an absence of evidence where evidence ought to be found but isn't there, that's absolutely evidence of absence. So it depends on the nature of the case.
Okay, thank you.
I think Ozzy's just picking and choosing when he wants to apply that definition. So as the official anti-Ozzy Kool-Aid Club, I am going to be a contrarian.
Yeah,
I also
everything Ozzy says since he's a god
Can I
is perfectly wrong and true.
Can I backtrack just a few because we kind of glossed over it, but I wanted to tell MP something. That MP, you didn't really like a lot of the philosophical definitions from actual philosophical and academic sources. But do you realize it's kind of similar? If I said, "Hey, what's the definition of word theory?" and you break out a Merriam-Webster dictionary, and you say, "Hey, look, this dictionary has the definition of theory." Yes, you're right, but we all understand when we're talking about the scientific theory that the meaning is completely different. So if I give you all these different definitions of scientific theory from a scientific source, and you say, "Hey, yeah, but I got this dictionary that says otherwise," that's the same thing you're doing here when Ozzy's giving you all these different academic sources. And I think it's pretty well ubiquitous in academics how atheism is defined. Every source that I could find from Oxford, from Stanford, all say they're pretty much the same thing. Okay, that it's a positive assertion that God does not exist in some form or another. Then you're saying, "Oh, I have this colloquial definition that says this." Do you understand that you're doing the exact same thing that a creationist would do with the word theory? And I don't know if Jack's trying to talk or if this is background.
Wait, Steve. I have found a while back a source from the Oxford Handbook Guide for Atheism that defines atheism as the absence of belief.
Yeah, I know. That's exists. I've actually read that. That's actually from a thing in Oxford where people wrote it for opinion pieces. That's by Stephen Brunel, I think his name was, something along those lines. Yeah, that was.
No, it's by the philosopher of science.
But those are from selections from opinion pieces, by the way. Yeah, I've actually read that. But
I do agree with I do agree with what Steve is saying.
Hold on, Ozzy's having to take
Ozzy,
off.
when do you have to leave?
Yeah,
I just wanted to tell him.
Well, I have to leave now. My wife's home.
Whatever his wife tells him.
Yeah, well, do you blame him? Have you seen his wife?
When she cracks that whip, boy, I jump. I just got a dirty look.
No, I have to do the same thing when my walks in. It's off time.
I just wanted to address
Steve, hold on.
Hold on,
Steve has to go.
He was in the middle of the sentence.
Yeah, come on.
Okay, yeah, sorry, I just won't take long. I just want to address this business of sort of dueling dictionaries here, okay? When I cite those dictionaries, I'm not citing them as, they're authoritative and your dictionaries aren't authoritative or something. What I'm trying to suggest is that this has been the traditional usage for a long time, okay? And for a long time, we've also had another term that maps perfectly onto what you want to call atheism. The definition you're recommending is already a word in our language, non-theism, the umbrella term. And it's not the name of a position, it's the name of every position that isn't theism, okay? That's like having a word for a non-agnostic. It doesn't tell me what you believe. And that's why I think that if you go around recommending and embracing the definition of atheism that you are, it's unclear what your position is. You're not stating what your position is. And most atheists, especially atheist activists, in fact, do have a position. They have the position that gods are bullshit. But of course, that was going to commit them, with whatever degree of confidence they hold that belief, to some burden of justification, right? So the point of citing the dictionary definitions is not to say that this settles it. I mean, definitions are in flux. Language evolves. The day may come where everyone uses the word atheism the way you do. But the day that comes, we're now going to need a word for what we have long called atheism, the view that gods don't exist. Okay? So the day that the word atheism comes to fully replace, in every source, including academic sources, what is presently called non-theism, we are going to have lost some specificity, and now we're going to have to coin new words like a Gnostic versus an agnostic atheist, and a positive and a negative, and a yellow and a green atheist. I mean, we don't need any of that. We've already got a language that sort of carves up the landscape adequately. So the point of citing the dictionaries is simply to say that we are losing precision and rigor and specificity here by adopting a definition of atheism that fails to distinguish between the various positions within the great debate. And
can I do a little rejoinder on that? My intention on the thing with MP was never to imply that they were authoritative. It was simply to say that which is a better usage. Just like we're saying which is sufficient, which is insufficient. Right. It's just saying that the like you said, in philosophy, it's already been divvied up. It's already been. This is a structure that seems to work pretty well, right? And so that's what I'm saying is that the definitions you gave just are more sufficient. They're more established. And so just getting a colloquial definition, yeah, sure, it is a definition. People can use it. They're still atheists. But it's just a much weaker position that I can see.
Can I ask Ozzy one question before he leaves?
I think his wife's about ready to slam his head against the wall.
No, it's okay. Nothing terrible is going to happen. But
just don't get it on camera. No blood. I'm kind of squeamish.
Oh.
Okay, go ahead. And then I got to go.
I have here a picture of the three usages I found on the internet: the absolute belief, the rejection of the theism, and also the proposition that there are no deities. You use non-theism to refer to the broader category, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I think it's important that dictionaries don't dictate words.
So, can I please finish? And also, you used atheism to refer to this narrow category, right?
Mm-hmm.
What word do you use to describe this middle layer?
Well, the middle layer says the rejection of the proposition that any deity exists, and that depends on how you read or interpret the word reject. Do you mean simply am not convinced, or do you mean I think it is false?
And that's the key thing.
I was saying that earlier.
That's what I wanted to talk about too, but we never got back to that. That word rejection. Are you rejecting the proposition? Right? Are you saying that the preposition is not false, therefore it's true, or there's a difference what you mean by the word rejection? Or if you're saying I just reject theism, I don't believe you. I'm rejecting what you're telling me.
That doesn't mean yes.
But if you reject the claim such that you're saying, if you're saying the proposition God exists is you're not saying you're rejecting the truth value of it. You are automatically accepting that it's false. If you're saying
no,
thanks, Ozzy.
If you're saying that it's not true, the only other thing you can have is false. But if I'm just rejecting theism because I don't believe the person telling me what they're saying, I don't have an opinion either way. I'm not. You can't. No. Then what MP was saying earlier was true. I'm not automatically accepting the other position.
We already went over this by acknowledging that rejecting one proposition doesn't mean you accept the opposite.
But again, it depends what you mean by the word rejection, and this is what Frank. I know he started to talk about this earlier, and he got shut down.
Everything Ozzy said in this room, I have already said in a different way.
I know, and I'm there, buddy. I got you. I'm following. But again, this really was critical. What we meant by rejection. MP, you're breaking up still. Because again, when we say rejection, what do we mean by that? And sometimes even I'm vague on that, and I admit that. When I'm using rejection, if you say, hey, the proposition God exists, you don't accept that it's true, but you're saying that is not true, you're rejecting it as that, then you're saying that it's false. If you're just saying you're rejecting because you don't know, like an agnostic would, then you're not accepting the negation, the opposite. Because if I say, if MP, if you're saying that there's even gumballs and Matt's saying that they're odd, and I'm rejecting you, that doesn't mean I'm accepting him, right? It just means I'm rejecting what you're telling me, but I'm also rejecting what he's telling you. Now, if you say that they're even, and I say, hey, look, I reject that they're even, that proposition is false. Now I'm automatically siding with Matt. Do you see the difference?
But Steve, how do you?
I agree.
Steve, how do you call this layer then?
I think that Ozzy pointed out that what do you mean by rejection?
Depending on how you define it, it would either be subsumed into the blue or subsumed into the red.
Yeah,
it depends on how you define it.
Yeah, you could go either way on that, right?
But the gumball example, though, as I said, this is why I think, and this is why I say there's such a conflation of what's going on, because Ozzy is saying is more or less he is saying kind of he's like almost a baby switch.
Why are you roboting so much today?
You're really breaking up.
You're really having a hard time today, MP.
Yeah, because I'm in that spot.
Go to McDonald's and get
the Walmart internet.
Yeah, do a Ronnie.
Yeah, but regarding the Nestle's thing, if you define, I just want to explain my point on how it would be subsumed into the blue or the red. But if you define reject as eliminate, as I said earlier, then it would be subsumed into the blue.
Right.
If you define reject as simply not accept, then it would be subsumed into the red. It wouldn't even be a middle ground.
No.
There is no.
No.
I like what you say about eliminate.
No, wait.
If I reject,
I disagree. I disagree with that. But go ahead.
The second part I wasn't too sure about. The first part I totally agree with you said. If you define rejection as eliminate, if I'm eliminating the even, what's left? Odd. That's the only other option I've got. So if I read rejection for the proposition that I'm eliminating that possibility, then you only have the opposite possibility. And that's how I interpret rejection to mean. However, I understand there is another way to use rejection by saying I'm rejecting your claim because I don't believe you, but that doesn't mean I'm accepting the other person either. As an agnostic, I reject both sides. Right?
That's how I mean. That is how I mean by rejection in this case.
Well, think so in that case, you're simply saying to reject is simply to not accept. Well, not accepting includes both the red and the blue.
You're not accepting
but it
both
doesn't. It's nothing. It's nothing. It's both. So it would be the blue because the blue itself includes the red.
Oh yeah. Well, so the way he has it is
the
red is a subset of the blue.
Red.
No. So I see what you're saying. You're saying that the red is a subset of the blue. Clearly,
it would be subsumed into the blue as general as the blue.
The blue is the blue is the parent category. The orange is the subset, and the red is a stronger subset of the orange.
Yeah, I'm saying that
atheism is not a subset of non-theism, though. Shouldn't you have them as two isolated groups with a union?
I'm saying there's only two groups. Rejection. If you define rejection as merely not acceptance, then that is identical to merely the absence of belief.
No, it's not identical because it's not identical because babies don't have a belief, but they don't reject the belief either. So babies go here.
Point.
Babies don't go here. They go here. Babies.
Babies go into the blue.
Babies would go under non-theism.
Babies go into the blue. The absence of
belief in deity. In that case, I agree with you. There is a middle ground in that.
Yeah, so how do we call this middle ground? How do we?
Whenever I think of
the middle ground subsumed under the blue.
Somebody is holding. So non-theism, it's like a position, but technically babies would be included because you're as Donic, you're excluding all the whole universe.
Non-theism is not a position, though. Non-theism is a collection of.
I know that's the problem. That's my
now. Here's the funniest thing. These are very nuanced things. I think by now everybody realizes that there's a lot of nuance that goes into this. There really is. And so when somebody who comes to the Great Debate community who's a rabid, atheist that just found the atheist experience and loves Matt Dillahunty, who again I really like, they're like, oh, let me explain to you why atheism is this, and this, but they haven't learned the nuances of the actual problem. They haven't really dived into it to the depths that we have, and I think that we need to bear that in mind. And when we try to explain this to them, there's one or two things that can happen. Either they can sit down and buckle down and kind of listen, which has happened. Or I notice the other response is they get very, very defensive, very, very hostile, and think that we're all fucking idiots and that they're geniuses because they accept what the atheist experience is putting out. Which, by the way, I don't think the experience is terribly wrong, and I do like the show. You can't
attribute. Matt Dillahunty and Atheist Experience show isn't anywhere near as popular to be responsible for the number of idiots who believe in...
you might have a point there, but it seems to be...
Richard Dawkins, Sam Harris, Lawrence Krauss, Christopher Hitchin, the Four Horsemen. Those are the people responsible for this upsurge.
I think they were probably more positive theists.
They were. None of them are positive theists. All of them are on record as lack theists.
Really? I'll have to
They're all lack theists.
But I thought I heard other.
even Lawrence Krauss I think Lawrence Krauss knows about this stuff. He just doesn't give a crap. He's talked with philosophers. He has like all these things. I think Lawrence Krauss is playing a game, right? He has the political thing.
Yeah, well, he's a science comment. I mean,
but like, yeah, the point is, it is all their fault. I'm with Matt on this one. It's not just the atheist experience. They're part of it,
and I don't mean to place all the blame on the atheist experience. I just said shows like the atheist experience, things like that.
Okay, that's
but no one knows how to call this middle ground.
Yes, non-theism. Non-theism is
non-theism is already the blue. I'm talking about orange.
The description given in the middle column is non-theism.
I don't see any middle ground here.
The middle would be the middle excludes babies and those who haven't heard. Don't have God.
Non-theism. Babies are non-theists.
I see a problem here. Hang on, Frank. There is no middle ground. It's a dichotomy. Either either you're non-theist or a theist, right? And now he's trying to put it as atheism, which makes it a little more complicated, right? Which I don't know why he's trying to do it this way.
Talking about subsets of non-theism.
What?
Is
he has atheism as a subset of non-theism in this diagram. That's how I read this.
Yeah, that's how we would think of it.
Atheism is a subset of non-theism. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
you're right. Okay,
yes,
I'm sorry. You're right. Okay, you're right.
It's a circle in a circle.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. I'm sorry.
But non-theism also includes babies, rocks, and people who've never heard of God, right?
Right. Yes.
So we have this more specific position of people who are aware of the discourse, not necessarily like because they're non-cognitivists would be aware of the discourse as well. Who are aware of the discourse.
Guys, you're making bionic dance arguments now.
Oh God, no. Hey, by the way, Drag, your buddy was in here like 2 hours ago.
Defines atheism as what we are talking about as non-theism.
Right. But
even earlier on, Ozzy himself said that non-theism includes babies and stuff.
Non-theism includes babies, yes. That's absolutely.
But atheism would define the term.
Atheism doesn't include babies, but non-theism does. Sure. Anything that's not a theist is a non-theist. It's a category issue, right? So babies can be a non-theist. You don't have to be a moral, cognitively aware of things to be a non-theist, right? That's not required. But to be an atheist, you have to have cognitive functions. You have to have executive decision-making abilities. That's a completely different thing.
But Nestling is right. We do need like a name for that particular category.
It's already subsumed under non-theism.
It's under non-theism, yes.
Look at the blue. Look at the blue. The absence of belief. The absence of belief. Well, I need to bring it up again. Moved off there. The absence of belief in the existence of deity. The middle section is in the blue. It should be blue. It's not a separate heading.
It's a subset.
I'm not saying it's a separate heading, but anything under it is exclusive, right? So everything above it would be excluded from the middle section.
I see what he's trying to go with.
Absolutely not. The rejection, the non-acceptance of the proposition that any deity exists is lacktheism. Lacktheism is non-theism. It's in the blue.
I agree.
Well, actually, lacktheism is a little bit more than that.
But the yellow is a relevant
lacktheism is more hang on. Let's clarify this. Lacktheism is more than just non-theism. Lacktheism was a pejorative to mean a non-theist that deliberately tries to avoid the burden of justification by claiming lack of belief when they actually have a positive belief God does not
exist. I'm not using it that way.
But that's what it actually means.
I'm not using it that way. I'm using it someone who lacks belief in deities.
I'm missing part of the conversation, but under the two umbrella terms right there, a theist could be a rock. I just don't think rocks have belief. Under the non-theist, rocks and turds and doors, those could all be non-theists.
Sure, it's like saying,
for example, you go down that list and try to find me a rock that believes no God exists, or a rock that holds that thinks it's all nonsense. You find a rock and I'll give you a Nobel Prize.
Xbox.
No. Implicit in that is talking about person.
Thanks. Xbox, for example, if I say you're moral or you're amoral, right? A rock cannot be immoral because they're not a moral agent, but they are amoral, right? They're an inanimate object, so they fall into the category of anything that's not moral would be under amoral. Doesn't mean they're immoral, but it means that they are a non-moral thing.
Right. If you change my chart there to say that where theism is, it would be moral, and where not theism is, it would be the negation of moral would be amoral.
Right.
I don't think the negation of moral is immoral.
Right. You could be amoral, not
immoral. Immoral is its own proposition.
Yeah,
You would
exactly.
be either immoral. You would either
Immoral
be
is neither
moral.
moral or
You'd
immoral.
be either moral or amoral. Immoral or amoral.
That's not correct.
You guys are giving me a headache.
Amoral,
That's a good argument, man.
Amoral is neither moral nor immoral.
Right.
That's what he just said.
That's what he just. Yeah.
That's right. That's what I just said.
I think that's what he
No,
just
you
said.
said the opposite.
Steve
I
said.
thought you said that the opposite of moral would be amoral.
No,
not
no,
amoral.
yeah. Right.
There's
you're
different
right.
kinds of
Right.
opposites.
It's the proposition and the negation. So under this, moral would be A. Amoral would be under not A.
Non-morality.
Right. So the negation of morality is not morality.
Which is immorality.
If you define immorality,
I'm not using the word moral. If you're using morality to refer to like an ethical system, or if something doesn't apply to an ethical system, then it's amoral. But if something is evaluated negatively in an ethical system, then it's immoral.
No, I think he's defining immoral as amoral.
I think he's confused.
Amoral just means that is like an entity that cannot make moral decisions, right? A chair is amoral, but an immoral is somebody who does moral things that are considered to be wrong.
Like this, I don't think if I'm in a wheelchair and I'm wheeling past someone getting raped, right? Me doing nothing,
that's immoral.
I would consider amoral.
No,
it's immoral.
A person can be an
You have a responsibility
you have
to help.
You have a duty, a responsibility.
Yeah, I don't think I have a moral duty.
But amoral.
Well, then it's not immoral in your view. But the question is, okay, there's a question as to whether or not we're going to relativize this notion. So amoral.
We got on the deep hole on this one. Fuck, I didn't know I started.
Not relating to any ethical system.
Your mom just.
Or then there's in the relative sense, as in something which, according to a specific ethical system, is not morally relevant. Different ethical systems will evaluate different things as moral, immoral, amoral.
Right.
But amoral in a more absolute sense of the term refers to anything which has nothing to do with morality whatsoever.
Yeah, but Frank, his example.
God is amoral.
His example can never be amoral. It's either his action is an immoral action or a moral action. Okay, an amoral would be something that cannot make a moral decision.
That's why I would argue that God is
not
amoral.
correct.
How is that not correct?
A person can be an amoralist. They can say morality does not exist. It just doesn't exist. You don't need to affirm there is such a thing as morality or immorality. You can affirm morality is a non-existent thing.
Okay, I agree with you. I agree with that. I agree with him that. A person.
Adjective and the noun, like amoralist refers to a specific belief, whereas amoral refers to how you evaluate something.
But but I think that's a little more looser term. If I say, "Hey, Frank, you're completely without morals. You're an amoral person," I can understand that. That's a cold.
Right, you're autistic. Put it that way. You're autistic, or you're a baby.
Yeah, exactly. Baby would be amoral. Well, I mean, you don't have to be a baby, but I mean, you're without morals. That's what.
If you've got
I don't know if I'd use the word.
If you've got a
I wouldn't either. Frank, don't get me wrong, but I could see the uses that way. I don't think it's really
but you would only
the best
use
way
it
to use
in
it.
a given system. Right? You wouldn't use it.
I need analogies to learn this. If you don't mind, Steve, can I ask Matt a question?
Sure.
Do you view God? I know you're not completely Christian or anything, but do you believe a God as being amoral?
The God of deism can be moral, immoral, or amoral. The God of Christianity is moral.
I'm just wondering if he could be amoral in any instance.
I just said that. The God of deism.
I know. I was just clarifying.
Hey, I want to get this out.
I take a belief. I'm not a Christian. I take a belief that God is amoral.
I want to get this out. This is why I can't hate because I want to move on to.
It just helps me learn. Thank you, Steve.
No problem. Hey, Dragnot, your buddy was in here about 2 hours ago. He hates you, by the way. Do you know who I'm talking about? Dragnot, are you listening? He's not even paying attention to me.
You're muted.
I'm muted?
No, Drag is muted.
Abstentia.
Oh, he's abstentia. Okay, never mind. I was wanting to tell him that Deflating Atheism was in here, but because they have a love relationship.
Oh, Tommy Hall's bottom bitch.
What? You was in here? Oh my god.
Let's reiterate, Steve, one more time. You can use a word as any way you can mean atheist to mean my cigarette.
Sure.
Doesn't matter. You can use words any way you want. as long as the other person understands it.
Yeah, you
There's
wanna do a
common
recap?
language that we use, and that's how we understand each other. But if you want to deviate from that, then you better be sure that the interlocutor knows
Yeah,
that you're deviating from just common use.
Yeah, let's kind of do a recap. Because
Oh God.
no, we need a recap. Shut up.
No, we'll recap and then we can move
Okay.
on, right?
Yeah, then we move on. We can talk about music or something. Okay, so recap. Nobody's ever advocated that one definition must be used or another. There's never been about definitions, really. And I know it keeps boiling down to definitions, but it doesn't give a fuck what the definitions are. It is what's best utilized to have a better conversation with somebody and what's more sufficient to answering a question. Would you agree upon that, Xbox and anybody else? That's what.
Yeah, absolutely. It comes down to semantics, and not all semantics are. Everything's semantic.
And
playing a semantic game is a different thing.
And would you also agree that anybody that has a doxastic position, right? And atheism, no matter how you slice it, is a position. As Ozzy points out, look at if I say, what do you think is more likely, atheism or theism? And you say atheism is not a position, then you can't even evaluate that question, right? Because what does that mean? How could you even begin to evaluate that and say, well, I would generally pick atheism if you don't think atheism is a position? Because if I ask any atheist in here, if I say Mithridates, hey, what's more likely, theism or atheism? I bet at your money he's going to tell me that atheism, which means that atheism has to be a position because it's one or the other. Right, Myth?
Well, I got into an argument with someone went further, and I'm not going to name them, but they were arguing that the main on my chart there, that top question was a malformed question and was meaningless, so they don't fit on either side. I was like, "This is dog's side. This is logic.
It's
You're
funny is
either
that falls into ichtheism then. If they think the question,
but ichtheism actually follows under non-theism,
right? But they don't label themselves. That's what they're advocating.
Right.
That's so. Just because you don't advocate a particular position doesn't mean you follow one. If I say, hey, look, I don't care about the question, then you can say, yeah, well, you're an apatheist. Well, I'm not saying I'm an apatheist, but you're advocating an apatheistic position, right? So.
What do you think about apatheism?
Apatheism, I have agnostic in there. I need to add apatheism.
Yeah, apatheism.
And there's a couple other agnostics.
Skepticism's a good one, too.
Skepticism needs to go in there, yeah. Skepticism might can go in there.
We're talking about formal philosophical skepticism. What's that, Wolf King?
Yeah, rational skepticism. But what do you think of apatheism? Is it uncharted territory to you in your experience, Steve?
No, see, but I use apatheism as a little bit different, and I've explained this numerous times, and I've even made sure that Ozzy was okay with it. When I say I'm an apatheist or I'm apathetic, I am saying that online, I'm not here to be convinced God exists or don't exist. I don't really care if God exists or not. When I'm online, I'm apatheist to that proposition. I don't care how you answer it.
Right.
I'm only caring
kinda
how
like
you answer it and why you answer it.
Kind of like you can answer, I'm agnostic to some position.
Yeah, well,
the position
I'm
apatheism,
agnostic on that, right?
My wife's an apatheist, right? She does not care one way or another. She doesn't want to get in these arguments.
Right.
She doesn't care one way or the other if there's a God.
But that's why she doesn't come into these hangouts, right? If you're true, if you're a true apatheist, apatheist, you wouldn't even bother being in here. You wouldn't care to talk about it. It's like, Steve, why don't you go to the hangouts where they're talking about football? Well, I don't give a fuck about that, right? So I'm apatheistic about that topic. I'm not going to go in there and have a conversation about football, right? So but see, I am apatheistic about whether the proposition is true or false. So I use it very selectively. But see, here, I at least explain what I mean by it. Right? And so people have the same understanding. That's fine if people do that. There's nothing wrong with that. There's a lot of nuances in words, right?
So soon me and Ozzy are going to have a conversation about, what was it? One of these positions that I don't agree with him on. Being able to call, like if you don't believe in the Christian God, being able to call yourself an atheist. I don't agree with that you could call yourself an atheist towards this God, that God, maybe
right. I agree with you on that. Does Ozzy?
You don't like a relativized usage of the terms?
Yeah, I don't.
Maybe he'll convince me, but I don't.
Wait, Ozzy thinks you can.
I think atheism encompasses all gods.
Yeah, does Ozzy not agree with that?
What? Wait, what?
I think atheism in its most purest form encompasses all deities. Now you can.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah, now you
Yeah. That's right. Maybe we can record the discussion.
Yeah, I'd like to hear that
Get
because
it off air and
I've never heard
record it.
Ozzy make that claim. I would disagree with him on that. But here's the thing.
Maybe we can do it off air and I'll record it.
But I think I've heard
maybe
him say
a few people that want to hear it can listen to it. I won't put it on air though.
That's fine. I think I've heard him say though, maybe this, if I vaguely recall, but it makes more sense. You can be apatheistic to a single God. I can say, look, I'm agnostic, but I'm sure the hell an atheist. So not apatheistic, atheist. I'm sure the hell atheist for a young Earth creationist God. Sure as shit. I'm a positive atheist. Young Earth creationist God, I believe, does not exist. Happy to say that. You know.
I mean, I would add to that as an atheist.
What's that, Matt?
You can't say that without equivocating on the word atheism.
No, I can't.
Atheism is
no. I'm not saying.
Wait a minute.
I'm saying
atheism
atheistic
is
is a different word.
assertion.
Did you not hear what I said?
What does atheistic mean?
I am using atheistic as a very selective
without
word
gods
to mean towards one proposition. It is an adjective. It's been modified from the original word, right, of atheism. I'm using the theme of atheism, but the word is slightly different. That comports that word. It actually points back to that word, but it doesn't mean atheism, right? It's an adjective.
So what does it mean then?
Atheist. I am atheistic. I don't believe that particular God. You cannot believe in a particular God. It doesn't mean you don't believe all God. Why is that confusing?
Not believing in a particular God. Because you would then say that I'm an atheist.
No,
I'm atheistic
that's all gods.
God.
Well, yeah, like there's an absolute sense in a relative sense.
I'm atheistic towards every other God apart from my God.
Yes, you're right.
Yeah, like that's a fair usage of the word
atheist.
atheist.
Right. You're atheist. Right. Christians are atheistic toward other gods. Absolutely. There's nothing wrong with that.
But I'm not an atheist in any.
You're not an atheist in the general sense.
Yeah, we're not talking about it.
I'm not a theist. I'm not an atheist in any sense.
Well, you change weekly. I don't know what you are this week.
But in the relative sense of like with regards to like the Muslim theology, you would say I don't believe in that theology. Oh, you believe that theology is false. It's not really that
you need to distinguish the general from the specific. We need to distinguish the general from the specific.
And I agree with that, Ness. But I do that all the time. Xbox, when I say I'm atheistic toward young Earth creationism God, Xbox knows exactly what I mean. I'm sure even Mithridates knows exactly what I mean. I know Drag knows exactly what I mean. There's no confusion there.
How does that demonstrate that what you're saying makes sense? Because
it does. Because I don't believe that. I don't believe that particular God does not exist. It doesn't mean I don't believe all gods don't exist. How is that confusing?
You're not an agnostic then.
Just to add to
I
that,
am agnostic.
You're an atheist.
I don't know what the hell Matt's saying.
He says you're not.
You're an atheist. You're an atheist towards that specific God.
Yes,
but that doesn't mean you're an atheist towards all gods.
Correct, which means I'm agnostic because I don't know if gods are gods.
But how do you define an atheist? Is someone who ascribes to atheism,
we're all
which is the belief that no gods exist.
I
think maybe we should see atheism more as a spectrum. The more you lean toward atheism, the more you believe that the gods don't exist. Gods.
Again, I think Xbox, I agree with Xbox. Atheism is the denial of gods, period. All of them, right? But if you say I just don't believe in a specific one, you're not asserting that all of them don't exist. You're just saying I have all these gods to choose from. Some of them may exist, but this particular one, I've already eliminated this particular one. I've already formulated a conclusion on this particular one.
Dude, Christian.
You can say I don't believe that particular God exists.
That's atheistic.
Do they need a?
No, it's not atheistic.
Well,
hold on. Do they need a special word for that?
If you're defining atheism as the belief that no gods exist, you cannot then say I'm an atheist towards a particular god.
Sure you can.
That contradicts the definition of atheism.
You say you're atheistic.
That's why I use the word atheistic. It's an adjective.
I don't know what you mean by that word.
We can argue about it later.
I don't think towards that
atheistic.
Here, this solves it. What do Christians call Thor?
It's an adjective.
Are they atheistic toward Thor, or do they just don't believe in Thor?
Yeah, I'm atheistic.
Why do they need a special word for it?
I'm atheistic.
They would assert that God does not exist.
Right, they don't need a special term for it.
Right, that's what the term atheistic
is. They would not describe themselves as an atheist.
There's nothing inherently meaningless or hard to interpret when somebody says, well, I'm an atheist in the sense that I don't believe in that sense, but I'm not an atheist in the broader sense, right? You can make this distinction it makes perfect sense. People can understand what you mean when they say, "Well, I'm atheistic with respect to this, but I'm not an atheist in the general sense." Right? You can make that.
Yeah, but that's using this internet weird chart thingy that not the chart that I was putting up that most
It's a morphological
philosophers.
It boils down to semantics again, because Matt is using a very strict definition of atheism. A very strict.
The very self-same one that Steve McCrae's advocating in this hangout.
No
gods exist.
Atheistic is an adjective. Okay, atheism is a position. One's a modifier. They're different
modifier
words.
Of what?
Right, like theism and non-theism.
Adjective will modify something. If I'm using it as a modifier.
What does it modify?
Is modifying my particular
what
position
does it modify?
To that claim. If somebody
atheistic.
If somebody,
it's a modifier.
Can I finish? Can I finish?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. If somebody
I think you
says,
should.
We probably all should slow down and let one.
If somebody says, do you believe God exists? And I say, I'm questioning. Let me phrase that. Do you believe Zeus exists? And I say, I believe Zeus does not exist. I affirm Zeus does not exist. Am I an atheist by saying that?
No.
There you go. There you go. There you go. Now can we move on?
Okay, yeah, we just move on. You do want to go. Okay.
Thank
you. I mean, I think what time has shown us is that we're all atheists with regard to most of the gods humanity's ever believed in.
I'm not an atheist in any.
Some of us just go one god further.
Yeah,
I'm a theist. I'm a theist, not an atheist.
That is one of the most god-awful things
You can't actually say that you're not an atheist in any sense.
I hate when
people there are, in fact, senses which. Like,
if you define an atheist, if you define atheist,
that it's the correct sense, but it's a sense.
Okay, you guys have got
if you define atheist,
muting everybody. You guys have got to stop talking over each other.
Seriously,
I cannot hear Frank, I can't hear Matt, and I can't hear Wolf. And all I hear is three people going. Okay, so let's try to.
Yeah, I'm actually saying that. Yeah.
Well, actually, Wolf, that's how you actually speak, by the way. But.
I got a lot of bass in my voice.
You do got a lot of bass in your voice.
No, but yeah. We need to take turns.
Okay.
And so no talking over each other.
That's not a discussion.
I'm worried about Matt. I want Matt to make sure you have your blood pressure lowered. You're not smoking. You're seeing your PCP regularly. Maybe some walks, some fresh fruits and vegetables.
Okay, Steve. Whilst I'm doing that, can you grow a few brain cells so you can contribute usefully to the discussion?
Here, under this chart that we're using, an atheist, you'd be a non-theist that is an atheist.
Xbox, you got Nick.
Here, I just want a question for Steve. Shit.
Yeah, Nick, you're eating your mic. You're over clipping hard.
You are deep throating your mic, dude. Get it out your mouth.
Is that better?
Yes. Okay. What'd you do? Now, I'm curious. What'd you do that's different?
I turned up my gains for one, but then I was closer to my microphone.
Okay. So,
right, but Xbox, I can put it up for.
I turned up my gains because I was just going to scream over Buddy Dick when they were all talking.
Xbox, can I put it up for?
Hold on, but I do have a question for Steve.
Yeah, Nick has been trying to say something like question for me like 5 minutes. Then Gary, you're next. I promise. Okay, promise. Go ahead.
All right. So under this chart that we seem to follow, and I know it needs some work, we would be a non-theist that is an atheist. I'm not, but let's say I would be a non-theist that is an atheist. That does not leave any room for me believing in any kind of a God. And on the same other side, you would be a Christian that is a theist, which leaves no room for you to be an atheist on anything.
Okay, can you zoom in, please?
Well, if you're using those words like that, but I mean, you could be a Christian, but all Christians are atheistic toward all of the gods.
I reject that.
See, I don't believe that. I don't think there's room. I don't think there's room for atheists on the theist bubble.
If I use the word atheistic to mean you don't believe in that deity, right? And I'm using it a very narrow parameter. All Christians deny the existence of other gods. Well,
yeah, of course. But that's what I said. If you change the definition of the word atheism, which
but I'm not changing the word atheism. I'm using the word atheistic.
The word atheistic is a modifier of the word atheist or atheism.
Yes,
you're modifying that word.
It doesn't modify. Okay, the word it modifies the graphic. What's the word? It's not lex. It's not semim. It doesn't modify the meaning.
It modifies
the word as thought of prefix. It modifies the literal graphic, right? The symbol.
Right. You're actually contradicting yourself. You're saying I'm a theist that is also a non-theist.
No, if I say atheistic, I'm not saying I'm not modifying the meaning of the word.
Look, you got to look at the context. I mean, this is just a semantic hang-up. I mean,
Well, just look at the main question. Sorry, just look at the main question. Do you believe a God exists in reality?
So we're gonna move on for this because it's not contentious. If I want to use the word atheistic and you guys understand it, it's fine, right?
Right, but
I understand.
Right when we were about to fucking solve it, man, we were just gonna solve it, and you just want to move on. Fine.
Can I just say something about that that thing that Xbox has gone?
I'm just messing with you.
The thing is that just because you're a Christian doesn't mean you're a theist.
What nonsense is that? What
fucking nonsense? Can you repeat that, Gary?
Right, just because you're a Christian does not necessarily mean you're a theist.
Yes, it does.
Absolute fucking nonsense.
Yeah, it does. If you're a Christian, you have to be a theist.
Unless you're some kind of Christian that doesn't believe in a God.
There's an entire group of them.
Okay, like if you,
there are no Christian atheists.
Okay, wait. What group of Christians would be Christians and not be theists? What would that? What kind of group would that be?
A Christian atheist would fit under non-theism because they don't actually.
Atheism is not Christian.
They just follow Christ.
But they are Christians, though.
No, they're not.
Yes, they are.
Christian atheists fall under non-theism.
Wait a minute.
They're atheists.
Wait a minute.
It's a branch of atheism.
They're not under the standard definition of the term Christian, but they are under their own particular definition of the term Christian, which does not involve belief in God. So they have a particular definition of the phrase Christian, and that allows them to call themselves Christian atheists.
Sure.
Right, it's just a label that they use.
Sure.
It means they follow Christ. It means they follow the teachings of Christ, but they don't believe a God exists.
Yeah, but
They follow the teachings of Jesus. Christ is a divine term.
Yeah, Jesus. Well, I took Christ to be Jesus.
But the reality is they are atheist, so they fall under non-theism. That's it.
Yes.
They don't fall under theists.
No. They can be strong atheists. I mean, they can affirm that no God or gods exist.
Right, but they cannot be. But they cannot be. If you're a Christian atheist, you cannot be a theist. That's a contradiction.
Exactly. That's exactly what their claim is. I'm not a theist. I'm an atheist. I lack belief in all gods, or I believe in a certain no gods exist.
Yeah, but they're not your conventional Christian. He's saying they could be a Christian and not be a theist. Well, sure, if you redefine the word Christian to what Christian atheists would, but that's not what we're referring to. I don't understand this whole thing about redefining words and changing things. When we talk about Christians, we know what we mean. You cannot be a Christian and follow Christianity, right, and believe that Christ is the Son of God and that He died for your sins, all the whole shebang, and then say, I'm an atheist.
Correct.
That makes no sense.
But,
Xbox, I think you need to go back to your definition of agnosticism because it sounds like an oxymoron.
Who you call moron?
Himself.
It's the belief nor disbelief in gods.
Okay, but I would say Xbox. Go read some book.
Tell me how it's not. Explain it to. I'm not offended by it. I'm trying to actually get it so that we can use it as a chart. So please correct me.
Yeah, no, and I'll look at it. If you email me, and I'll want to look it over too because it's kind of hard to do online.
Yeah. That's why I sent it to Ozzy.
But I mean, I want.
But what's an oxymoron about? Does anyone else see an oxymoron there?
I didn't even really see.
If you say belief and then you say it is both a belief and oh, sorry. Wait a minute.
Yes, the belief. Maybe I need to highlight it all. The belief nor disbelief in a God.
It is not. It is not a belief nor disbelief. Maybe that's the correction.
Yeah, that's what it says. But maybe I need to highlight that whole thing. Maybe I need to highlight belief nor and disbelief.
Yeah, you got limited space, but like agnosticism, Huxleyan, I think would be more better if you said something like the belief nor disbelief in gods and the belief that the existence of gods cannot be known.
Okay.
See what I
mean? You defined agnosticism.
You're talking about existence. You're talking about an ontological claim here, right? I think you kind of just wiped over that, and I think you need to throw that in there because that's what agnosticism would be. It's just belief in either the or Huxleyan would be a belief that you cannot know ontologically whether God exists or not.
What about
or disbelief?
Yeah. But I'm kind of curious.
What about defining it?
And then hold on, slow down. And the Huxleyan should be what?
The belief nor disbelief in God,
nor disbelief,
and that the knowledge of the existence of God cannot be known.
And the belief that the knowledge of a God. Yes.
Or what about
I'm not
defining?
good at shorthand. You should see my spelling. It's like crazy. Okay.
No, I've seen what you write to me. It's worse than me.
Or maybe defining agnosticism as neither not believing nor disbelieving in gods.
Let's see.
No. Wait a minute.
Agnosticism. Maybe not having.
Here's the thing with definitions. You can define things. You can define things 20,000 different ways that all mean the same thing. I mean, for example, like the second law of thermodynamics. Do you know there's no formal definition of the second law of thermodynamics? Go look for one. You won't find one. There is no formalization of the second law of thermodynamics. You can word it different ways that all mean the same thing. Okay.
So how about this? Agnostic means not having a belief nor disbelief in the existence of God or gods.
Yes.
And then under Huxley agnostic, not having a belief nor disbelief in the existence of God or gods, and the belief that the knowledge of a God cannot be known.
Yes. Although I use a different definition of agnosticism, I don't have a problem with that definition per se.
No. Tell me your definition.
Can you guys finish this later? Can you
tell me this one real quick and then I'll move on?
Agnosticism is the proposition that sorry, I'm bad in English and I need to write it down first. Give me a minute.
Okay, just put it on the side for me.
While you're doing that, I kind of want to ask, like,
write it.
I kind of want to ask, like, people like Mithridates and Nestlings who've kind of been holdouts in all this, if this hangout has given them any more insight into why the vast majority, the overwhelming vast majority, I would say like 98 to 99% of all Great Debate community members, accept that the more narrow definition of atheism is a more sufficient definition. Not that you have to be one or the other, but there's a reason why that in philosophy, that why in academics, it is overwhelming that that's the definition they use. And there's a reason for that. And I wonder, Mithridates, if you kind of are you catching on to that as to why we're making these kind of arguments and why we think it makes an atheist actually stronger in their argumentation, their position by taking on board what we're telling them. Would you weigh in on that?
Yeah, I think so. I think there's some good arguments there for sure. I definitely see that. You don't get the impression at first that is the majority view, right? Until you have conversations like this, because like people have mentioned, the four horsemen, they tend to have more of the like this and the Dillahunties, and so you kind of get indoctrinated into that a little bit. But it's a very interesting discussion for sure. Trying to grow some more brain cells to understand it.
Yeah, there is. I'm glad you said that. Just because people are atheists doesn't mean they can't be indoctrinated in things. Indoctrination is not the sole property of theists.
I can admit when I get indoctrinated, and I can also admit that I need to change my mind on some things, and I'm open to learning for sure.
He's a free thinker.
Well, think about the easiest one that's been floating around right now: flat Earth. How many people are indoctrinated into the globe Earth?
Oh, I'm glad you. So, you know what? You just opened up a fucking hell of a can of worms, but I'm glad you did, because I want to move on. So the next part of this.
First, I have written my definition of agnosticism in this group chat.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Thank you. I'll add that to my note.
So this is the official part where the hangout is pretty much over on the burden of justification, because I think we've actually had a really good discussion on it, and I think these need to be talked about. Yeah, go ahead.
Can I interrupt you real quick before you move on?
If you get to flat Earth stuff, I have something.
Oh, you're gonna love this, Expo. You're gonna love this. You're gonna love it. You're gonna love it.
Steve, before you get on to your next phase of the hangout, I'm gonna have to drop out. I just wanted to tell you I had my first encounter with Darwin's deity the other day.
Oh, you lucky dog!
I actually went on to True's site because one of their Bring It evolutionists, and I swear to God, this is exactly what happened. I started talking about the genetics of hemoglobin and how you have the fetal hemoglobin as a new structure, and I got about 10 seconds of it out, and Darwin's interrupted me and started saying like what was my basis and laws of logic and etc., and then just went off on that.
Yeah,
and that was pretty much it. That was the end of it.
That's all part of it.
Dude, Darwin
how long
knows
did it
nothing
take for you
about.
to get kicked out?
Darwin doesn't know jack shit about anything. He doesn't. He has.
I just stopped talking.
He has.
There's a Darwin's Greatest Hit, one of his new ones that goes over pretty much kind of the same thing.
Have you guys?
Yeah, anyway.
I do an experiment. Go watch any hangout that Darwin's does. Just randomly pop in, and I swear to God, 90% of the time, all you're gonna hear is laws of logic, uniformity of nature, laws of logic. It's all he has. He doesn't know jack
How do you
shit
know
about-
that, Steve?
How do you know that?
How do you know that?
How do you know
How
that?
do you know that?
You're making a claim. He is so like a broken record of anybody I've ever seen in my life. He has no ability whatsoever to actually carry on an actual conversation.
You're right. They have no interest in evidence whatsoever, and I'll never go on there again.
Well, I told
anyway,
you that.
great hanging out today, Steve. I really appreciate it.
I'm glad you dropped by, my friend. Thank you, brother.
Yeah, appreciate it, man.
And this is why I do hangouts like this. People like Myth, who's kind of new to the community, so they can kind of learn, about why I particularly believe the way I do and stuff. But yeah, let's get into the bits session time. I went to Flat Earth thing last night. I went to two of them, matter of fact. The first one was this guy that I went to with me and Seth were bored, and we found this. Oh, hang on one second. I think I got a package here. Is it a package? Oh, you the man. And the guy was higher than fuck. And I lasted about, 6 minutes, 10 minutes. Yeah, that was it. As soon as I started presenting evidence, bye-bye. But the more funnier one was I went to this other hangout, and they were interviewing Eric DeBay. Right. And I know who Eric DeBay is, and I've read his Atlantean conspiracy bullshit. Excuse me. And anyways, long story short, he was saying the dumbest shit I've ever heard in my entire life, more than just flat Earth. He actually advocated that nuclear power doesn't exist, that nuclear bombs don't work.
What?
That the reason you're gonna it gets better. This is my favorite actually, and this it's funny because I studied nuclear power, but he actually advocated that the reason why radio waves propagate longer at night is because solar rays degrade the quality of the radio wave. And I'm expressing that far more articulately than he was. But that's basically what they were saying. Had nothing to do with the layers of propagation, had nothing to do with the ionosphere. Nope. It was because that sunlight degrades radio waves.
How?
Magic.
So what you're saying, Steve, is that radio waves degrade in sunlight.
Yeah. Exactly. God. Sometimes you say a lot of weird, funny shit, but that's epic. I'll give you that one. Yeah, sunlight degrades.
The parallels.
Yes, sunlight degrades radio waves. Or radio waves degrade in sunlight.
I gotta say, Steve.
But yes, all nuclear power is wrong. He says all of nuclear power is wrong, and I'm like, for fuck's sake, you know what? If Eric DeBay ever wants to come in here and talk about nuclear power and talk about how fission actually works and the 6-factor formula and all the shit that goes into average neutron life cycles, I'm down. I will do that. Bring him on, right? But
I still haven't figured out the density thing, right? Like they say density is what pushes things down, but what other force is there that besides magic? Like, yes, density can push things down, right? If you have something more dense in water, it's going to sink. But what stops, like, me throwing my baseball in the air and it just keep going straight up into the air? What
do you believe in magic?
What makes it not push down? Like, what makes it come down?
Well,
a more important question is, why do boats float?
Density.
According to some boats are made of metal, so why would they float? If flat Earth is correct about this.
Yeah, the boat is way more dense.
I'll make my point I made the other night. I've made it plenty of times, but to get into it with these flat-tards is this is just a symptom of the main claim that they're making, that there's this big conspiracy in science that's gone on for hundreds of years, for some reason to make them money hundreds of years later by taking your tax money for NASA, and this big conspiracy of why evolution is wrong. Not all of it. Like some Christians think evolution is wrong, but the flat earthers think that it's wrong because of some conspiracy in science. They think the shape of the earth is wrong because of conspiracy in science. And no one ever addresses.
Talk about playing the long game here.
Right. Start questioning, why do you think this
Okay,
is
Steve,
this
let's
big
sit down right
conspiracy?
now. We're going to dream up a conspiracy here that in 200 years from now we can bilk money out of the government. Wait, we're dead.
Right.
How
This
the
is
hell do we
ridiculous. They
talk
can't
about that?
back this shit up. And their evidence is going to be, well, look at the earth. Look at the shit they've lied to us about this. Look at what they've lied to us about that. They take mistake for, like, if we only have certain amount of information at the time and we make a logical inference based on that. Then we get some more information and it changes. They take that as a lie.
Yeah.
They could just say the history books are lying too.
Right. And that's another whole thing. They go to fucking textbooks and try to show you that they're lying. Textbooks have mistakes in them. You should go to the people and the experts in the field and ask them what they think.
Over time. So they use that as see they're correcting their lie or
well,
but appealing to textbooks and dueling scientists is just appeals to authority.
Right, Frank.
And you don't have to accept any of the. Just like if they came with you at the Bible and said, "Look, the Bible says the Earth is flat, so it must." Well, I don't hold the Bible as an authority. So what the fuck else you got?
These guys were all but one big conspiratorial theory. That's all they have. It's all it is.
Right.
It's seriously.
Right. So quit chasing after these rabbit trails.
We didn't land on the moon.
Some entertainment.
They used every. There's the Pratts for the young Earth creationists, right? Well, there's Pratts for young Earth too. They used all of them. Cold moon, right? Bubbles in space.
Well, and Arcane goes as far as all the false flag shootings and the news and.
That's all to distract you from the flat Earth, isn't it?
Do you know why that?
Right.
Do you know why that's why we?
And the flat Earth is just to distract you from the claim they're making that all of science is a big conspiracy.
Do you know why that's why we call?
Here's one, Steve.
Is my mic not working? Do you know why that's? Do you know why that's why we call MG42 Pillbox Bubbles? Have you heard?
Why?
Yeah, his nickname is Bubbles. Because he advocates that in space.
Explain that.
Yeah, he advocates in outer space.
Quick, before you do, is my mic way too loud? Or?
It's okay.
Oh yeah,
it's a little loud, but
yeah.
Let me move it further away. But I just want a mic test before you go into Bubbles. Is that way better?
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah.
But there's bubbles in space, and they're like, "Oh, this is all filmed underwater."
Yeah.
And I'm like, God, you people are stupid.
Have you ever watched the videos with the bubbles?
Yes.
Yes. They're not bubbles.
I think
right.
Ice cream.
What are they?
Those things are bubbles. They
look like
even if they were bubbles.
So just one person. If they're not, the things that he calls bubbles that are not bubbles, what are they?
Ice crystals.
It looks like ice.
Oh,
right. Right, ice crystals. They could be anything. They could be condensation, just
dust
floating
inside.
off the
Condensation. Yeah,
All right.
They're not bubbles. But again, these guys need any kind of conspiratorial thing. But I mean, like,
they're not underwater bubbles.
For example, hang on one second. Like the cold moonlight shit, right? Okay, we all know people don't experience debunking that. We get that, okay? But my argument was very simple. Look if cold moonlight's a thing, explain to me using physics how this works. Show me thermodynamically how this could be when I can show you that the experiment is flawed. Because all you're doing is making sure that you have less radiated heat being emanated from an object. Therefore, you're going to have a differential in temperature. It's not that the moonlight is warming anything. It's just because the other object is not radiating heat as much because you covered it.
But Steve, they don't believe in physics.
Yeah, I know. I get this.
Right. See, that's the other problem. You go in and try to explain to them, oh, this isn't a bubble. This is so-and-so, and here's how it works, and I can reproduce it. Like. They're going to be like, oh, well, that's bullshit on science. Because their main claim is that science is all bullshit.
But you can't
go fucking attack that. Don't attack the red herring about the shape of the earth or evolution.
Oh, Steve, let's take this to its full end here. No, hold on, Nestle. Steve, 9/11 proves the earth is flat.
Everything proves the earth is flat.
No. Because, you see, the buildings went straight down. If the Earth was curved, they would have went to the side.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
because the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah.
Duh.
Now let's see if that comes up in a flat Earth argument somewhere.
But like you guys are saying, I mean, they don't accept physics. They don't accept. I had people argue literally, math is bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
All right, go talk to Simon.
Math is bullshit. The optics are bullshit. Have you heard the one about the optics? That every telescope and every optic on Earth is made and produced and they stamp it, but it's not actually seeing as far as it's supposed to see.
Yeah.
Wait, but I look at things inside with my telescope, like peanut butter lids, and it sure as fuck doesn't look like Saturn. Looks like a peanut butter lid.
You could use math, right? You could determine your focal length. You can show, okay, here's the length of my tube, here's the length of my mirror. What's my focal point with my lens? We've all done those maths. Not that terribly difficult. They don't accept any of that. Right?
Besides Arcane not knowing what a noun and a verb was, that me and Chaswald and Dragnot and stuff spent hours, like 3 hours, trying to explain this to me.
Xbox. Wait. Arcane also claims that he was a sniper, and then he also worked in the military firing artillery, and Yeah, so somehow he's a paratrooper with a sniper rifling
Well, you
mortar.
Can snipe. You can snipe. You can be a paratrooper sniping on the way down. I guess, right?
He's the
no,
biggest
but listen, when we were asked him about the Coriolis, like you have to compensate for the curvature of the Earth. He said, well, when he did this, he never had to do that. You know why? Because it's a constant. It's already figured into the firing table.
Correct.
He didn't accept. See, I used to work for the county land surveyor for years. That was my job before I came to Sable. And on certain things, when we would do highways, which would be 12, 30, feet long kind of thing, we have to adjust for the curvature.
I want to say if you can
hold on, real quickly. I promise. I promise.
Right.
The other thing our team
finish your thing, Xbox, and give up the mic for a minute. Go ahead.
Well, I just wanted to finish what I was saying about Arcane and his before he got into the paratrooper thing. Him and a lot of other people, Arcane mostly, thinks that your eyes reach out like your arm. They're not inputs like all your other senses, your hearing, your taste. Those are all inputs, right? He thinks the reason you can't see over the horizon is because your eyes can't reach far enough.
Birds breathe out their asses.
He doesn't understand that light actually meets your eye. It's an input.
Well,
light comes into your eye.
No. I know where he's going with this.
He actually thinks that your eyes can only reach so far, and that's why you can't see in long. And some people have worse eyes than others, but he thinks your eyes reach out like your fucking arm.
How can you see stars? How far away are the stars?
Max, stop for a second. This idea is from a period in time before the Renaissance.
He said
in science. Wolf, shush. They didn't understand how light worked, and they literally thought that when you open your eyes, light is emitted from the eye.
That's true.
Right.
That's true.
Right.
Okay. So the problem with that is every time you open your eyes have to light up everything outside.
Right. Well, that's that they did think that actually. So yes, but here's the thing that again, you can debunk these guys pretty easily. You've got something over the horizon. No matter how powerful a telescope you've got, the part that's below the horizon, assuming the atmospheric conditions are normal, you won't be able to see the bottom. You won't be able to see the bottom of that ship, no matter how powerful your opticals are. It just won't happen. But they don't care about any of this stuff. Everything in this channel was just pure conspiracy bullshit. I was just like, you guys are just lapping this shit up, and I bet none of you have ever taken any math or physics whatsoever. None of them have. None of them.
Right. Quit going after the red herrings because they're not going to accept your math and all this bullshit anyway. Go after it.
Yeah, but
start questioning them why they think this is a big conspiracy.
Because they
don't
forget
flat Earth, forget biology. Let's say science. Tell them, fucking science is all wrong. Now tell me where's the conspiracy and why it's there, and question them about those things.
Yeah, they're because of the Illuminati.
Right. That's what it'll come down to.
Yeah.
I've heard demons. I've heard demons go off of our emotions.
Xbox.
Like
let some other people talk for a minute.
No. Yeah, please. I apologize again.
Okay.
I wrote in the side chat that I wanted to say that one way you can recognize those things aren't air bubbles is that bubbles are unstable as they rise to the surface. They break into ever smaller bubbles exponentially.
Right.
Yeah. And also someone in this live chat is going full retard now.
Of course.
Yeah.
What else is new?
Tom and Coffee can handle them.
No. Bread and Butter is his name.
Yeah,
I have faith in. I have faith in.
Bread and Butter's been around a couple times, but he does. I don't think he ever really gives evidence for anything he says. If I remember correctly, if I think it's the same guy.
Yeah, that's all it is. It's a bunch of assertions, and then they want you to do the research. Oh my God, you don't know what we're talking about? Blah, blah, blah.
This was not flat out
his comments.
This was actually some other unknown channel that they happened to get Eric DeBay, some 24/7 flat Earth channel that we just happened to pop by. But yeah, I mean,
well, you're the crazy ballers that think curved sticky water sticks to a ball spinning in space out of nowhere.
So you want to play SWAT the live chat questions down because we know how when creationists come by they tend to throw all these questions out and you're like okay, and then you answer one just like what you do with flat Earth, and then they ask you 50 other ones.
Here, Janine Clark, bread and butter. Somebody tell me how matter and life came into existence.
Okay, sure. Matter probably came into. But here's the thing: is he asking for a definitive answer, or is he asking for a plausible one? Because if he asks for a definitive, then sure, we don't know. If you ask for a plausible, then we do understand. Matter came into existence by the Higgs field, but via the Higgs mechanism. Okay, if you have life came into existence, you have life came into existence because chemical processes, starting with abiogenesis, which, by the way, Christianity is a form of abiogenesis. God creating man is a form of abiogenesis. I don't know why they don't get that.
Right, dirt to man, right?
But yes.
Is this alchemy or is this abiogenesis?
Yeah, well, it's not even just the dirt to man. It's the fact that
if man came from dirt, then why is there still dirt?
My voice is going to be shot.
Yeah. Actually, that's a good question. Why is there still dirt? I mean,
yeah. Hey, Cal, what's your other account, by the way? Cal,
that's a good one.
Cal, what's your other account?
Other account.
Tell me how matter and life was caused by nothing.
Xbox, shush.
Xbox, stop. Cal, you don't have another account?
I'm muting Xbox.
I'm sorry. No, I was just reading questions.
No, I thought you had another account. Somebody was saying that you were somebody else we knew. But I was just curious. Okay. But anyways, it's not just that man came from dirt, which, whatever. But the fact is that that at a certain time, biological life didn't exist. Okay? Proposition 1. At some point in time, biological didn't exist. Proposition 2. At some point in time, biological life did exist. Conclusion. Abiogenesis happened at some point. There was life from non-life at some point. Regardless of how it came to be, whether through chemical interactions or God just saying, poof, you exist, life came from non-life somehow. Well, and they don't seem to understand that. No matter what version of Christianity you follow, it's abiogenesis.
I even have to even the best scientists. It's tricky to figure out how this happened. It might have came on a comet elsewhere in the solar system, but
that's not abiogenesis. That's transpermia.
Panspermia.
Panspermia. Oh, sorry, panspermia.
But panspermia, not transpermia.
Panspermia just pushes it back to another planet, right? Just pushes it back somewhere else.
Transpermia that's just like transperm.
Yeah, thank you, Wolf.
Transgender.
Sorry, I was thinking of something else.
It identifies as an egg.
But the original process by which life was created from non-life through abiogenesis, by what we mean by it, by thermal events and RNA world hypothesis and that kind of stuff. It doesn't mean that there wasn't some other kind of influence from panspermia. There could have been. It doesn't negate panspermia at all.
Yeah, because life. Oh, so go ahead.
Just real quick. Bread and Butter says, what caused the Higgs? Well, at that point, we don't know. And we're happy to say we don't know.
Yeah, because, I mean, religious people always
Here, Steve, they're asking something else now.
Xbox.
Hey, Xbox, the other guy's talking.
Stop, Xbox.
I didn't hear anybody talking, sorry.
Calzers.
Sorry. Religious people always we have a book, let's find the evidence. Science is oh yeah, we have the evidence. Now let's see if we can build on the evidence. Let's see if we can find even more evidence. But religious people are oh, we have a book, accept it, deal with it, move on. That's not really. You're not going to get anywhere with that, really.
Yeah, it's so funny, Calzer.
Religious people have the book. Let's look for the evidence. Science says we now have the evidence. Now we can go write a book.
Yeah, exactly. But Calzer, look at it this way. Look at we have a very good understanding of things like the Big Bang, right? I think that most of us who've looked into science realize that the Big Bang is a model that works. Contrary to what any any creationist can say, the Big Bang model works unless they're just completely retarded. But the thing is that at a certain point we do reach an epistemic limit. We do say, you know what, we don't know, and they dishonestly use that to throw in God at that point. And then they have the audacity to say, oh, we're not doing God of the gaps. We're just saying that you can't explain it, but we can with God, which is the fucking God of the gaps.
And I want to say that since life is basically boils down to chemistry, then life from very complex chemical interactions is entirely plausible. We don't have the full picture yet of how it could have happened, but we have some of the pieces.
I would say it's not even just plausible. I think that things forming complex interactions we know is demonstrable fact.
Yeah. Yes.
They're asking more deep theological questions here. Here's the next question.
Well, I think you're right. Yeah, they do want to have theological questions, right? I mean, they're actually more meta questions than the actual science.
Right. They're saying, tell me how matter and life was caused by nothing.
Right.
I don't know anybody that says that, but
here's let me address that.
Except for Christians, anyway.
You guys are a lot of science people in here right now, and I like science a lot too. Has anybody ever read a book from anybody that said we have determined that nothing can exist? Have we ever read a book that says we've experimented with nothing?
Yeah, that makes no sense at all. Like, it's nonsensical.
Well, I don't know if it's nonsensical, but we've never had nothing to experiment with. We don't even know if nothing's possible. So why?
No, I'm saying absolute nothing. If you look at it and examine it, it's nonsense.
Well, I wouldn't go that far. But here's the thing.
Well, as soon as you start talking about it, you talk about it as something.
Let's see. Xbox, hang on. Xbox. We're the talking about it. You don't want to suffer. You don't want to suffer the reification fallacy, right? Just by talking about it doesn't mean the hyperstantiation is going to create that thing. Okay, we don't want to get in that type of fallacy. But nothing it can possibly be. We don't know what it would be, though. We've never experimented with it. We've never demonstrated it's possible. So when a creationist like Bread and Butter or whatever says, "Well, how do they how do you explain things coming out of nothing?" Well, nobody would ever do that because nobody says things came out of nothing. That's called a straw man argument.
Right, and this is why I say that it's nonsense. There's two different ways to talk about nothing. There's a way to talk about it as if it were a void, right? Like if it's an absolute nothing. Like there's a void in front of you of absolute nothing.
Yeah, but
right. But when I've got this from Alex Malpass. Let's say I was on my way to work, and I say there's nothing going to stop me from getting to work on time. Well, I obviously don't mean I'm going to run into this void of nothing, and it's going to make me late for work, right? Well, this void version of talking of nothing is a nonsense. We don't use that word. We don't talk that way.
I think you're running into a problem here, though. I think you're running into a problem, Xbox. When we're talking, when a person's asking us about things coming from nothing, they're not talking about a void. They're not talking about the colloquial what we think of nothing. You know, like what's 2 minus 2? What's nothing? Okay, they're talking about an absolute term to mean no existence of any kind of anything anywhere. Anytime. There's basically
no. I know.
Okay,
I know. And if you, I'll point you to the Alex Malpass video that he discusses this, and he'll explain. And I agree with him why it's actual nonsense to talk about it in that way.
Okay, so
I first want to add something what Steve said.
And I do apologize for interrupting a million times.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. After I was done about talk about abiogenesis, you commented that. We have observed many complex things emerge in nature, right, Steve?
Sure, absolutely.
Yes. I have heard about a guy called Jeremy England who has attempted to form a mathematical equation based on thermodynamics to conclude that life arising from non-life is inevitable.
Yeah, I'm familiar with what you mentioned.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty. Life is such a weird term.
Right? Yeah, the current thing is actually they're leaning toward the fact that life, given the right conditions, is an inevitability, right? It's deterministic in some ways, and that's scary, right? I mean, if you're
but don't we just arbitrarily pick where life is, like something that can self-replicate? Okay,
so.
we'll arbitrarily call that life.
But it's the same thing. Like when does a species begin? Right? These are arbitrary. There's no lines.
Right, I agree.
I don't think there's a single line of demarcation when life begins.
No, life is an emergent property of chemistry.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Okay, so like when Bread and Butter asked, these are very dishonest questions. Like atheists are relying on an infinite amount of natural processes to make God impossible. Not true. Atheists, first of all, don't try to make God impossible. I think most atheists, if they're rational, would say, sure, some forms of God may be possible. Maybe the Christian God isn't. Okay, some people argue that. I get that. They may say, that the God of the Bible doesn't make sense. It's impossible. I get that. But I don't know if Christians can actually say that all gods are impossible. That'd be a hell of a lot harder, burden and substantiate.
Right, for sure.
Yeah, exactly. So, but atheists are not relying on these things to just get rid of the notion of God. Atheists just happen to not believe in a God, but they also accept science. And it's the science that's doing this. The science is giving us information. It doesn't matter whether an atheist or theist. The science is the same. Right? But these questions are like, if the universe had a beginning, then it isn't eternal. Well, that's not necessarily true either. The universe can have a beginning and still be eternal, right? Just like a line is infinite line, or excuse me, a ray is an infinite going to the one direction, but it has a beginning. Infinite. But a ray is still but a ray is still infinite because it starts at a point.
Yeah, and there's nothing actually wrong with an infinite regress. Yeah, it sounds shitty, and we don't really necessarily see it. But there's nothing logically impossible about
that's part of the Munchausen trilemma, right? I mean, you either got into the regress axiomatic or a circular. So I mean, at some point, you're going to have to suck it up and bite the bullet on something. You know, I happen to choose axiomatic.
Everybody knows my view. I think it's an infinite universe. So.
Well, yeah, but which
or necessarily existing universe.
But for the Munchausen and trilemma, would you accept the infinite regress of the universe? Would you accept axiomatically that we exist? Would you accept it's I mean, a circular?
Yeah, just axiomatically exist. I think we necessarily exist. At least the universe, and I don't separate us from the universe.
Yeah.
So
but see, all these questions get somebody nowhere closer to demonstrating God exists.
Yeah, that's my belief.
Or
I wholly say that's my belief. Like, I'm not sure that I could back that up if argued.
Well, let me ask you guys this though. It's not so much even that they're not demonstrating God's existence, but don't you think these arguments are so bad that they're not even a proper warrant for why somebody should hold theism? That's
right. No. That video I gave you, watch that, and he will show how he destroys the kalam in a way, but he will also show how moving to God does not solve your infinite regress problem, not because who made God, but for a different reason. But he also shows that the three horns still exist, even if you move it to God. It's a really good video. I'll post it in the live chat if I have mods, but I posted it privately to you so you can watch it later.
Okay, yeah, it's gonna be private. But this is what I see. Go ahead, Max.
I was just gonna say that it's rather sad that a lot of people, or at least that I've seen, hold their belief in God, or have their belief in God dependent on their shitty arguments being correct.
Right.
Yeah, but hang on, guys, don't kick this
for
guy.
Creationism.
Hang on, don't kick this guy in the live chat yet. We're winding down. I'm actually using the stuff that. Well, yeah, somebody just timed it out. Never mind.
Can someone message me in the live chat because I can't seem to find it.
You know, it's just weird. We're talking about somebody in the live chat, and somebody decides to time them out. I don't get that, but that's okay.
We're in the external chat. So.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like we're actually using them to demonstrate the fallacies of young Earth creationists and people that are dishonest theism, or dishonest theists. So why time them out? We're using them to demonstrate to people why they're wrong. You know, I don't know. It's weird.
Yeah.
You know, it's.
Yeah. I want to comment something about what was just said about that most atheists will say that gods are not impossible. I do generally believe that most gods are not plausible, but at least one type of concept about a god I find the most plausible, which is represented by the ghost of Christmas present in A Christmas. What's it called again? A Christmas Carol. Yeah, that's A Christmas Carol.
For some reason, I cannot find the external chat.
And of course, the god
I can find the live chat.
There is no external chat for this. Remember, it's non-snipeable.
Oh, okay. Would you,
G+,
if you get a second, would you mind modding me in the live chat so I can post a link? You don't have to if you'll.
No,
post
I'll give you mods. I don't care about that, but I won't. If you're gonna send me the link, send me the link.
Put it here on the inside sidebar.
I did. I put it in the sidebar and I privated it to you, Sam, or to Steve.
Yeah, just private to me. Yeah, in Anarchy, he probably is trolling. I don't know. Better Butter's been here before. Again, I don't know if he's trolling or asking sincere questions, but I kind of want to like get to the point where he starts asking sincere questions. If not, then do what you got to do, right? But I mean. It's just weird why these people ask such silly questions expecting such simple answers, right? They wouldn't even know what a Higgs mechanism is. I barely know what the Higgs mechanism is, right? I mean, if somebody asked me, describe the Higgs mechanism, I have fucking no idea, right? I don't know. I mean, it's just part of physics I nearly never got into. I know what the Higgs field is. I know what a Higgs boson is, but I don't know knowledge of that.
Isn't it the thing that in quantum mechanics that gives particles their mass?
Yes. Yeah, I know what it is, but I mean, that's the extent of my knowledge of it, right? So I mean,
it's almost purely mathematical, right?
Yes, it's purely it's a lot of what's called metric tensor equations. I mean, how many people can actually work with these metric tensor equations? I know 2 or 3 maybe that probably could.
Top man.
Well, I mean, General Han Solo has a little experience with it. I know Antron Barrett, he's a doctor in plasma physics. He can, and I think geology might be able to a little bit. and maybe EO.
And see, some of these trolls out here, they can get us good conversation started. It's the trolls that come in and they scream and yell and cuss.
Exactly.
And
I don't mind a little if they want to troll a little bit. It keeps the entertaining going because we can actually, use it to our advantage, right? But what I think is trolling is when, not just when they come in and not ask us their questions, but trolling is if they don't actually believe their particular position, right? If I come into a hangout and I advocate a different position than I actually hold, that's trolling. A lot, right? I want people to ask.
Yeah, to an extent, like a devil's advocate's fine, but not just coming in to fight. Or
Exactly. If Bread and Butter if he actually is sincere about these questions, if this is actually his positions, then fine, whatever,
If he's got questions about evolution, I am willing to answer it.
And I want to tell y'all something. Like, Steve, I've told you many times, I don't like getting into the esoteric little details about science. And yeah, I tell Sam all the time too. and I enjoy it. I don't mean stop doing it, because I enjoy it. It's like when someone asks you a simple question and then it gets into the esoteric details that kind of loses me. But I just wanted to thank y'all for actually, not just because I'm selfish as shit, but other people enjoy this and other people learn from it. And not topics I can talk on, but when it comes down to like a God debate or something like that, that's when I don't think I need to get into esoteric details of scripture or science, because I think I can destroy them without having to know any of it. But I just wanted to thank you guys for actually taking the time to explain your expertise in fields and explaining them out and things like that. I really do enjoy it, even if I don't understand half of it.
Well, I certainly have no expertise, that's for damn sure, but I like talking about these topics. But, I've gotten so immersed in it, at least I can carry on a reasonable conversation. Sure, I get shit wrong every so often. I admit that, of course. And sometimes my arguments are not as well worded or even correct. Shit happens, right? We all have bad arguments, but the difference is you have to be able to recognize your argument sucks and then go, fuck, yeah, okay, then move on to do it to something else, right? And try to reformulate it.
I think you spark interest into people getting into, because sometimes people might know some of this, but they're not really grasping it, and then you guys have a conversation about it, and it opens their eyes to, oh, that's what that means. Okay, and then it sparks their interest to go look further. I think
Wayne Fillmore.
Yeah, absolutely. Hunter Bailey too. Like I talked with him just the other day, and he had said about a year ago or so that he had kind of listened, and you had sparked some interest in him to look into things.
Yeah,
yes,
Hunter
he's
Bailey
still
left,
a Christian, but
Creation.
still.
Yeah, he was one that actually left.
He's given up young Earth creation.
Yeah. Excuse me.
Oh, yeah.
I think the more smart and reasonable people that we can get around here, even if they stay Christian, but they start being skeptical, meaning that they question things, not that they doubt everything. I hate when people use doubt for skepticism. When it means to start questioning things, even things you believe. You start questioning them, you actually start realizing, well, maybe I don't have good reasons for believing this. Let's find out what good reasons are.
Well, do you remember that guy that came by, Bernie? I mean, he was the one that actually was in the Great Debate community that was just, starting a lot of trouble. He posted some pretty fucked up shit. But he didn't really want to address the arguments, right? I mean, he's just one of those militant atheists that just wants to come in and, throw the shit against the wall and says, oh, look, I make poopy. But not,
like what?
Yeah.
Down Corner did that to me, and he hates me to this day because I kicked him out over kicking the Christians out. This is 3 years later.
Oh, Down Corner is
That's the only thing I did to him as well.
Yeah, Down Corner is blocked forever and forever and forever into my hangouts. He's just a piece of shit. Total piece of shit.
Well, what did he do on the the Great Debate community?
Oh, well,
his quick story is that he got fired. He was a teacher, and he got fired for being an atheist, supposedly. And he started a lawsuit that's lasted a couple of years against the state or against the school.
Basically, he did a bunch of shit which was going to get him fired. So he made a bunch of statements about being an atheist. So when he got fired, he could say, "See, they fired me because of this." In reality, no, it's because you did other shit first.
And now he begs in the community for help to pay for his bills and pay for just his normal bills and his lawyers and everything else until it's all done. But this has been going on for years.
Down Corner
Never shown proof of any of it.
He is the most despicable person I've ever ran across, I think. He's just a horrible,
what's his name? The Two Wolves guy. Let me tell you about the two wolves. I forget his name.
Oh, good wolf, bad. Yeah, Rob Beasley, good wolf, bad wolf.
Beasley. He took it. You know how mentally ill he is.
Yes.
And he admits he's
Oh,
mentally ill. He's just he thinks he's right. He took advantage of him for hundreds of dollars because he was mentally ill.
Oh, Steve, there's a question in the live chat from Tom.
1 sec here. Tom
better still be in my fold.
What is Tom? Steve, have you heard about the interface theory of perception, Donald Huffman, and implications in regards to evolution? No, I have not.
Me neither.
See, look at that. See, here's two people we don't mind saying we don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I am all cool with that. I don't sit there and go, oh, let me Google this so I have an understanding what it is. I don't bother. If I don't know something, I'm happy to say I have no fucking idea what it is. But I would like to learn, sure.
On the off chance that I know, could you repeat the question again? Because I didn't hear it.
He asked, have you ever heard of the interface theory of perception, Donald Hoffman, and its implications in regarding of evolution?
No. Never.
Okay.
No.
So there you go, Tom. Yeah. But I'm sure I might look into it in the future here. Now I have to actually go Google it, and I'll save it for later because I'm actually responding to a message right now. But
I want to say something about Matt Bell because someone mentioned why the hell did you invite Matt Bell? Matt Bell is a great conversation. He can be a great addition to the community. It's whenever someone he deems saying stupid things to him and then stands their ground with their stupid things and never really tries to convince him. They just keep repeating the stupid thing. Or if they're a dick to him to begin with, he's going to give it right back to him.
Well, he's a contrarian.
Other than
he
that,
likes to argue. He was okay in here today, wasn't he?
So if you can take and just insults aside, that's just him. It's kind of like Stizor. If you insults aside, just ignore those. Listen to the conversation. He has a lot to add. I've spent 4 to 6 hours with him off. He gave me a sermon one time that he had written back when in his 20s, I think it was. Fucking great sermon. And you know me, I don't like scripture and stuff, but it was a great conversation about that stuff.
Well, I mean, Matt Bell is not a stupid guy. I mean, I'll say what you want about Matt Bell. He's not a dumbass, right? I mean, I think he does, know a lot of stuff. I think he reads a lot. I think he's well educated, and self-educated, like myself.
He just has a zero tolerance.
But he is a contrarian, and he does get a little bit out of hand. But I think he did just fine in here. And I've always told him, look at Matt. You're more than welcome to my hangouts. I only kick you out when you become an obstinate little prick. Okay? I mean, if you don't become an obstinate little prick, no problem. No problem. And I actually like him his engagement when he's actually engaging, right? But anyways, F4117H said, excellent hangout. Thank you. I think this was a really good hangout myself. I really enjoyed it. I don't know why I'm still presenting somebody, though. Am I still presenting? No.
Hopefully it's me because of how beautiful I am and my chart's so awesome.
Okay. But, I don't know where else you want to go with this hangout. I'm kind of going to wrap it up. I do got my package came in. I'm going to try to redo my audio a little bit even more. I want to get my other mic working. I got my little adapter, and I got my webcam. So I might just go shower, freshen up, and have a quick little hangout.
What package and stuff did you get, man?
It's a cable that allows me to put my headset in a USB port, vice the 3.5 millimeter. And the reason for that is that it's powered, and I get a little bit more boost in it in my headphones. I can hear it without having to use an audio booster software that sucks because it goes out every 10 minutes. And I also got a little thing with my laptop that does the same thing for an earpiece. But I got this little webcam that works with Windows 10 that is high resolution. It was pretty inexpensive, and I was like, I know people have told me, hey, if you want something, put it on your wish list, and I really appreciate that, but I wanted to use, the people, giving me some PayPal to use it to actually buy some stuff, because it actually it's supposed to be for my channel, right? I do use it for rent, but everything that's over that I use to help out the channel, right?
Absolutely.
And by the way, I want to appreciate all my Patreons.
Better sound, all that's gonna.
Yeah, everything. Help. Well, I got a new computer. Everything's been, it's one step at a time. Everything's. If you guys notice, my hangouts and videos have been way better than they were like a year ago, obviously. But because I'm upgrading a little bit by little bit. Somebody got me the monitor, but my Patreons, I appreciate them so much. They don't know how much I appreciate them, and I'm actually breaking even pretty much, and so I'm not even. That's why I haven't had a Patreon drive, right? Because I'm doing okay, and so I'm like, leave it for people that may need it more than I do.
That's what I need to start doing mine more and doing that, because I live off the government, and my wife just got done with college, so she can only work nights. She can only work, so many hours per night before she gets home by midnight. I really need to do something for supplemental income, because literally as of right now, we got a shut-off notice for electricity, $106, and I have $142 in the bank
No bueno.
until next month.
Well, I mean, I live like that. I know exactly what that's like for sure.
Right.
And that's why I'm really supportive of my fan base, and really supportive of the people that like these hangouts. They listen to them at work. They listen to them while they're driving. They like to get involved.
Yep.
I know some people.
My admiration for you actually getting off your ass and doing it is what I'm trying to say, because that's awesome. And I'm to your subscribers that help you out. You have no idea how much you're helping him out.
Oh yeah, I mean it's just
a godsend. If I can coin a phrase.
Yeah, no, I mean
it
really is. And that's why I'm so appreciative of him. But I want to be that. I want to be that person that recognizes that I'm not doing this to make a huge amount of money. Obviously, I'm using this to survive, and it's all anything more than that is great, obviously. But I don't want to be that person that's so unappreciative of what I have to ask for more. It's not going to be that me. I know people that do that, and it drives me the fucking batshit. People are very, very giving in this community, and I hate it when people give and then you turn around and say, "Oh, by the way, can I give $1,000 or something?" It's like, what the fuck? I just gave you $1,000. I've had that happen. I really have. I mean, back when I had money, but
right. Yeah, I try not to mention names of the people that have helped me out in the past unless they say go ahead kind of thing.
But
I had two really big supporters
I was just say real quick,
last year
you
around
can have it.
time.
I just want to finish up. I was going to say that I like people. I like people to be a Patreon, even just for $1 a month. It's nothing significant, but I like the Patreon only for the fact that I know these people like my content. So it's not a large amount. So when I ask for Patreon, I don't want the people to think they have to do a large amount of Patreon. It's just $1, right? It's not a make or break of anybody, but it shows me that I have a fan base, and I'm actually Patreon to Drag, I'm Patreon to JD Kane, for the same reason, right? Because I know it's not going to break me, but I want to support their channel.
And no amount's too little. Even $1 a month, that goes a long way. That goes a long way out of helping. I mean, these days.
So I mean, if you want to be a Patreon for $1, hey, go ahead and do it. But like I said, I don't want to ask for a lot because I don't need it. I'm actually doing okay. My rent's paid. I got food on the table. I was able to get this new webcam. I'm cool, right? I know there's a lot of people that are worse situations, and I think that there's only so much resources to go around, and I'm surely not going to be the person to try to get those resources when other people need them more than I do. So
yeah, I win the lotto one day, and all of y'all are getting helped out after all our family stuff dealt with.
So you're gonna give me a hand job if you ever need me?
Yes, hand jobs.
Awesome.
All
Sweet.
around.
Appreciate it. Yeah, that's awesome.
It's been recorded.
Yep, it's on air. We got it. Yep,
it's on air. It's recorded. That
it might not be from me.
Binding.
I mean, I'll send you a guy or a girl or a mix of just your preference.
A mix. I don't even know what a mix would be.
I do want to apologize for coming in a little bit late. Time zones in Australia pretty shit.
Oh sure, whatever. Yeah.
Excuses.
Damn you, spherical Earth.
But you are in the future, right? You're on Friday already, right?
Yeah, it's 7.
Or you're on Sunday.
Yeah, 7:51.
Yeah, well, this is how we're gonna do it. You're gonna give me the lotto numbers, and I'm getting everybody hand jobs.
I'm good. But
fine. If you don't want the hand job, then don't send me the lotto numbers.
I'll look into it.
I'm gonna try to put out another video here soon, like an original video. But the problem I'm finding is that my original videos don't get a lot of views as compared to my hangouts. I don't know why. I've had some pretty decent original videos. They don't get watched very much, and I don't.
You suck alone.
It's the spontaneous conversation. It's the spontaneous conversation, and it's the guest that
I guess so.
may pop in or may not.
Oh, I'm glad you reminded me. The guest tomorrow. I have Landon Kurt Knoll joining us tomorrow, 3:30 Pacific.
Landon Kurt can't join because
you can't join. You're Australia, but Landon Kurt Knoll is a very, very famous.
He's been to Antarctica.
Yeah, he's been to Antarctica. Yes, he has pictures from Antarctica. He came last time he was on. He actually showed us the pictures from Antarctica.
Oh, so we got proof of the wall.
Yeah,
he's got proof of on top of the ice wall.
No. He fell off.
He fell off.
No.
But he's going to be talking about the eclipse and other astronomical stuff. But I mean, you guys don't really know how major it is to get somebody like Landon. I mean, he's got the ear of people like Stephen Hawking and Leonard Susskind, right? I mean, he's a bigwig. Guy's a genius. I mean, he's a fucking genius. But you know what? More than that, he's a nice guy. Seriously, just a fucking nice guy. And I enjoy talking to him. So that's going to be a fun hangout tomorrow.
And I won't be able to be there.
What time did you say? Give us in
3:30 Pacific PST or PDT, Pacific Daylight Time. But these are the type of guests I try getting. I spend a lot of time
one more
getting
time.
guests.
I talked over you when I was asking you for the time.
3:30 Pacific.
Awesome.
Be there.
And I'm trying to get Dr. Jones on. He said he was going to come on. He put a shout out to my channel on his the New Covenant group the other day, which was cool. Yeah, no, I mean, I'm still trying to get a lot more guests on, but we'll see. We'll see.
No, that's awesome.
Steve, about Tom's question about that theory we didn't heard before. I looked up the article about it, and it is about how we have previously talked about how color is not an intrinsic property, right? Do you remember that?
Oh, you're talking about are you talking about native? What do they call it? Theories of perception when you have native reality.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes. It relates to how our senses evolved to make proximate models of reality and not how reality as it is.
Oh, okay. That deals with native reality. You know, the properties of objects actually exist. I'm actually right now I'm swaying to the fact that I think our perception of reality is really what we perceive it to be. I don't think I'm not a realist. I don't know. I'm not actually sure reality actually is what what we perceive it to be. Does that make sense? I think it might be a little bit different. That's why I'm not a scientific. I'm not a scientific realist. I'm a scientific instrumentalist.
I think if we see objects as they really are, you see like ghostly images because atoms are mostly empty space.
Yeah. Well, so do you think we see objects as they really are and properties included?
I don't think so because color is not an intrinsic property. We just detect the photons in our receptors in our eyes.
Yeah, see,
and our brains interpret that as a color.
Yeah, I don't think objects have an intrinsic property of color. Now I know they define it as an intrinsic property of color. I get that, right? Property is an intrinsic property, but the color itself, we only infer it in our brains.
Right.
And if there's nobody around to see anything, the color blue would cease to be.
Right. And blue is a hard one considering we just rather recently in human history were able to see blue.
I know that's hard for people to wrap their heads around, but that's how I kind of look at it. And I'm sure somebody like Ozzy or Alex will be going, okay, that's fucking stupid, but I don't know. That's how I kind of look at it.
Okay, Steve, you're just giving me an idea now for a piece of conceptual art.
Well, there's two easy ways to look at it. I'm colorblind, red, green. And sometimes in those charts, when they open them up and show you the dots, all I see is black and white in one eye. My brother sees black and white and grays in both eyes. But that's one way to look at it. And then the other is like the UV spectrum, right? Some insects can see the UV spectrum.
Yes.
Wherein they see different colors in that spectrum than we do. And what is it? Squid can see a lot more, and some shrimp. So these colors can't be intrinsic to objects.
But colors,
the reflections
colors are intrinsic. That's what's funny.
Vsauce had a question a few years ago. It's like, is your red the same as my red?
Yes, good one. I've seen it too.
Because...
No, your red is not the same as my red because you're using your eye and I use my eye.
Yeah, no,
it's truth.
Yeah, no. We all have our epistemic limits of what we perceive it to be as red. Now, we all can agree that if we look at something that is objectively red, we all see it different. We all see it one way, which may be different, maybe the same. We have no way of knowing.
We just call it red.
We just call it
in
red.
a spectrum.
We
all see the red in a spectrum. Maybe not the same spectrum, piece of the spectrum, but we all see somewhere in that spectrum.
I think it's difficult to determine which one it is. We see similar colors of the same object, but I think maybe it's an easier way to determine because I noticed if I block one eye and look at an object and then switch between the other eye, there's a slight difference in color. Like one eye sees a bit brighter and the other eye a bit darker.
No, that's where I was telling you that I told you they did the test on me. They took me outside in the light because they thought the lights might be messing with it. set it on a trunk of a car and opened a book that has all the dots with the different colors, and you're supposed to see a number in it and stuff.
Yeah.
They cover one eye. One of my eyes only sees black, whites, and grays, and that's it. You can uncover the other one, and I can see shades of blue.
You have different receptors. So the more different, like there's certain people that have what's called tetrachromatic.
Yes.
Yeah. So tetrachromatic people can see slightly different hues because they have 4 cones rather than 3, I believe, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
You want to find someone at some point and do a hangout on that, Steve? Hillary Pugh. If you haven't ever talked with her,
Don't go there. Xbox. Don't go there.
No, Hillary Pugh.
Well, maybe do it off here.
Yeah, I don't talk about Hillary Pugh.
I was just.
There was like 6 of us in the room, and we brought up the eye spectrum test where you can see like from purple to blue, and there's 70 different squares of different shades of blue, and you're supposed to put them in order. She got a 90-something% on every one of the tests.
Xbox. Women also will tend to score higher on that than men.
Yeah, absolutely.
However, I was in a hangout or a Skype call? Either way, I was talking with her and some other people, and I took the same test right when she was doing it, and I nailed it.
Yeah, good job. I fucked it all up.
Well, yeah, you've already shown you're basically colorblind.
Right, I know. That's how I affected it.
Well,
I got 2 or 3 out of the 70.
And as Lamed points out in the live feed, the wavelengths of what colors are fixed, right? The range of colors are fixed. The nanometers of colors are fixed, right? That's fine from a physics standpoint of view. But the I guess it would be the is it the noumenon or the phenomenon? I don't remember. I always get these confused. The thing
and the thing itself.
The color itself. Is that the noumenon?
Right.
Okay. So the color, the noumenon and the color, that's what we kind of, all of us don't know if we experience it the same way. And I would venture to say no, for the very reasons that people have different sensitivities. They're going to see colors and interpret it differently. So the color itself, red, is different to everybody to some degree, probably.
Right. Yeah. The color, like you said, with intrinsic color, the thing is itself, and you're experiencing the phenomena, the qualia of it.
Yeah. I don't know why.
That's actually with the phenomena argument is one good argument that I give for Huxley and agnostic, how that if God could exist, there's no way that I could actually know it. I could experience what I thought was it, but I couldn't ever actually know that was it.
Yeah, the whole phenomenon distinction, I believe that was it Kant?
Yep.
Yeah. It's a very hard thing for me to wrap my head around. I've tried to numerous times. I've actually had Jack, and I've had
Yaniv is a really good one to explain it.
Please tell. Please explain.
Go ahead, Xbox.
Well, a quick version of it is like if you have a cup of water, you don't know what it or me or you. I can know what I am. I am the thing. But the thing itself, the cup, I can never know the cup. I can never know the cup exists. I can never know what it's like to be the cup. So I have no real reason to say that the cup is there.
I don't know that.
Right. I have good reasons to think the cup is there because I can feel it. I can take a drink from it. I can push it over. But these could all be mental states of me pushing the cup over and seeing it. Just like in a dream. That's actually what was going to bring me back to a dream in colors a minute ago. Is you think we see different reds, and you think it's based off of light spectrums and light bouncing around. But when you're in a dream and you come up to a stop sign, and it's a red stop sign, how the hell are you seeing the red in the stop sign? You're obviously not seeing light bounce around to your eyeballs.
Xbox, I am going to go and find a video for you.
Yeah, I think that.
I thought you were going to come.
That made it kind of worse.
But you got to give me time to find it.
Yeah, I see. The way I look at a noumenon, I thought it was basically there's something of a quality of an object, some property of an object that is going to exist regardless of how we perceive it or not. And that's
right. That's what I was saying about the cup.
Fundamental to the object itself, right? Independent of a mind, independent of a sense, interpreting that property, right? But it's like I said, I've tried to read Kant on this, and it's fucking confusing. I'm sorry.
It
It's one of those things that I really have tried to wrap my head around, and for some reason, I've watched videos on it before, Wikipedia before. I'm still like, yeah, you know what? I'm not quite grasping it here, but I'm okay with that. I admit there's certain topics I just don't fully grasp. Like
No,
the same
most
thing,
of the pal-
hang on one second. Same thing like physics.
Most of the pal talkers can explain it to you, but the two that I would go to were Jack and Yaniv.
Yeah, but they still a little bit higher level. I mean, but it's just like, look, if you want to learn
No,
about
no, but they'll take the time. Yaniv will at least. He will take if he has the
Who?
time.
Who?
Well, Yaniv.
Um,
I'll spell it on the external chat.
Okay.
He's one of the pal talkers. He rarely comes around unless you message him. I have him on Skype here, but he will take the time and explain it to you until you understand it. Until one of y'all gets too frustrated to listen to it.
All right. Well, one of these days I'll take him up on it. But like I said, at least I'm cool with something that I'm not quite figured out yet. But what I do is I take a break when I don't understand something. Right? There has been times where I've not understood a concept, and so what I did was you know what, I'm going to be done with this for a while, and then I'll do some other stuff and glean a little bit more knowledge, and then I'll come back to it, and I'll go, fuck, it finally makes sense. It's like the light bulb goes off in your head. And you're like, shit, I get it now.
My wife in college, and she was taking, I think it was psychology or something like that. She was taking about trying to remember someone's name, and it's just on the tip of your tongue, but you can't remember it. Is to go take a 5-10 minute break, do something else, get your mind completely off of it, and then come back.
Well, I mean, I take a long period of time, like a month or two. I don't know because.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
A month or later, I'll blurt out whatever.
But it's weird because I want to understand the concept. But like I said, after I look at it again, I'll be like, well, fucking A, I totally get that now.
Yeah.
You know?
The way they explained it to her is that you have right on the tip of your tongue, you have a mental block, say a brick wall, in between you and your answer. And the more you stop thinking about it, start moving away, the brick wall kind of fades away. So then when you come back to it, the brick wall is not there anymore, and you have direct access to it.
Yeah, that could be. Well, I mean, I see people with these brick walls. There's like people when you try to explain something to them, like, I love the Monty Hall problem, and I love the 1.99.
Yeah,
I love those things, right?
Oh, I find the Monty Hall problem very simple. Actually.
It is simple, but people have a blockage and they can't understand it, right? Even if you do the enumeration and you show them step by step, they still don't get it. There's a block there.
And intuition tells. Oh, go ahead, man.
Sorry.
Well, the reason I brought this up is I just literally had an email from somebody leaving a comment on Vihart's video with 1.99 repeating thing, right? And the person's not understanding what I'm telling them, even though I made it very, very simple. And so that's a block. And so if I was that person, I'd be like, okay, let me just take a break from it and maybe come back and read it again. Because they're just not understanding the concept. I'm breaking it down very simple. I mean, it's just not that hard. But sometimes you just get a break. I mean, a block, and you need to take a break from it. And by the way,
I sometimes do this trick on people by asking, okay, imagine you hold in one hand 1 kilograms of gold, and the other hand 1 kilograms of feathers. Which one weighs more?
You know what? I found out there's actually a problem with that, dude.
The gold.
The feather, because I've already done up all the coke.
Yeah, I've already done up all the coke. But hey, by the way, Pseudo, I hurdy-gurdied myself out yesterday because of you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Actually, no, sorry, Nestling. The feathers would weigh more because the kilogram of gold would be a single ingot, but the kilogram of feathers would have to be in a box, and you did not account for the weight of the box.
But yeah, do you guys ever listen to that chick Patty Gurdy? Oh, she's amazing. She plays the hurdy-gurdy. She's so good, so talented. I was just amazed.
I love anyone that can play the hurdy-gurdy.
Oh, she's so good at it.
You turn a crank.
Oh, come on. It's a little more complicated than that. You have 6 strings, 3 low, 3. You have 3 down the bottom, 3 at the high, and then you have keys.
Yeah, that's like the awesome version of the what's the one where it's air and you go back and forth and have piano keys on it?
Oh, accordion?
Accordion.
Yeah,
no, it's like the badass
accordion. No, it's a concertina. It's the little one that sits on a table and you got a bellow on the back.
Oh, like your mom? I got you.
No, it's like Ocean's mom.
Oh. All right, well, we officially put this hangout to bed at this point.
Steve, before you I mean,
can I ask you how long it's been going, Steve?
1 second, Xbox. Go ahead, Cal.
So, before we all head off, Steve, I just want to ask you now, when do you think is like a good time, because I have like school and stuff. What do you think is like a good time that's like the time zones for Australia aren't all messed up to shit? So like when I mean, I'll have to convert it to.
What time is it for you right now? And by the way, it was a 5-hour
It
hangout.
is.
But
It is 8 a.m. for me right now.
8 a.m.
8:07 a.m.
So you're in Perth.
So you're
No, East Coast.
Sydney.
Coast.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
So like, what's
Oh,
what's a
right,
good
right,
like,
that's right.
What's
I've got
around time for you? Is that like I'll convert it later, but what's a good around time for you that when hangouts happen?
Well, you're 7 hours behind me.
Yeah.
So
Or ahead, or just
or ahead. Yeah, technically you're tomorrow. It's Sunday for you, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you're actually ahead. But I mean, if you just take it relative, it's 7 hours earlier than it is now, even though you're a day ahead.
Okay.
Okay, so if you were like 3 o'clock your time, that'd be like 10 o'clock my time.
Okay.
So
I have a question.
I do have late night hangouts, by the way. I do have them every so often.
Xbox. Do you wanna?
And by the way, Cal, if you ever said, hey, hey Steve, can you open up a room? And I happen to be awake. 9 times out of 10, I probably will, just for shits and giggles.
Yep.
If I'm not tired. These things wear me out. I really take a long time to rest
Xbox
after.
has a question.
I can't sit for like 5 hours.
Are you like me, Steve? like even if someone has to open one like that, and you're there for 20 minutes and get enough people in, and then kind of you just mute out and.
Yeah. I've done that.
Yeah.
But I try to be active. But it's really hard for me to sit here that for that long. I constantly sit up. I get stretch. I go to the restroom an awful lot too. Yeah, it takes a lot to sit here for me. Even I got a great chair. This chair is a Lamed student got me this chair if he doesn't mind me saying so. But Jesus, this is the best goddamn chair I've ever had in my life. It really is comfortable. My ass doesn't hurt as much.
Do you have your webcam
it hurts
hooked
for
up
other
now?
reasons, but no, I'm just kidding. What?
Not the old one.
What?
Do you
know what my
you have your old webcam hooked up?
No, my old webcam doesn't work on Windows 10.
Oh damn! I was gonna say after the call, I wanted to see what all you got.
No, I'll show.
I might have some. I might have some equipment that you can have.
Do you remember my old?
If you've ever seen my setup, my setup runs through a preamp, an EQ, and a compressor. It runs through a Bluebird mic. I had a baby bottle, but I like this one better.
Well, I'm running a virtual board right now, but did you see my chair before? I mean, I was using a Windstar chair, like literally a chair from a Windstar van. That's
nice.
That's how ghetto it was. Oh, but
nice.
God, it hurt. So
well, I'm stuck in a bed, but I have a sleep number bed. I can air it up or let it out and all that.
Yeah. Lamed student says, "Yeah, I care about your ass, Steve." Arse, yeah. No, thank you, dude. I'm telling you, this thing is like so fucking comfy.
Hey, Xbox.
But it's just hard. It's just hard for me on my back to sit here. But it's not the chair. It's just me. I'm old.
Cal.
Yes, Cal.
Yeah. I've got something super spooky to tell you, Xbox. I've seen the seventh celestial pole. Ooh.
Say that again. Sorry.
I've seen the seventh celestial pole.
What?
The seventh celestial pole.
What's the seventh celestial pole?
Oh yeah, it's just.
I'm still not understanding the seventh celestial.
The seventh celestial pole.
I don't know what the seventh celestial pole is.
It's not really supposed to exist on a flat Earth, is it not?
I've never heard of it.
Okay, I got you.
I know what a south celestial pole is.
Yeah. So yeah, the south celestial pole.
Oh, the south celestial pole. Yeah, I know the yes. Yeah, I've been to Australia.
Oh, no.
I've been to Perth, Fremantle, and Melbourne.
Yeah.
Nice.
You should go. Yeah. You should go on any flat Earth hangout and say, "Hey, look, I'm in Australia and I have seen the South Celestial Pole." You're all wrong.
They don't care. They don't fucking care. They're all just
you're
idiots.
Absolutely right. They don't care because they're fucking this flat Earth, the evolution, all this other stuff is just their denial of science. It's not their denial of the shape of the Earth. It's not these are just rabbit trails that they want you to run down so that they don't actually have to address the issue.
Yeah.
All right, but guys,
They cannot back up.
I want to ask
they cannot back up hundreds of years of science being in a conspiracy.
Let's wrap this up. Nestle, go ahead.
I want to ask Kurt a question about his experience in Australia. Do you need to watch out for all the venomous animals all times? Is it true?
No, we don't have to watch over venomous animals, but because we live on a ball, we have to nail everything to the floor because it will.
What about your toilet water?
It goes. Yeah, it goes counter. Look at it. It goes clockwise.
No. It goes clockwise, but because it's upside down, it looks anti-clockwise.
Like, yeah, how do you keep it in the bowl from just flying out?
Saran wrap.
That's the point.
To tell you how dumb these guys were, one of the guys was actually saying, well, clearly the moon doesn't rotate because we only see the same side of it. And Seth and I were like, yeah, exactly. Seth said the same thing. He's like, they never heard of tidal lock? I'm like, they don't know shit about geosynchronous rotation.
Look, they believe the Earth is flat, and you want them to understand tidal lock.
I'm like, how fucking dumb are these guys? It's like, look do an experiment. Take a fucking light bulb, take a baseball, put it to the right at a 90 degree. Well, I'm doing this in my hands here. If you do it with an x-axis, so on the x-axis of 0 degree, and then take it on the other side to 180 degree, right? You're going to see the other side of the moon if it didn't rotate. You do it with your hand. Look take your hands, put them straight out with fist. Take one fist, put it over the other side. Oh, look, I now see the other side, fucker. It's like, Jesus.
Steve, you forgot to spin the water bottle to prove gravity.
That was the dumbest experiment I've ever seen in my life. That was a whole lot of what the fuck.
Kotzer, have you ever seen a Sydney Funnel Web spider?
Jesus Christ,
no, I have not, but I have seen it in the form of Steve McRae.
Damn right, I have a funnel web.
A fun fact is, the Sydney Funnel Web spider is only venomous to one group of animals on Earth.
Oh, great! That's really lucky.
All right, we killed this hangout.
And it's called primate.
I've lost half my viewers now, so it's all good. So, anyways, I'm going to call this a close. Thank you guys for watching. This was actually really good, a lot better than I thought it was going to be. Thanks for Ozzy for stopping by.
Yeah, if it's a cube.
Yeah, if there's a duodecahedron, go D&D. But tomorrow, Lana Kurt Noel is going to join us again. Make sure you're there, 3:30. It's going to be awesome. Let me know if you want in on that. Everybody's welcome to. We're going to be talking about the eclipse that's coming up in August. We're going to be talking about maybe a little flat Earth. We're going to be talking about, I don't know, all kinds of this bullshit stuff. But again, I'll try to have a hangout maybe later on tonight if I'm up to it, just to see if my webcam's working. But if not, I'll do it tomorrow.
Cool.
Oh yeah, okay. I'll come in maybe.
Okay.
Yeah.
Message me later on. I'm gonna do a few other things and eat and take a nap. But all right, guys. So I'm gonna stop the stream. But I like usual, I'm gonna give the last word for somebody, and the last word today I'm gonna give to Cal actually. So Cal, go ahead and take it away.
Oh, to Nick. Okay.
The heliocentric globe model, it works. Grow up. Play around with Celestia. It all matches up. It works. So go fuck yourself.
Yeah, go fuck yourself because, grow up.